Good morning, y'all. Perfect. All right. Um, so we're using a different app. Test 1, 2, 3. Yep. That's good.
What's going on, guys? Welcome back to my channel.
Damn, Anatoly, huh? Let's go. I should actually test my... Cool. Yeah, you're gonna have a chat thing at the bottom there. Until I figure it out. Okay. So there's a couple of things we're gonna be trialing and testing. Don't know how it's gonna work, but this is why we trial things. Dang. Cool. So let's see how this app works throughout the day. Y'all can hear my mic, which is good. Now the other thing too is I also increased the bandwidth on this device, so my phone might die faster while I'm out there potentially. So there we go. If I cut out, it will continue to stream. So we get to do all kinds of testing with this new app for now, until YouTube decides to fix my shizers. Oops. Shit. That's not what I want to do. All right. So this is pumping out lots of data. Okay, Google, turn off light. Awesome. Let me just make sure everything works before I roll out. We're already at 98% on the battery, which isn't great, but you know, it is what it's supposed to be. Test. Yep. That's good. Just make sure these guys are okay. Yeah, they're good. %. All right. So we'll see how this stream looks. Well, y'all, this is definitely much crispier for now. We'll see how this goes. We're filming in 60 frames per second, so it should be a lot smoother, but we're also at a detriment of using a little bit more power, more battery. So we'll see how far we get with this stream. It's also starting to rain again, which I should really cover up that USB-C port. We don't want to be running into you know what. Son of a bitch. Are you for real right now? Oh my god, what the fuck? There. All right. So there's a couple things that I don't know how this app's gonna work. Does this app work all day? Right? Does this app focus on, like, how does this app, like, we already saw how it handles disconnections, which is great. So far so good when it comes to certain things, but not so great for, you know, we're already at 95% on the battery. But we're just testing out to see how this works. But the microphone is working. You see, YouTube forced my hand. And I had to come up with another solution, which I did. That's the one thing about, ooh, a nice pink car. That's the one thing about me, is that I am always prepared for what is to come. But yeah, for now, like you can see the bottom chat, you can see the chat at the bottom. Like it's gonna be on my screen, because in order for me to have the chat showing up on YouTube on this app, you have to use like the interface on this one isn't the most smoothest in terms of like, it's not the most, like, it doesn't look the greatest. There's another app called Prism Live that I was using last night, and the app has like your actual YouTube like face and all that, and it pops up at the very bottom, which is amazing, but it doesn't work great with quality, and it overheats the phone. Morning. So like it doesn't, like, the phone overheats faster, which is so weird why Prism Live does that. Doesn't make any sense why it would do that, but here we are. So yeah, we're getting to see how this works, testing it out. It should be smoother on your end. But of course, the power draw on this is wild. It's already at 93%. So don't know if I can make it around the full walk, but we'll see. This is why we're testing all these things, right? When anybody chats, if anyone leaves a message into chat, you'll see your message at the bottom of the screen. Like, yes, you will see it on your YouTube app if you're using mobile, but you'll also see it on the screen, like how you see those texts on the screen right now, where it says connected to chat. Like, that's visible to you all. I wish there was a way it wasn't visible on the stream, but it was only visible to me. But that's the trade-off of using this app, because this app has smoother quality, in my opinion, and it doesn't overheat the phone. Whereas the other app, Prism Mobile or Prism Live, has a better interface, but the app overheats your phone, which is so stupid. So I was testing it all last night with Dead by Daylight, but you know, at least you can hear my microphone now. Can I even go into settings while I'm on here? I can. I sure can. I can definitely go on settings. I can change probably the frame rate as well. Yeah, we're at 60 frames per second. The walk should look kind of weird, or maybe even smoother. Maybe even crisper looking. But yeah, I'm not even at the school yet, and we're already hitting 91% on the phone battery. So definitely using more battery with this setting. But you know, I'm testing things out to see how everything works. It's warm outside. I don't even really need to wear my gloves, but I have them on. It'll be kind of like this throughout the week. Rainy and warm. Yeah, so you know, this is called tribulation. You can say like a trial and tribulation is to go through this YouTube journey, figure shit out, right? Always find another way. Let's see, always AF, another A Afan? Afa? I don't know. I was thinking of coming up with some sort of like acronym for that. Yeah. You know what's funny? Yesterday, while I was looking up like settings for Streamlabs and how to set all things up for like these other apps, I see people doing, they call what I do, and I didn't know there was a term for this, IRL streaming. IRL streaming. I'm like, IRL streaming? Like in real life streaming. But isn't everything in real life? It's kind of ridiculous, but I saw people having a $3,000 like streaming setup on the go so they can be mobile, right? I'm like, wait a minute. Y'all have been using a $300 setup. My setup is like a gimbal, which was like 130, the microphone, which was like 120. Technically, my microphone was free because I won the microphone. And yeah, you know, it's just fascinating that people are doing IRL streaming, and they have a backpack, they have their power bank connected to their backpack, they have their little tripods, right? I was like, okay, well, you know, but I'm essentially doing IRL streaming, but didn't know that that's what it was called, because IRL is happening everywhere. Whether you're playing a video game, whether you're playing, whether you're just doing whatever, it's all IRL. It's kind of a ridiculous term, if you ask me. But anyways, you know, testing out this app, it does draw a lot more battery, so this can also force me to walk a little bit faster, get the heart rate up a bit. This will also see the limitations that I will see with this app. Tomorrow I might test Prism Live for an outdoor stream, like when we walk outside, and see how that one works. That one's not gonna have smoother quality. It's gonna have like 1080p 30, because apparently on iOS 26.4, which is currently the latest update, the phone overheats even more. I don't know why Prism Live overheats a phone so fast. Like Streamlabs isn't even doing that. Like I'm touching the phone and it's perfectly fine. So, the last night when I was testing it while playing Dead by Daylight, I'm like, man, the phone got hot, and it was only for 15 minutes. That's crazy. That would require me to use the cooler. The only thing about Prism Live is that it has a better interface. And like if you're actually typing on YouTube, you'll see your little head icon at the bottom of the screen. Now, on your end, you'll still get that. On my end, I don't have that, because you're seeing the text on the screen right now, because that's how Streamlabs handles text. I prefer Prism Live's interface, but with Streamlabs' abilities. So I kind of wish that like they were like fused as one, but they're not. He's just looking at me. But yeah, it should be definitely smoother on your end. There shouldn't be like, what you all have been witnessing with me streaming has been like 1080p 30, maybe even 720p 30. But this is 1080p 60, so it should look smoother. It might look a little weird on your end because you're not used to it. when you come on the stream. But yeah, phone battery is taking a massive hit right now. We're at 83%. So this would be one of those good times to get the phone battery changed. I do have to definitely get the phone battery changed one more time. I did a massive damage to the phone battery during the summer last year when I was charging it up without the cooler, because I didn't have the cooler at the time, and it just took a massive hit in performance. So I'm gonna turn in this street, but not turn, I don't want to be following this person. So actually they're crossing the street, so that's good. So phone battery's at 81%. I can adjust camera settings on the fly, but I wanted to test to see how long the battery will last with 1080p 60, like how far I can get before I get back inside. But yeah, like last night I was just looking at all these streamers with like their backpack setup. I'm like, holy shit, like y'all have like $3,000 just to stream? Yeah, I don't think so. Like unless you have like mobile internet, like a wireless router, like I think that's what they were carrying. Like they had one of those things and a couple other things as well. You know, I'm gonna put on my hoodie. It's quite fascinating. Okay, so phone battery is already at 79%. We're not even at the trail yet. This is as if we're like streaming in like the cold, frigid temperature. So definitely we will not be able to do the full walk around, which is fine because this is just a test. As long as I even get just a good 30-40 minutes in outside breathing. So yeah, tomorrow I'll be doing another test and we'll see how tomorrow's live stream will be with Prism Live. There's another app that I also downloaded called IRL Pro, but it's for dual cameras, but I have to set that one up a little bit more specifically. Streaming on an iPhone is, not the greatest thing. I should just get an Android phone and just stream through that because it just gives you more functionality. Anyways, I haven't really talked about anything about the mind yet because I'm just trialing and going through this tribulation of this live stream. But it's so fascinating that, my microphone stuff had to stop. I had to bring it up to YouTube. They will sort it out eventually. But the only thing is, will it be too late by that time they sort it out? Because if they're sorting it out by the time, May 1st rolls around, or hell, they didn't sort it out, that means that I was supposed to use these newer platforms and start streaming on like Kick. I was attempting to set up Kick last night on this app, and it was like not working. I'm like, come on, are you for real? Like, what the fuck? It's popping up all kinds of bullshit that is not necessary. Phone battery 76%. There should be no jittery on your end. It shouldn't, unless YouTube is still compressing it. But last night I was playing Dead by Daylight, it was actually pretty smooth. So what I was getting on Dead by Daylight, I should be getting outside here. So phone battery at 75%. This is probably going to be my potential go-to app, but we'll see. Because the one thing about this app is I can actually change the camera to be disable mirror, which, see, this is the thing. These apps have all these features, but yet YouTube refuses to put these features in their app. It's so stupid. So like when you get feature sets, and like the official YouTube app doesn't even give you feature sets like that, like, come on. Step up your game, YouTube. These other apps can do these things. Give us the ability to change our microphone input. Like Prism Lab has all that features where I can switch between internal and external microphone. The only thing about Prism Live, it just makes the phone really, really hot though. The thermals are pretty bad. But this is kind of part of like the trials and tribulations of what you have to go through in life. Sometimes shit like this has to unfold for you to have, to open your perspective to a new possibility with new apps and new ways of like thinking and working and being and doing and having. So yeah, we're taking a shorter walk today, only because it's raining. But I also get to just test to see how this battery holds up. You definitely have to bring the power bank. So fascinating. I didn't realize that's what YouTubers are calling this. IRL live streaming, or IRL streaming. In real life streaming. I was doing this entire time and had no idea that that's what they were calling this. Wild. Yeah, anyways. Tribulation. It seems like whenever we're going through shit, it feels like we're being put on trial, that we have to go through tribulations to overcome something, right? But yesterday when we were watching our brother, he was saying like, when Jesus was in the desert for 40 days and 40 nights, and the devil came to him and said, I can give you everything you want. And Jesus turned to the devil like, nah, man, I'm good. Thanks. I have everything. Because Jesus knew, metaphysically speaking, that he was one with everything, just like I'm one with everything too. We're all one with everything. You can only have what you already have, right? So saying like you don't have this money, or you're still fixated on getting a feeling from the outside world, implies that you are still tied to the external, right? So again, to get back to that story, that parable, that myth, essentially, you have everything right now. And when you're going through a trial and tribulation, you're always winning. Because how can you not? I thought about something last night. I'm like, man, like, we're really like just quite something, aren't we? Like, we have this planet that we get to be on. Like, we get the ability to think. There's other beings in the universe that can think, but currently we're not able to see them with our eyes or perceive them, but they exist. But we're so fascinating. Like every single one of us is very fascinating. We all have our little quirks. Itself wanted us to have those quirks, but also to know that we're also itself. We have a self and a no self, and that the no self is all one. Like, I'm one with all the girls that I ever loved, all the people I always hated at one point. There's no hate anymore. All the people that rejected me or pushed me aside or beat me up, they're all one with me. And I'm one with them. So when I thought about, like, man, we're really quite something. I'm like, damn, like we have this ability to think whatever thought. We get to feel whatever we want to feel. And that's the conviction. Like, you get to feel. The problem is the mind gets in the way saying, but I don't have that yet. And of course, you can only have what you already have. Right? You must be it before the world proves it to you. I proved that I am on the same level as Thoth, Jesus, Buddha, Yogananda, Krishna, Confucius, Lao Tzu. I'm on Moses, Abraham, Muhammad. I'm on their level. There isn't any more trial and tribulations that we must face. We have to just tap in and accept that we're whole, perfect, and complete right here, right now. But why aren't we doing that more? Our brother also said something about praising ourselves. And it's actually quite ridiculous when you really think about it. Here we are in the world where we don't give ourselves grace, we don't give ourselves more kindness and more compassion because we have to go through the world. Mr. Snail, you got to go over here. We got to go through the world with hating ourselves and self-condemnation, because it's more honorable to have that, because it's like the world's collective agreement, collective thoughts to, oh, if you didn't do good, you must self-condemn yourself. You're a failure. You're no good. You're not good. You're not good at all. You must beat yourself up. That's what the world wants you to believe, because that's the collective consciousness and the collective thought that we're going to call it the old world wants you to buy into. But the new world, well, that's a lot different. Now, the new world still has a ways to go. People are still figuring shit out. People are still kind of finding each other. We're systematically wired for only a few hundred connections. After that, it's like very, as Chase would put it, it becomes overwhelming to us, and we stop having empathy. Hello, Mr. Snail, we gotta get you. I would pick up all the worms, but there's too many worms to get them back onto the path where they're supposed to be. I'm just making sure I don't touch or hurt them. Is that another snail? It sure is. Hello, Mr. Snail. That's 3 of you now. Come on. There you go. You're no threat. I'm no threat. Ooh, here has a gust of warm wind. Whoa. Well, I'll take a moment to go to the park for a sec, since I have enough battery. I think I should have enough battery to make the trek to the park for a moment. But yeah, when you remember the parable of Jesus, right? 40 days, 40 nights in the desert, remembering that he is one with everything. You're one with everything too. Even the thing that you don't like or you dislike, you're one with it. Wow, there's a lot of snails today. I'm on like a snail crusade right now. Hello. The only reason why I saved the snails is because, and you are tiny. You are little. You're a tiny little one, aren't you? There you go. Today's the field days for the birds. Yeah. But when you remember that you're one with everything, you ain't going through any trials and tribulations. It's your perceptions of the idea that you're going through a trial or tribulations that is causing chaos, because, like, you know, something pops up in your experience and you're like, fuck, right? Like, we forget in those moments when we're going through something that there's an opposite. There's always an opposite. So, like, for example, the opposite of, you know, the last thing I had to deal with was this microphone debacle, right? I'm like, come on, what's happening here? Like the microphones work. Like, at first I thought it was my microphones, and I'm like, nah, there's no way, right? Hello, Mr. Snail. Another Mr. Snail. Picking a bunch of you up today. It's good. Looks like today was my day to save snails. Anyways, and I had to go through and like, wait, okay, so I had to contact YouTube support. It looks like they were actually real people, changing my perception. Because sometimes it feels like they're talking like they're AI, or they have some like auto script or some shit like that. But I actually got emailed by the same person that I started this thing, and I sent some videos in showing that my microphone works, even when the internal microphone works as well. So clearly it's not a phone issue. And also now I'm doing a live stream with a different app where I'm using Streamlabs, and the microphone works. Look at that. Surprise, surprise. So clearly something was altered on the YouTube app, on the YouTube version or on the iOS version of YouTube, and something got screwed up. So that trial and tribulation, I'm like, all right, now I have to deal with fucking like setting up a different stream and doing all this stuff. And I set it up, and in that moment I was like, of course the mind forgot that there's an opposite to everything. If you can feel frustration, then you can feel peace. If you can feel lack, then you can feel abundance. It's because your eyes are playing games with you. And your eyes then perpetuate the feeling because you're looking at the effect over and over and over and over and not feeling the cause. The cause is you. That's why when people are experiencing things, this character included, they're looking at the effect. And they attempt to change an effect by changing the effect, by doing a different action. But in order to do the different action, they have to be in a different frequency. But if they're attempting to be in a different frequency, or if they're attempting to take a different action, but they're in the same frequency, they will most likely produce the same result. And frequency is comprised of 7 things: your perceptions, your expectations, and there's that expectations aspect that people say you should manage your expectations. You shouldn't have such like unrealistic expectations. Unrealistic expectations will get you nowhere. You have to have realistic expectations. Fuck that. You can make 10 million, 100 million a month if you wanted to. Hell, you can make that in a day. What's stopping you? There are people who've made $1 million a day. How about we amp it up a little bit? We make $1 million a second. $1 million US a second. That's one of my goals. Just to say I did it. That if I can do it, then you can do it, and everyone else can do it. So in 60 seconds, in 1 minute, I made $60 million. That's pretty wild, isn't it? So in 1 minute, I made $60 million. In 1 second, I made $1 million. But people don't believe that's possible. Oh, it's more than possible. But you have to believe that it's possible. And not just believe, you have to know it's possible. But if you don't know it's possible, then it's not going to be possible. Morning. If you don't know that it's possible, then unfortunately, what you're going to entertain is the limitations that you've imposed on yourself. Everybody has the ability to do amazing things. We're at the park. We have 50% of battery. I always like coming to this park. I would love if they can change the bench now to a newer bench, but that bench is all right. It's a little wet though. I've declared that I've made $1 million a second, and I'm not going to settle for anything less. $1 million US a second. 1 million US dollars per second. That's $60 million a minute. So in 1 hour, in 1 hour, holy shit, 60 times 60 is 120. Well, no, that's like 1.2 billion in 1 hour. In 1 hour, I made $1.2 billion. I think that's the math. It's either 1.2 billion or 120 million. Something absurd. I'll have to do the math, but you know. Until the moment arrives when I'm already fully physically in San Diego, but I am mentally and emotionally and spiritually in San Diego, I'll be spending a lot of time in this park throughout the summer. I'll be spending a lot of time. In fact, this is the YouTube park where I filmed all of my previous YouTube videos except for the ones that were in San Diego. Like, my starting journey was in this park 5 years ago. Well, technically 4.5 years ago, because 5 years ago, 2021, in April, I was still figuring shit out. I was still working my IT job, making 6 figures, working from home, right? I met Julia, then I had to go through the scam and all the other shit that I had to deal with. But this park right here and those trees over there, I did a lot of filming here. Tons of filming. But I've already declared that I make $1 million a second. I'm not interested in just a month or a day. I want to amp it up, not even an hour. $1 million a second. And I'm going to take that money and I'm going to recirculate it in the world and help as many people as I possibly can within a minute. 1 minute I generate over, well, again, $60 million, because every second is $1 million. I don't know how many seconds are in a minute, or how many seconds are in an hour. I think it's 360. No, it's 3,600. If it's really 3,600, then my calculations is actually even way off. I actually made $3.6 billion in 1 hour. $3.6 billion in 1 hour. That's doable. I know it's possible. The nervous system may not feel it's possible, but I know consciously that is possible. Now I have to get the subconscious mind to adhere to that. It is possible to have $3.6 billion per hour. It's a lot of money. It's good money. But the thing is, it's subjective. I was meant to come to the park today. The next phase of the journey's upon us. I live in San Diego, California. I have my private jet. I travel to and from Toronto and San Diego and other places in the world with my wife, Lindsay Stellar. We have our 2 kids, Sephiroth and Serenity. We have Artemis, our cat Meow Bubba, and Luna, our doggy Bubba. Lindsay is on tour. I'm on my tour, making the world a better place by helping people remember more of who they are, that they have the power in every present moment, getting paid doing what I love, because that's what I came here to do, to get paid to do what I love, getting paid to exist, getting paid to live my dream life. But it's not really my dream life anymore, because now it's not a dream, it's reality. It's my reality life. Man, it is very, very, very warm. This is what the temps should have been like at the beginning of April. I really love being in this park. And the park has really good connection, which is fascinating. You would think that the park here would have very bad internet connection, but it doesn't. Actually, it's really good internet connection. I remember doing a live stream over there by the swings with a girl named Lena back in 2021. Wait, 2021? Early 2022 on Instagram. I remember doing a Facebook Live in this very old park right here. And I was on some next level frequency. I had just experienced the crystal shiny glowy hand. And I was standing right around here. Right around this area. And I was filming. I was like, y'all, I can't believe what I experienced last night. Like I felt God, I felt the universe, I felt it all. It's like we're all one. Like, oh my God, I want to share it with you all. It's so incredible. Like, if everybody knew the power of this feeling, like, oh my God, it was great. I'm going to turn the camera to me for a moment, if I can, because front camera. And I was turning the camera. My hair is a little bit of a mess, whatever. I was like, oh my God, what's going on there? I was like, oh my God, I can't believe all of this. Like, this is wild. Like, and then of course a deer started showing up on the back over there. This park has brought forth some amazing things. And I know that the next phase of this journey, I know there's no accidents why everything is unfolding the way it is, because I'm the one that's creating this. I'm stepping into a new timeline, people. Actually, I want to test something. I'm curious right now. Oops. That's not what I wanted to do. Oh, okay. I didn't know that you could do that on this platform. So that's cool. Nice. All right, I want to see something. Camera. I can actually change the frame rate now. I can change the settings. Can I change the audio? We're using stereo audio right now, built-in mic. Camera settings. Oh yes, I can. Look. Look, I changed it. Now you can see the Nike symbol facing the right way. It's just weird because like it's kind of like on a weird angle now. But this is why people use the reverse mirror. They use so we go back to settings. We go back to camera settings, we go back to that, we turn that off, and here we are, we're back. Yeah, I declared that all that will be done. $1 million a second, that's $60 million in a minute, and that is $3.6 billion in an hour. You heard it here. It's done. It's finished. Because I'm one with everything. Like I said, once upon a time, 5 years ago in this park right here, actually 4 years ago because it was 2022, March 2022, after me and Jessa had our amazing experience where I got sent to the other side for a moment, for 3 Earth hours, the crystal shiny glowy hand decided to take me, which was the creator. It took that form. And it told me what I needed to know. I came back with this palpable feeling in my heart that we're all one, and I just realized that's kind of like there. And that we're all one, and a deer showed up, and a deer never showed up in this field. It'd be funny if a deer shows up right now. That'd be awesome. If a deer just literally showed up right now. I love this park so much. This park has helped me overcome a lot of things. It's helped me to manifest a lot of things. Show me what's possible. Show me what's next, universe. Because we know that this is all just an illusion. Everything just is. This moment is you right here, right now. And if I'm in this moment right here, right now, I'm with you. Aren't I? We're all with the Creator. I didn't touch up the gray in this area. Oh well. Oh well. So we can go back to the back camera now. Actually, I can even do this. Ultra wide. Check that out, y'all. You get the ultra wide camera. You get to see even more. Let's actually use the ultra wide camera for a little bit. That's cool. See, if YouTube can add features where I can switch between the cameras like this would be pretty badass. Of course, you're seeing much more, and of course, you're getting a much wider field of view. There goes the airplane. Creation's finished, it's done. What is this? What the hell is this option? Oh, right, okay, switch between scenes. Got it. Thank you, Park. I really appreciate it. So we're gonna walk with the ultra wide. It's gonna look kind of weird for a moment, but I wanna capture all of this. tomorrow we'll be back at the park most likely. This park has helped me immensely, and I love this park so much. This park is what gives me energy, even though I give myself energy. But my home away from my true home. Bye, park. All right. This is the first time we're using the wide angle lens. So we get to see how the wide angle lens operates. See, it's like a whole new journey already unfolding. All because YouTube decided that the app didn't work with my microphone. So here's what we're doing. We're on a different app now using the microphone. Now we get to see how far I can push this stream today. So I heard that on certain apps there's a limitation that you can only do up to a certain amount of time and then it cuts out. So we'll see if we can do a full 12 hours on this app, and if we can, phenomenal. If not, oh well. I'll get used to the text on the screen. I mean, this is how it's going to have to be for the time being. Yeah, the wide angle is not bad, actually. Capture a lot more. And that's the thing about reality. Are you using a macro lens? I've talked about the lens before. This is your lens is basically your perspective and your perception. Are you using a wide angle lens or are you using a macro lens? Because if I put on the macro lens, you'll see things super up close. So watch. Let's experiment. Telephoto. Look how close that is. So we're using the telephoto lens, and it feels like it's super up close. Right? This is the telephoto lens. So are you using a telephoto lens? Are you using the standard... Oops, we don't want to see me. Well, we do want to see me. Are we seeing the standard lens, or are we seeing a wide angle lens that can see a lot more? See, YouTube, like, come on, you can add all these features, but you don't want to add these features to your stream. If you added all of these features on your platform, I wouldn't be leaving your platform. Well, I'm not really leaving your platform, but you know. This is pretty cool. The wide angle lens. We'll use the wide angle lens until we get back, but this is a good physical example, because now you're able to see more, a lot more. You can capture more because you can see more with your eyes, but you have to open up your perspectives. When you keep your mind closed, you can't see a lot. Morning. But when you open up your mind, you can see everything. If you choose to, of course. "60 frames per second at 1080p, smooth as butter." It looks like that plane's far away, but it's actually just over my head now. How awesome. All right. Look at how much more you can see. And just for comparison sake, that is the normal camera. So, are you seeing life with more of a perspective and perception, or is your mind closed and you can't see as much? Because I can tell you there's a lot more than what your eyes can actually perceive. But your real eyes are your mind, is your mind. But your mind has to be open to perspectives, open to perceptions. Without that, you will continuously experience a reality that you're currently experiencing that you may or may not enjoy. Well, you may, for most people, they're not enjoying their life. And the only reason why they're not enjoying their life is because they haven't opened up their perception yet. And that's where I come in. You can apply to work with me one-on-one. The link is in the description. And I can show you how it's done. If you're an entrepreneur or you're a business owner who knows that they can hit millions of dollars and has all the tools and has all of the, systems and structure, but you're just feeling like you're not breaking through, I got your back. Link in the description. Breaking your subconscious blocks. Because that's really what it comes down to. All of this is a subconscious block. But you have no blocks. The mind has created emotional blocks to protect itself from you experiencing things, but you actually have no blocks. There's our brother. Morning.
Good.
How are you?
All right.
Good.
Thank you.
I'm great, thank you. Enjoy your day. Thank you. This is pretty awesome. I actually dig this app a lot more than using the standard YouTube app. I could have been using this app this entire time. And we're on the end of this live stream journey. We're almost at the end of this live stream journey. But on to bigger and better things. Because time is ticking. For the world to remember who they are. And I cannot wait to help people remember who they are. I'm excited to see the transformations where the mind can stop by asking questions like, who are you without your me? Who are you without your thoughts right now? Who are you without the I? Who are you without the mind? Because you're going to have to use your mind to think about that. It's a paradox. Who are you without any concepts or beliefs? Who are you without your personal sense of self? All these questions. See, now that we're using the wide angle lens, it's like, holy shit, you can see so much more. It looks kind of weird though, doesn't it? Well, that's because, our eyes is adjusted to things that, let's just say quite simply, it can be more adjusted to. There's our dude out there drinking his coffee. But your eyes, right? Your eyes can only tell you what you currently believe. So whatever your beliefs are, that's what you're going to only experience. Once upon a time, 8 years ago, 10 years ago, in fact, I had no concept about anything except for one thing. I just had a name that I absolutely despised. I hated my name that I was given. I hated how I looked. I hated myself, my sense of self. I hated everything about me. But if only he knew who he actually was 10 years ago, a lot of things would be different, but at the same moment, everything had to unfold exactly as it was supposed to, so that he can go through that experience, so that he can be here right in this moment to tell each of you exactly what reality really is. So you know what's fascinating? We've been out for over an hour. I could have technically done the longer walk. Theoretically, I could have actually done the longer walk. The only reason why that didn't happen is because the internet in that area, as you can see, the internet, I'm at 25%. And I've been out for almost 2 hours. Almost, not fully 2 hours. But the stream started in 2 hours. I'm at 113 minutes. And I still have 25% of battery. So clearly this is an internet area issue. This does use more internet though, I will say. So this can't be when I stop doing 12-hour live streams. I mean, I will eventually start 12-hour live streams in the future at some point. But my client work takes priority. And because I have clients, right, they take priority in they take the priority of what I need to do throughout the day. And of course, my wife and my kids. It's funny, look at me saying that. My wife and my kids. Lindsay Stellar, Sephiroth Stellar, and Serenity Stellar. Those two are the living legacies of two amazing souls, Orion Stellar and Lindsay Sterling. And these two souls will come to Earth and continue on what their dad. They don't ever really need to call me dad though. They can call me Orion. finish what I started. Well, I'm finishing what they started. What Jesus, Krishna, Buddha, Yogananda. It's funny how Krishna and and Buddha predate Jesus by a couple centuries. But it's not really fascinating because they're all one. They're all attempting to tell everybody the same thing, just with different words. You are the answer. In this generation, that's what that is. It's called you are the answer. You can deify something outside of you if you like, always looking for something outside of you, but God is this moment right here, right now. I really do appreciate how our sister Trina said that. She's like, why are we looking for God outside of us? Why aren't we just accepting God in this moment right now? That this vastless space of the now is God. Why are we calling God some dude in the sky? Why isn't God called this? Isn't God everything? It's everything. I've said it too plenty of times that you're this everything. Every atom and molecule, every particle and waveform, it's all one. Nice. I looked at the timer and it's at 1:17 and I saw it at 1:17:17. No accidents, y'all. So whoever's on, if you're watching, I'm using the ultra wide angle lens right now. Because if I put back the standard lens, you'll be like, what the fuck is that? Like, it's so close now. I'm just testing out the wide angle lens on the stream. When I come back and watch this stream tomorrow, or I can watch it later this evening, I will see how the stream actually was handled. It's quite smooth. And now the low battery percentage popped up. Come on. The gloves are getting in the way. They're not like activating the screen when I'm pressing like buttons. I won't be needing gloves soon. Won't be really needing a jacket soon. I mean, throughout the day, like, the door is going to be open in my room just to keep some fresh air in. But let's go back to standard camera for a moment. There you go. That's the standard camera. So now you're getting back what standard looks like. Now you're missing out on more information. I really like using the camera lens as the example because, you know, to the left of the camera, there's a lot of information that you all are not seeing, but you think it doesn't exist, but it exists. There's houses on the left of me and there's houses on the right. Now, of course, you can see the houses coming up on the right side when I'm further away, but once I pass them, you can't see it. Does that mean they no longer exist? Nope, they exist. Like, see this black car that's right here at the corner? Watch, as I pass it, it's slowly disappearing from the view. But isn't it still there? You just can't see it, but it's there. Just like anything else. Like this tree to the left of me. I'm passing it right now. Now you can't see that tree. Now you can see this tree, but eventually this tree, I'll pass it and you won't be able to see it. See? But doesn't the tree still exist? What about this gray car here? About to pass it. Oh, look, the gray car is gone. Does that mean that it doesn't exist anymore? Nope, it still exists. Everything exists, you just can't see it. That's why you have to open up your perceptions to see it. You have to know it to see it. Our brother's car. I've never seen a car in his driveway up until recently. Maybe that car was always there, I just never realized it. But I do know that there was never a blue car here. But look, the car, we're about to pass it. This black truck, right? Look, I'm gonna open up the wide angle lens now. Look at how much more you can see. And you will still see this black truck for a moment. Like if I were using the other camera, the black truck still exists, but if I was using the other camera, the black truck would have disappeared faster. My point to say is it's opening up your eyes and your mind to seeing something completely different. I think I should have enough time to go around. I have 14% of battery. It definitely uses more data, that's for sure. So I got to be mindful of data usage when I'm out and about. But, you know, eventually we'll have unlimited internet. Well, I won't even fucking be here. I'll have unlimited internet from a plan. I'm gonna have two phones. The latest iPhone and the best Android that is out. And I will have two SIMs for both. So that's four cell plans. One for Canada and one for America. Actually, I'll have three. Because I'll have a global SIM. Or I'll use satellite internet, like Tesla's thing. Like, I'll give Elon credit for all that. SpaceX's internet satellite thing, because like without his stuff, like Trent the Traveler and what's his face Brad, they wouldn't be able to do what they're doing. Starlink. That's what it's called. Starlink. But maybe I'm going to create the world's greatest internet. I said that before. And I bring the world's greatest internet to the world. And it's affordable for everybody because I have all the money in the world and I can make it cost effective. I make, what, $3.6 billion per hour? I can launch a fucking satellite with the resources. It's $100 billion satellite up into space that can cover the whole world's internet issues, so no one is going to run into problems. And it's all approved by every country, and it's not here to like spy on you. It is just an ISP that helps you to get internet so you're connected wherever you are, whether you're up in space, at the ISS, or you're on planet Earth. And it also covers in the water as well. Like, it can go really deep, like 60 feet into the water. pretty deep. I really do want to create that for the world and make it extremely affordable, $20 per month. There'll be different plans. But I don't really want to make different plans. I want to make one plan that everybody can just have and use and put all the other companies to shame, because like, you know, there's going to be competition, but like give everybody what they require. Like 1 or 2 gig down, 1 up, or 5 gigs down, or hell, even 10 gigs. Let's do 10 gigs, why not? That's a lot. 10 gigabit per second down and 5 gigabit per second up. Every phone, even the older ones, are able to support like whatever they can for speed. It is fully compatible with all the, it'll have up to like Wi-Fi 10. Or Wi-Fi 11, because why not? The specification for Wi-Fi 11. But all these things will already have been created. And give people the world's greatest internet service. And it doesn't use mobile data, it uses Wi-Fi. So no one will be charged for data anymore. And I'll put all those companies to shame. I'm not here to take away from anyone's livelihood, but I am here to put things in order. I came here to put things in order. And so, building the world's greatest internet, launching a satellite that everybody can connect, is reliable, it never cuts out. I always improve performance. I always optimize it. There's never any lost signal. That, you know, that will disrupt everything. I came here to disrupt the telecommunication sector as well. Because think about this, when you're on an airplane, you got to pay for Wi-Fi a lot of times. Just so that you can stay connected. Hell, you can fucking live stream in a plane if you wanted to with no problems. As if you're on the ground. You can be live streaming underneath the water just if you're on land. You can be on top of Mount Everest and be live streaming and capture all the moments. It doesn't have to be recorded like a video. I want everybody to have the ability to do things like that. Open up the possibilities for people so that they can bring their magic to the world. I really want to do that, universe. That and, you know, Airbnb and, you know, all kinds of different ways. But like, I'm here to make a lot of fucking money and help a lot of people in the process. Make it so affordable that it's like a steal. There's no way the telecommunication companies, because I already make a lot of money. And it's accessible in every country. It's not blocked. I make sure of that everybody has access to that internet. $20 a month, unlimited data, no throttling. Imagine the entire planet just connecting to that one fucking satellite. Got to build one massive satellite though. But that's okay because I make $3.6 billion an hour. So launch a $500 billion satellite into space that can basically cover all of the world's telecommunication requirements from every user with multiple devices streamed to it with no overhead. And it's super efficient. And it uses the power of the sun to charge it up, to keep it rolling, to keep it powered on. And the signal doesn't harm, it doesn't have any harmful rays. It's quite simply it's like very bio-friendly. Cool, so we've been out for an hour and 31 minutes. I've been at the park for a bit. The internet was really good at the park. Phone battery's at 7%. I probably could have walked around the entirety of that trail, but we're also dealing with the internet in that area. And the internet in the area right taxes the phone. And that's why, like, you know, if it's using Wi-Fi doesn't drain the battery. And that's the other thing, giving people the ability so they can use their devices longer. Well, sort of like a catch-22 with this, because the goal is to not have people be on their devices and you know, keep inhibiting their tech issues, but that will become having your tech breaks. But having people having the ability to connect always, like always connected, right? Doesn't matter when and how, but you're always connected. See, we're back. If this house can get like some fresh coat of paint, I do like the textures though. I just realized that. And we're back. And you can see very green grass. Very wet though. But I'm going to put back on the standard back camera. And that is the standard back camera, y'all. It looks like I zoomed in, but I didn't. This is actually the camera that is being used. Ooh, frame drop, frame drop, frame drop, frame drop. We're at 13 frames per second. Why are we at 13 frames? Oh, I see. It's because of the battery. Oh my God. Oh my God, the phone's like lagging. Okay. We gotta get inside, we gotta charge. So we gotta plug in. We gotta plug in, y'all. There's a little bit of lag. Camera. Okay. It's very grainy though, as you can see. So I'm going to change the camera settings in a bit. One sec. There we go. There we go. Now it's coming back to 60 frames. So now we know when the phone starts to get low, you can see the graininess at the bottom here. When the phone gets low, then it starts to lag. This is all testing. All testing. Cool. Check this out though. I can change the angle now. It's gonna look weird though when I do this. But this is how it used to be. That's how this was supposed to be the entire time. But it looks weird because like everything's kind of flipped. And it looks like I'm like my head is like this all the time, which is weird. This is like using the back camera. But yeah, you see it looks like it feels like you're like falling on an angle. So let's turn that off. There. That looks better. So, here we are. Now y'all can hear the microphone. I can go outside for a moment, do a quick little test. I'm sure it's working fine, but you know, let's do a test. Oh shit. This person did Final Fantasy 13. The Iran's trap is set. Yes, it is. But we're not here for all that. Do 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 do. Ooh, Dan and Tiff did a cardio. Test, test, test.
Test, test, test.
See? I'm outside and you all can hear me.
See? I'm outside and you all can hear me.
So,
I'm outside and you all can hear me. So,
see, it works. So, I knew it. It's not a phone issue. It was never a phone issue. It was a YouTube issue. So, now you all can hear me. We can leave this open all day. In fact, we're going to open up the room, the entirety of the room, get some fresh air in. It's also very smooth, so it's like 60 frames. So you're seeing me in like 60 frames per second. So it looks kind of like, it looks kind of weird. So what I'm going to do, I gave you all that stare there for a moment. That was funny. Let's just tackle a couple things. Cool. Now we can put stuff away. And I can go make breakfast. How many steps did I accomplish in today's walk? What did we get? Okay. We're at 8,240. So that's easy. That's another, what, 2,000 steps? That's like nothing. We hit, what, 19,000 steps yesterday? Because of all the movements. So I don't take off my watch now during the playouts. All those micro movements count. So 10,000 steps a day. I've accomplished a goal of 10,000 steps for an entire year. April 18th, we'll hit two milestones. We'll hit 4 million steps on April 18th. And we also hit 1 year of using one-word titles every day. Speaking of which, yesterday you will become an accomplished writer. Fortune cookie. I'm gonna become a accomplished writer, according to this. All right. Now that the mic is working again, having to use an external YouTube streaming app, but this forced me to think differently, to operate differently, to see things differently, to find something that can work even better than what YouTube can offer. The only reason why I like YouTube is because YouTube gives you, you can see the chat with the bubbles, but seeing how right now the live stream, the microphone doesn't want to connect for some reason with the YouTube app. This is not a microphone issue. This is a YouTube problem. Because outside of YouTube, the microphone works. Like right now, it works perfectly fine. You can hear me clear as day. So I'm gonna change my headband. This one's like, oh man, it's so good. It's so fucking good. It's fresh. Actually, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna mute myself for a sec. I wanna test the muting option. Perfect. Now, let me just make sure that I'm good again. Because I have to make sure nowadays. Okay, perfect. Works. I can take off my sweater. Cause like we don't need all of this on. This is like too much going on, and then watch later on I'm gonna need all of this back on. I love this sweater so much. I don't care if I wear the same thing every day. I stopped caring what people thought. Oh, I gotta go get eggs. Put that down here. Bring this upstairs. Crack the eggs. Our sister Danka, she got she was nominated for somewhat of a visionary award for her writings, her blog posts. Her blog posts are top notch. It's funny how we connected, but it's no accidents. She wrote The Art of Frequency. That's her blog post on Substack. Okay, cool. Ooh, this pan is ready to rock and roll. All right. We got a little bit of that, a little bit of black pepper, a little bit of I see Mom put the different cover on. Perfect. Makes sense. After all, those covers are just broken. Nice. Nice. Organizing. We need some more light in the house. Open up the blinds. Okay. A little bit of oil in here. Not too much. Not too much. Let's whisk. Feels good to have the microphone usable again. I don't have to scream or yell or anything like that. But, you know, it had to happen because the next phase of the journey is starting. I can feel it. This wasn't by accident. It wanted me to download those apps so that I can test out other things. Oh my, look at that. Straight in and it's just like boiling. Slow down that. Shit, I didn't put the oil around the pan. Oh well. Take it off. Put it back. These may not be my best eggs today, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. You know me, gotta wash and pack. Wash, clean, and pack. That's just the way I roll. Gotta toast some bread. Cool. An apple, clementine, plate. Yep. Okay. Put some eggs in the fridge. 1, 2, 3. One, two, three. One, two, three, four. I can probably get all the eggs into the carton. I need to flip the eggs. Like right now. Like, what's up with all these butters? Like, do we really need all this stuff here? Let's turn the stove off. Yeah. little brown on the other side, but it's okay. These are not fully toast. Grab my vitamins. Yep. There. Perfect. Fuck. Made too much mess there. Wow, it is real. It was. Keep that like that. We're gonna go ahead and like I said, this is, I kind of messed up with the eggs a bit, but it's all good. Still delicious regardless. Split down the middle. Cleaning and packing and purging and cleaning, cleaning and packing and purging and cleaning. It's been a while since we listened to pick up and kill it and kill it and kill it, pick up and kill it and kill it and kill it. Maddie and Justina. Yep. Pick up and kill it and kill it and kill it. Pick up and kill it and kill it and kill it. Pick up and kill it and kill it and kill it. Pick up and kill it and kill it and kill it. Who knows, we might be watching that. Pick up and kill it and kill it and kill it. Pick up and kill it and kill it and kill it. tackle taking something out one more time. Ooh, the room is so nice. It's so fresh. Man, it's so good. Minus 40. Here we are. Okay. Leave it open. It's fine. Where's your hot chocolate? Don't need it. What do you mean you don't need it? Don't need it. Don't need it. Wild thoughts. Ooh. Cool. All right. I'll move the microphone away from my mouth. Now I know it's working. Not bad. true. Final Fantasy 13. What's on the track list? What do we got? Ooh, Blinded by Light. Saber's Edge. March of the Dreadnoughts. That's good. It's about 30 minutes. I'm digging the music, but I gotta find the other. Wow, I saved a lot of music. Hold on. I'm going to play Final Fantasy IX for a moment. Final Fantasy IX just hits so differently. Okay, that was fun. That was. I just wanted to check something on that track. Love it. So this is called Blinded Light. It should be still Blinded Light. Yeah, Blinded by Light. Oops. I would actually play through 13 again. It's a really good... The beginning of the game is kind of slow, but it picks up throughout the game. You know what's weird too? I picked up an Xbox 360 just for Final Fantasy 13. It was the weirdest thing I did. Because there was a lightning faceplate at an... Like, when the because I had pre-ordered. I'm gonna pause this for a moment. So I pre-ordered Final Fantasy 13 with the Xbox because it was gonna come with a faceplate, and it had a lightning. I still have the Xbox 360, if I'm not mistaken. It's in a box, and it had the lightning like faceplate because those faceplates were super rare, and there was only two coming to the store, mine and someone else's. So, of course, I when did 13 come out? Oh, this was during the time when was I working? Yeah, I was working. I had an afternoon shift. I went to the store and early in the morning thinking that the shipment is coming. And the guy who was working at the store at the time, he enjoyed my company because like it was at the mall that has basically nothing now. And they it was at the first location. That was my very first job I ever had, by the way. I was 15 years old when I got to work there, and yeah. Anyways, so the guy, he pulled the box, came at like I think 11 or 12. I was in the store at 10, so I spent like 2.5 hours chatting with the dude because there's nobody, no other customers. It was like a Tuesday morning. This is like way, way, way even before COVID was even a thing. So there was no such thing as working from home, like, or working from home wasn't like a thing per se. People probably did it, but it wasn't really a thing. So people, like, the malls were like empty on a Tuesday, and if you were going to the mall, you had a specific reason to be there. So it popped up, like the UPS guy. I think it was it was the FedEx guy. He came in with a cargo of stuff, and the guy's like, you're gonna have to give me maybe like 30-40 minutes for me to like plow through this stuff. And I'm like, okay, I'm not in any rush. So, he took some time to get through it, and he found the Xbox with my name on it, like the pre-order for Orion, and the faceplate was there. I'm like, oh my god, I was the happiest. I was super excited. I think the Xbox was like $299, Xbox 360, and I went home that day. I set up my Xbox account, and off to the races. And I played through 13 because apparently the PS3 version was not optimized. It played like shit compared to the Xbox 360 version. The 360 version looked better as well. It had faster frame rates. And that's probably the reason, and that was the reason why I went with the Xbox 360 version, but I remember. So that's why, like, when I listen to Final Fantasy 13, memories like that pops up. Of, like, when I went to the store to get Final Fantasy 13 with the Xbox 360. It's wild. And then I used to have my Xbox 360 over there, right where the tripod is, but the TV, the projector TV used to be over there. Man, this room has changed a lot. It's transformed. Like, this wasn't here back then, this bunk bed. I'm grateful for it, for its utility of being a workout companion. But, yeah. So much has changed. It's crazy. Like, I was never ever going out through this door, ever. Like, you would never catch me opening this door. It was very rare. Like, there was a wooden table here back then. I needed space to do my playouts, and I had the table here too. And I was like, fuck this, I'm gonna dismantle the table. Why do I have the tables? And there was another table in here too. It opened up so much room. And then of course there was 3 chairs in here. And I was like, nah, we need to move one of these chairs out of here. I wonder what they're going to do with that chair downstairs. I could technically bring it back and swap it with that one, but I don't really want to do that. I like the single chair. It might just have to be thrown out. These are technically considered old, like they're very relic kind of things. They're not modernized. It's crazy how I used to think that I could never make YouTube videos in here. I used to think like, oh man, I have to go outside and like film because if I talk about things, people are gonna just like call me out in this house. I don't even give a fuck now. I say whatever I want. I have to overcome all that. Tribulations. Here's to more water now. So far, it looks like the app is good. I just need to see somebody else send a text. Oh, sister was here. I didn't even realize that. I thought about her. See, this is the reason why I have to pay attention to the screen. I didn't even realize that you were there. My bad. I'm gonna message her on Discord quickly. Let me just quickly give her a shout on Discord. My bad. I was forced to use a new app to stream to YouTube just at my microphone. Yeah, I'm gonna have to pay attention to the chat. See, this is why I wish the you know they had the. See, this is why I wish the I wish they had the icons showing up the screen. So this is the flaw of the using that. So I have to like monitor my chat. I need another device.
got a friend in me. You got a friend in me. You got trouble, and I got them too. There isn't anything we wouldn't do.
Wait. Isn't that Kingdom Hearts? It's fucking Kingdom Hearts, isn't it?
You got a friend in
Da-da-da-da, da-da-da.
me. You got a friend in me. You got trouble, and I got them too. There isn't anything we wouldn't do for you.
All right, what do we got?
I was revealed a plan of what's going to happen next. So I can't say it, but I'm telling you, I know what's going to happen next. So I instructed her. We have a bunch of booklets coming out that when they come out, just trust me. You need to know what's in there. I don't care if you have to just take them. Don't steal them. I'll give them to you. But these are things that are strategic. I know what they have planned. What I told her is how much metal you have in your body will affect you when this thing happens. It has to do with frequency.
Yep.
Okay, so that I stay safe and I can come back and I stay alive, I want to tell you something. I will give you a hint of what he showed me. It's going to happen. And you have to get rid of these metals in your body. And I know exactly how to do it very easily. If you want to do it fast and quick, it would be green drinks. Anything green. And, you know, the whole fiber thing and all that. I know. But what I'm saying is there's something with chlorophyll that has to do with it matches. It's very close to your blood in its structure. That's all I'm going to say. Okay, so you have to have a carrier that will grab things and take them out of your body, okay? That's why I wanted her to speak to you about this. So, if you want to know what's going to happen, and it could happen tomorrow, it could happen, but they're going to say it's something else. You're going to have to do your own thinking about this. I don't want to get in trouble. But just stick a piece of foil in a microwave and picture that in your body. And now you know the devil's plan. Because you can't see a microwave. You can see the results of it when it's present. And you know to not put foil in the microwave because you just do it once. And then you have a fireworks show that the neighbors talk about coming from your microwave. Are you listening to me? Because frequencies affect different things. And if something is coming,
It's true.
that is intentional, if it hits something that stops it, then it starts to heat up because of resistance. If it can't flow through you, then it starts to cook. And that's what I saw. It's pending.
So regarding this, he's right about things like that. About Alexa, what are certain metals that are safe for us to have in our body?
From mayoclinic.org. Your body absorbs more iron from meat than it does from other sources, so red meat, pork and poultry are good choices if you're trying to increase your iron.
Alright, so that's that.
If there were only 4 astronauts on the Artemis mission, then who was filming this video? And who directed the camera towards the Earth like that? Isn't that concerning? If there were only 4 astronauts on the Artemis mission, then who was filming this video? And who directed the camera towards the Earth like that? Isn't that concerning? If there were only 4 astronauts on the Artemis mission, then who was filming this video? And who directed the camera towards the Earth like that? Isn't that concerning? If there were only 4 astronauts on the Artemis mission, then who was filming this video? And who directed the camera towards the Earth like that?
It's a good question.
If there were only 4 astronauts on the Artemis mission, then who was filming this video? And who directed the camera towards the Earth like that? Isn't that concerning? If there were only 4 astronauts on the Artemis mission, then who was filming this video? And who directed the camera towards the Earth like that? Isn't that concerning? If there were only 4 astronauts on the Artemis mission, then who was filming this video? And who directed the camera towards the Earth like that? Isn't that concerning? If there were only 4 astronauts on the Artemis mission, then who was filming this video? And who directed the camera towards the Earth like that? Isn't that concerning? If there were only 4 astronauts on the Artemis mission, then who was filming this video? And who directed the camera towards the Earth like that? Isn't that concerning? If there were only 4 astronauts on the Artemis mission, then
God made you look younger because you're going to be a household name later.
You damn right I'm gonna be a household name later on. You best believe that.
Hey everyone, Mr. Sujano here, your source for gaming tech, emulation, and open source news. Let's get started.
He's back.
Alright, to kick things off, we're talking about PlayStation 1 emulation on PC with DuckStation, and DuckStation just got a brand new update. Now it is worth noting that DuckStation is on a rolling release, so it gets updated quite frequently, and with this update there's a number of fixes, optimizations, and tweaks here. Specifically around retro achievements. So they say don't display empty pinned achievements without progress, allow unpinning of achievements with empty progress, store pinned achievements sorted, display a warning when spectator encore mode is enabled, and even more. And speaking about fixes and tweaks and optimizations, next up we're talking about Nintendo 3DS emulation with Tanuki 3DS. And Tanuki 3DS just got a brand new update as well. So at the time of filming, Tanuki 3DS version 0.5.1 is the latest and greatest update. They say here fix shadow map precision, implement procedural texture unit, and implement depth buffer reading, allowing outlines in Pokemon games. And speaking about implementing stuff, next up we're talking about PlayStation emulation again, this time with Star PSX. And Star PSX just got an update to version 0.8.0. And this one is a pretty big update. They've added SPU support. Now you can hear sounds. There's performance improvements across the board. And lots more CD-ROM improvements. A lot of games run now. And continuing to talk about implementing new stuff. Next up, we're talking about Windows game emulation on Mac with GameHub. Now we talked about this one a while back when GameHub and GameSir teased it, and now it's finally here.
Oh wow.
In beta. So anyways, there's a brand new YouTube teaser video titled Mac, Game On, GameHub for Mac, beta testing now open. Arguably here, this is a big step forward for Mac gaming, but I'm hoping that they don't take their foot off the gas for Android stuff. I want to say the Android audience is a bigger audience, but maybe that's a hot take.
Exactly.
Maybe it's not. Anyways, if you are interested in this one, the description of this video has some very interesting information, especially regarding their Discord, where you can join the beta testing. If you are interested and wanted to learn more about it, like everything we talk about, links are within the GitHub link in the bottom of the description below. And
I don't have my
about
sources.
Windows stuff, kinda, I mean, same company. Next up, we're talking about Xbox. And it is being reported that there may be an Xbox showcase next week, with Metro 2039 being revealed. Now, sometimes where there's smoke, there's fire. There's also a couple of videos that popped up on YouTube that may have showcased some upcoming Metro 2039 gameplay that, in my opinion, looks a little bit rough. So I'm not necessarily sure if these are real clips or not. DSO Gaming has a full article on it, and they also doubt it as well. But if you're interested in learning more about that and possibly getting some spoilers if the trailers and clips turn out to be real, well, you know where the links are. And continuing to talk about Xbox stuff and rumors, next up we're talking about Fable. And if you were looking forward to Fable soon, you might be disappointed with this latest rumor. It's being rumored that Fable's reboot may be internally delayed and could release later this year or potentially fall into 2027. And part of that delay may be Grand Theft Auto 6. Now this information comes from well-known insider Jeff Grubb. And Jeff says apparently they're still trying to get it out this year, but they are worried about the launch of Grand Theft Auto 6. And so if it's getting delayed beyond the release of Grand Theft Auto 6, that could push it into December, which might make it a prime candidate to get delayed into 2027. Let me know your thoughts about that one in the comments below. I mean, it's no secret that a lot of developers out there are thinking that GTA 6 is going to dominate the game market.
Of course it is.
And if it's releasing in December, I would argue if GTA 6 is very well received, which it probably will be, December will be another hot month for Grand Theft Auto 6 right around the holiday season. And it might make sense to push it into 2027, especially if they've got a lot riding on this game. And I would also argue it's a great time for them to work on the game even further to optimize it and make it even better. However, there's a big however here. If GTA 6 gets delayed, that kind of screws up everyone else. I mean, if that's the case, then they've just tried to delay the game for absolutely nothing, and there are already rumors out there that GTA 6 will be delayed or might be delayed. Really curious to hear your thoughts on this one. I mean, I would probably not pick up Fable right out of the gate if I was picking up GTA 6 right out of the gate, because that's probably going to be a huge time sink, and, well, I've only got so many hours in a day. And speaking about Grand Theft Auto 6 and Rockstar, next up we're talking about hacking and GTA 6 and Rockstar. And it turns out Rockstar has been hacked, and they've owned up to being hacked here, but they've said the data the hackers took is not really important. So IGN has a full article on the matter, and I would recommend checking it out. And Rockstar provided this statement to IGN. We can confirm that a limited amount of non-material company information was accessed in connection with a third-party data breach. This incident has no impact on our organization or our players. I'm not going to lie here. I'm really curious to see what happens moving forward, because I guess the hacker group here, Shiny Hunters, has given Rockstar a deadline of April 14th to pay up or the data will be released. And if they've got important data, I guess we'll know on April 14th. And speaking about hackers, next up we're talking about Denuvo and Resident Evil Requiem, and it's being reported up on DSO Gaming here that Resident Evil Requiem's Denuvo has been cracked in record time. So Resident Evil Requiem hasn't even been out for 2 months yet. I've got no idea how long Capcom intended to have Denuvo on Resident Evil Requiem for, but this may accelerate the process to remove it if it's already been
premium
cracked.
Upgrade.
Very curious to see what happens moving forward here, but I think DSO Gaming rightfully points out this is a huge blow to Denuvo. I mean, the fact that Denuvo is now being cracked so quickly might make them rethink and retool how Denuvo works. Now, I have seen a couple of comparisons about frame rates and performance with Denuvo and without Denuvo, and DSO Gaming again rightfully points out here that these cracks are bypassing the anti-tamper tech, and Denuvo is still running in the background. So technically, bypassing this really isn't removing Denuvo. It's bypassing it, and there shouldn't really be any difference in performance.
What's the specs you need for this
game?
At
the same time, there's still that bypassing of Denuvo, which is the big thing. Next up, we're switching from software to hardware and talking about Neo Geo. And Time Extension has this article up that's piqued my attention. Hopes of Neo Geo hardware revival triggered by ESRB rating. I guess the ESRB rating is now deleted, but there may be a new Neo Geo console or piece of hardware on the way. We're going to have to wait to see exactly what it is. I'm not getting my hopes up in terms of something super awesome, but at the same time, who knows? I mean, I've been surprised before. I am curious to hear your speculations on what you think it might be. I mean, my guess here is it's going to be something similar to like this mini arcade cabinet, which is I would say this is more of a novelty than a necessity. That might be a hot take, but I don't think so. There is some speculation that it might be a mini AES. And if that's the case, I would be really curious to see what games are included on it. Either way here, we're going to have to wait and see, but it does seem that Neo Geo is up to something. And speaking about being up to something and cool stuff, next up here, we're talking about Cave Story. And if you've never played Cave Story before, I highly, highly recommend checking it out. I think it's a phenomenal game, and it's available for a whole bunch of different systems with a whole bunch of different versions of it, I'll say. Anyways, here, out of nowhere, Cave Story Plus got a massive update. So this announcement is right up on Steam here, and listen to this. Cave Story Plus Update 2026, now with mod support. If that was just it, I mean, that being it, hard stop. That is right up my alley. Maybe it's up yours. Taking a look at it, though, there's even more here. They say the massive Cave Story Steam update today adds a ton of new features and upgrades, including 2-player mode, mod support, enhanced visuals, and much more. So they go on to say here, there's enhanced dynamic lighting and water effects, improved environment shading, widescreen support, and more. And also the addition of animated dialogue portraits for all characters. For audio stuff, they say here there's a total of 4 different versions of the game's iconic soundtrack to choose from, as well as a new jukebox feature. On top of that, because yes, there's even more, they've added a sandpit challenge level to the game's bonus challenge mode, and even more. I mean, I
Fuck.
don't know about you, but I haven't played Cave Story in a hot minute, and this is going to make me jump right back into the game, and I'm really looking forward to it. I mean, this is right up my alley. It's probably up yours as well, and this just absolutely insane. This looks amazing for the game overall, and I think this is going to breathe a whole lot of new life into it. And speaking about breathing new life into stuff, next up we're talking about Stop Killing Games. And Stop Killing Games, I don't think life was ever taken out of it. It just keeps pushing forward. And Stop Killing Games, the initiative, seems to have made some pretty huge strides forward. Listen to this. This is up on Rock Paper Shotgun. Stop Killing Games throw weight behind California bill that would force companies to either keep games working independently after server shutdowns or issue refunds. So from my understanding, the bill is AB 1921 Protect Our Games Act, requires companies that sell server-connected video games to notify consumers before ending support and to provide clear information about how the game will function once it reaches end of life. The bill also prohibits companies from selling the game within 2 months of its end-of-life date and requires them to either replace the game or provide a plan allowing users to continue running it after support ends. I am really curious to see what happens moving forward here and how long it takes for this stuff to be reviewed and actioned on and whether or not it's going to be approved or not. But at the same time, I would say that Stop Killing Games has a ton of momentum behind it, and it hasn't slowed down. Let me know your thoughts on this one, and again, if you're interested in learning more about everything, you know where the links are. And speaking about momentum, next up here we're talking about Linux, and Linux has just released kernel 7.0. This introduces a bunch of fixes, improvements, and support for brand new hardware, and even more. It is still fairly fresh, and it's probably going to take distros a little bit to adopt new kernels. But at the same time here, Linux continues to make progress in leaps and bounds. And speaking about making improvements in leaps and bounds, next up we're talking about PlayStation 3 emulation with RPCS3.
Surprise,
Because
surprise.
why wouldn't we? The development team is completely on fire. They don't know how to slow down. And
No,
I'm
they
not
do not.
complaining. I am all here for it. They've got a brand new announcement up on Twitter that I think a lot of people are going to be excited about. They say here, RPCS3 now supports loading encrypted ISO games. Yes, you heard that correctly. And they go on to say here, all you need is to dump your disk as an encrypted ISO as well as the disk decryption key and place both in the same folder thanks to the work from Digant73. But wait, there's more, because of course there is. They go on to say here, you can now reorder RPCS3 game list columns as you see fit. And I would say that's a nice quality of life improvement. And speaking about improvements, next up here we're talking about GameCube and Wii emulation with Dolphin. And listen to this from Filippo Tarpini. They say me and Superman 9 have been adding HDR rendering to Dolphin. I've already added HDR output a while ago, but this time we upgraded the emulator graphics logic. In simple terms, 255 isn't the upper limit anymore. It can go above. So yeah, let me know your thoughts on this one, because taking a look at the images here, and Dolphin is looking really beautiful, at least in my opinion. And speaking about looking better, looking good on a new system. Next up here, we're talking about Dream Potato, which is a Dreamcast VMU emulator, currently in beta. And Dream Potato version 0.3.0 just released and got a Mac release. They say here, Mac release is now available for download. Its code is signed and notarized, so should be easy to get it running. Linux release is now an app image. Both Mac and Linux now write user data, config save states, etc. to conventional folders instead of inline with the executable. And these are pretty good improvements overall. And speaking about looking better, next up we might be talking about the exact opposite. And we're talking about Nintendo, who is probably not happy that this has happened, but it's being reported in a bunch of different areas now, and this one's up on Gaming Leaks and Rumors. I guess Tomodachi Life, Living the Dream, has been leaked. The game has not released yet, but it seems the game is out there already. Now, based on my understanding here, it's not the demo that has leaked, it's the entire game. And taking a look, the game is set to release on April 16th. And also from my understanding and taking a look at some of the reports online, it does seem that this game already works within certain Switch emulators. Now, arguably here, I think we're going to start seeing this less and less as there are no current Switch 2
Aliens
emulators
are out there,
Switch 2
and
is
they're
the next
far smarter
system
than
here,
us.
and there
Of course they
more
are.
and more Switch 2
Duh.
exclusives. We'll have to wait and see on that one, but realistically here, in terms of games leaking early from Nintendo, I would say this may be one of the last ones. Could be wrong with that one, though. But anyways, that is all I've got for you in this one. Straight to the point.
All stuff and no fluff.
There was no video yesterday, which is an oddity for this channel. I was in transit and I got home and I was a little bit under the weather. Still a little bit under the weather, if you couldn't tell. I'm still fighting through a cold here. But at the same time, the news doesn't stop and I try not to either. We talked about a bunch. Feel free to let me know about anything we talked about in the comments below. If you like this video, leave a like.
If you didn't like this video, leave a like. Hit that subscribe button. Check out my other videos. Don't tempt fate. Save your state. See how good we're getting at that? It's so awesome. We're getting so good at mimicking him. Well, Ryan, that's not nice, you know, to do that. That's fine. I do what I want. Cosmic hierarchy. If you didn't like this video, leave a like. Hit that subscribe button. The most dangerous man is the one who...
The most dangerous man you will ever meet is the one who healed alone. I'm not talking
Hell
about
yeah.
violence, rage, or chaos. I'm talking about a man who has been shattered by life and then chose to rebuild himself piece by piece with his own hands. This is the man who walked through experiences that stripped him down to nothing, who faced truths that most people spend their whole life avoiding. He saw the world without the fillers, without the illusions, without the comforting lies that protect the weak from reality. He's the man who hit his rock bottom hard enough to leave him unrecognizable and still found the strength to rise anyway. He's the one who discovered the brutal truth most people never learn. When everything falls apart, when everyone disappears, when the world goes silent, the only person who you can never abandon is himself. And that changes a man, that reshapes him, that hardens him in all the right places. A man who has faced his darkest night alone develops a level of clarity and self-trust that can't be taught. You learn that just by doing it. He doesn't fear being alone. He understands its value. He doesn't seek approval. He outgrew the need for it. He does not chase people. He knows that anybody that is meant to stay will stay without force. When a man has been broken and rebuilt, his power stops coming from who stands beside him and starts coming from who he became when nobody else did. That's why he's dangerous. Not to people, but to anything or anyone that tries to take him back to where he used to be. He's not fragile. He is not lost. He is not emotionally shut down. He is extremely intentional. He is unshakably self-reliant, and that is amazing. It's an amazing quality to have. A man like that does not crumble under pressure. He becomes that pressure and leans into that pressure because it doesn't scare him. If you are truly that man, I salute you, because carrying that is not light, and you still show up every single day. That deserves respect. Keep going. What you're doing matters more than you know.
Hell yeah. Appreciate you. I appreciate that, sister.
Iran has...
This is all about war. War, war, war. All right. Not bad. I'm digging this look, but we'll see. We'll see. We'll see how this gets on. Let's see. Bless you. Do I have water? No, but I have to go get some water. See, this is... Okay, so I got to get used to all of this when I see chat pop up. My phone's stuck at 45%. What the hell's going on? Why are you not going up, Should be going past 45%. Interesting. It's like stuck at 45%. Give me a moment. Cool. I do like that fact that it actually reconnected like that. So we're getting to see how the battery works. Wow. Finally, the phone's charging. It's going up. It's about time. It's about time. I was like, what the hell's going on? Why isn't the phone fully charging yet? Super weird. We getting that fresh air, people. Ugh. Getting that fresh air. All right, let me see what's going on with this Iran thing.
Iran has figured out that we can't beat them. We're not weakening Iran. We have strengthened Iran. And we can't stop their drone attacks. And what you're seeing is far more chaotic decision making is happening in the White House than is happening in the government of Iran. And it's evidence Trump is losing power.
So when I looked through the response to the last conversation, the audience had lots of different types of questions. Like, there's 90 odd million people stuck right in the heart of this that often don't really have a voice. What do you think happens next for them? And what is Israel's role in this?
Well, Israel's playing two roles here that have not helped us correctly assess the situation. And we'll talk about that.
And then what do you think happens with Europe?
NATO is, for all practical purposes, dead.
And what happens next?
So for 21 years, I laid out what a hypothetical bombing
How long is
campaign
the video?
on would look like. And when I was here last time, every single thing we talked about unfolded in the first several weeks of the war.
So when you did this 21 years of modeling these attacks, how did America come out of this situation?
So there was a consistent set of findings, and America can bomb them, attack them. We could even threaten to murder all 92 million of them. But the bottom line is, that is the real danger for us.
This is super interesting to me. My team give me this report to show me how many of you that watch this show subscribe. And some of you have told us, according to this, that you are unsubscribed from the channel. Significant landmark on this show in terms of a subscriber number. So if there was one simple free thing that you could do to help us, my team, everyone here, to keep this show free, to keep it improving year over year and week over week, it is just to hit that subscribe button and to double check if you've hit it. Only thing I'll ever ask of you. Do we have a deal? If you do it, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll make sure every single week, every single month, we fight harder and harder and harder and harder to bring you the guests and conversations that you want to hear. I've stayed true to that promise since the very beginning of the Diary of a CEO, and I will not let you down. Please help us. Really appreciate it. Let's get on with the show. Professor Robert Pape. Good to see you again.
Great to see you again, Stephen.
It's been 4 weeks since we sat down and talked about everything that was happening in the war, and it's all moved at light speed. You made some predictions then, many of them have come true already, and many of them are still unfolding, but I wanted to get you back to talk about what the hell is going on. And I think that's kind of how I started last conversation, but there's so much that's being said, and I get the sense that there's a truth that sits underneath there somewhere. Because when you look at what the Iranians are saying, when you look at what the Israelis are saying, when you look at what Trump and America are saying, and then you look at reality, at some level I feel like we're not being told the truth. My first question to you, Professor,
You think?
is who are you, and who are you to speak on this subject matter?
I am a professor at the University of Chicago. I have been there for 26 years, almost 27 years. And before that,
Your
I was a
experts are not
professor who
your
taught for the US Air
your years
Force.
don't
I
matter.
taught conventional targeting. And I thought I was going to go into the Foreign Service. I wanted to understand how we lost the Vietnam War. And this became the origins of Bombing to Win.
Which is your book I have here in front of me.
That's Bombing to Win. In 1985, I just finished all my classes and I have to pick a topic for my PhD. I wanted to find the book that laid out all the air campaigns and that explained why Vietnam was a loser. Where did that L come from?
When you say air campaigns, for someone that knows nothing about military conflict, what do you mean by air campaigns?
What I mean with an air campaign is when you have military aircraft who are not just doing a single raid, bombing one target one day, but doing a campaign over days, weeks, months, in the case of Vietnam, over years.
And you wanted to figure out why countries that do these military campaigns, which is pretty much what's going on now in the Middle East, why they don't tend to win.
Why they don't win when they're so strong. Why is it
I gotta pay attention to the chat.
when a strong power really gets its act together, it's not careless, it's really thinking hard, it then applies this force, a campaign over time, and comes out a loser.
And you modeled for 20 years a war with Iran versus the United States?
That's exactly right. I imagined in class for 90 minutes, I laid out what a hypothetical bombing campaign of Iran would look like, starting with the bombing of its nuclear enrichment sites. There's multiple sites. There's Fordow, which is an industrial enrichment where there are centrifuges. There's Natanz, also centrifuges. There's Esifon, where you have gasification of the ore so you can make the centrifuges more efficient. So it's not just one target. There's a whole target set, a complex of targets. And so what I would do is I would lay out, here are the aircraft that could be used. Here are the likely results at a tactical level. Yes, just for context, so we're looking at a map of Iran, and we're looking at the Persian Gulf, and Iran, of course, is to the east of the Persian Gulf, and Tehran is up to the north middle. Right in the middle are a whole series of these nuclear sites. You have Sagand, which is where the uranium ore actually comes from. They don't have to bring in ore. They have plenty of ore. But the ore has to be distilled so that you can get the tiny bits of uranium-235 you need for enriching the uranium for either nuclear reactors or bomb-grade uranium. That's first done at Esifon to gasify the ore.
Why
so
we
that
need to
when
do
it
all this is
spins in the centrifuge
this
facilities
stuff
at
has to
Natanz
stop.
and Fordow, you can get the purity of the uranium-235. That's what we're talking about here when we say it's enriched.
So when you did this 21 years of modeling these attacks, how did the model show America came out of this situation?
There was a consistent set of findings you just couldn't ignore, Stephen, which is our bombers would always be able to destroy the target, the industrial facility that was enriching the uranium. The problem always was, no matter which year we did this, you wouldn't be able to destroy the enriched material, the actual gold. So if you're panning for gold, you see what I mean, and you've got the gold, you can destroy the pan, you can even destroy the river, you can't get the gold.
So let me repeat that back to you in layman's terms, and you tell me if I'm correct. So they could bomb these sites where they're making the enriched uranium, but it wouldn't destroy the enriched uranium, it would just put it underneath a bunch of rubble.
That's right.
So you can bomb it, but you're basically just kicking the can down the road, because at some point they can go back and get it, it's undamaged, and then they can carry on their process.
That's right. And Stephen, they might even anticipate the bombs coming because they might get some indications, we're building up, and then disperse in advance.
And at the end of last year, they did Operation Midnight Hammer, where they bombed the sites.
So,
with the
a couple things. I chose to watch this not for being informed. I chose to watch this so I can listen in on all the bullshit tactics that humans are doing on the planet to hurt each other. I don't care about who's doing what to who. I care about how they are basically fucking themselves over by screwing each other over, by hurting each other for no reason. And that shit needs to stop. That's the reason why I'm choosing to listen to this. Nothing more. I'm not looking at this because of drama. I'm not looking at this because I am bored out of my mind. I'm looking at this to understand why. Why did it come to be? And why are they screwing each other over? And you know what it comes down to? A war of words, of misunderstandings. That's what this all comes down to. A bunch of misunderstandings. Anyways, back to what I was saying. So it's it's similar to a video that Danny sent me about, well, who was filming in the ISS? Like who's controlling the ISS, or not the ISS, the camera in the spaceship, right? Because there's still a lot of people who are looking to disprove that they went to the moon. Honestly, I don't care if they went to the moon or they didn't went to the moon. All I care about is that they did one thing. They started to instill faith and hope and belief into humanity again. Because what I saw was a bunch of humans starting to reconnect with their human aspect of themselves and not getting all sucked into this idea of like separatism. Sure, let's go with it. So similar to that, this is what this is doing, creating more dividing. Right? That's why I said yesterday, and for my American brothers and sisters, remember I am American as well. Listen carefully. When I said this yesterday, I said that it seems to me that America only thinks that America exists and everyone else doesn't exist. Like, we're completely like non-existent in the world. Doesn't make any sense. And that's not all Americans. Let me just emphasize that. There's this idea that America is the only country that exists in the world and that the rest of the world doesn't exist. And I remember walking into a school in New York, my cousin's school, and they only had the American map. They didn't have the world map, which is fascinating because I've noticed that majority of American schools only have the American map. They don't have the world's map. It's as if y'all have been indoctrinated into believing that the world is only America. So, and then of course the rest of the world funnels their attention to America, right? There are 195 countries in the world. America is just one of 195. However, due to that fact, that feels like there created some separation. So if you're not American, then you're not worth someone's time, right? Like, amazing things are happening all over the world in different parts. And this is why, like, all of this is not compartmentalized. This is all interconnected, from Olympics and competing with each other and fighting one another in sports. It's not for just, they say there has to be a winner and a loser. Everybody's a winner, but like when you look at the sport, right? Most of them are not playing to have fun. They're playing to beat. Sports is doing two things: creating unity and separation all in the same moment. Us versus them. Right? It's not just, hey, we're playing a game together. It's our team and it's your team, but it's one team, but we're just having fun together. It's like a bunch of friends, right, going to the baseball diamond or a basketball court and like, okay, guys, today I want to play with y'all. Tomorrow I'm going to play with you all. And like you kind of like switch it up, you know what I'm saying? But because you're assigned to a team, you have now been identified as like, it's my team versus your team versus it's us versus you, or it's we versus them. And it may not seem like anything. It may seem small, but that little small thing has created all kinds of separation on the planet. And because of that separation on the planet, it's starting to make its way into other aspects of reality. Nothing's compartmentalized, everything's interconnected. I went through a journey of interconnectedness back in 2023, and I can see it fully playing out right now. That's why I'm choosing to listen to this. Whenever I listen to people talk and they share their things, like, I have my own perspectives, of course. I'm not attacking them, but I will give correction if necessary. Because most people, when they're talking, they're obfuscating what just is. It's right here, right now. That's all you need to know. If everybody knew that it just is, Trina's doing the work right now with her clients, and a lot of those people are starting to make the impact in their people. With her sessions that she's doing, a lot of people's minds are stopping. Not stopping from not thinking, but not stopping by not overthinking and overanalyzing and identifying with this. They're getting their minds to just be right here, right now, with God in this moment. And when everybody can finally understand this simple but very profound concept of being right here, right now, everything just stops. Like all the problems just disappear. But because the mind can create anything, and every belief does exist, it exists in the mental realm. All things exist. It's not just one thing, it's all things. If you, like I said, if you believe it's a dude in the sky with a book in his hand, waiting to judge your ass at the end of life, you're going to create that dude. If you believe it's a dude with a pitchfork and a spiked tail and pointy ears and he's red, and he's got like a evil looking mustache, and guess what? You're creating that person too. If you believe there are demons in the corner and they're clawing at you and they're going to claw you to death when you die, and you'll create them. But the same is true. If you believe that there's, a loving force that is going to love you for the rest of your time and life is just flowing and fun and freeing, you will create that. You will also create a crystal shiny glowing hand like mine that took your soul, and then you'll believe that it's a crystal shiny glowy hand. That'll be created too. If you believe it's some angels with wings, they are created. Now, can angels come and save a baby if they're about to fall off the edge of a building? Now, very morbid example, as Nero would say. Or a toddler running into the street will unless the car can see the toddler, but like, is an angel going to come and save that baby? The force of sending the baby or the toddler flying it's not going to be saved. Because the universe is impartial. It just is. This is why I'm so itching. I'm itching to get out there and reach the masses. But of course, I have to do it in a more kinder way when necessary. But there's going to be times where I have to like smack dab, not care what anybody thinks. If you don't like what I have to say, I'm not here to please you. I'm here to mirror back to you, and you will do it yourself. I am not here to be someone's savior, a teacher, a messiah, a god. Well, a guide, yes, but not a teacher, not some messiah, not a savior, not a hero. I came here to serve as a mirror, to reflect back aspects of who you already are through this consciousness that's dwelling with this vessel. Because every one of you is me, and everything that this vessel and character and consciousness is saying, you have it too. In fact, it's right here, right now. And the moment I say something, you already have it now. The only thing that's stopping you is this. This is getting in the way.
these incredible...
Exactly as we did in class. Literally,
Let's see.
I had just modeled it for the students 3 weeks before, and almost exactly the platforms. I mean, on the B2s, the Moab. I mean, every single thing we talked about, it unfolded just as we had modeled in class.
So what is going on now? I want you to help me cut through all of this noise and all of this propaganda.
What's going on now is we're not weakening Iran in a sense where Iran will be weaker a year from now, 2 years from now. We have strengthened Iran, and we're strengthening Iran in multiple ways. So far, we've just been talking about bombs on target. My real specialty, Stephen, is the interaction.
So Stephen was saying, help me to understand and cut through the noise and the propaganda. He himself is technically doing that, because majority of the things which you're listening to is just a conversation. They're not here to help you in any particular way. Not all of them, of course. Some are just here to just showboat, sell their books, so that you can get into their courses and their programs. Like Stephen, he'll keep, throughout his video, he'll keep using his he'll advertise. Nothing wrong with that. Sell yourself. If you want to work with me one-on-one, link in the description. But he himself also is creating more noise. Because if it isn't just is, it's noise, just so you know. There's one truth in reality. And it's funny how Nero yesterday, he kind of backtracked himself. He says, there are no truths in reality except for what the subconscious mind entertains as truth. But then I heard him slip. He's like, actually, there is a few truths in reality. So something recently shifted with him. And I caught it. I'm like, interesting. Interesting that now you're saying that there's a few truths in reality, except for, because there is one truth. You know what that truth is? It just is. Get rid of all the concepts, get rid of all the beliefs, get rid of all the thoughts, get rid of all the humans, get rid of all of everything. What is left? It just is. You, me, let's say, for example, there is no human on the planet except for you left. Nobody. Everybody's gone, but you. What is left? You have no more beliefs about anything because there's no other beliefs to contain with. There's no other human to have contrast with. It just is. You're gonna have contrast with the animals, but it just is. Nobody's gonna be fighting you. Nobody's gonna be hurting you. The animals may come and eat you and stuff, depending on the type of animal, but it just is, unless they start to evolve, like a lion starts thinking for itself, and they start to become dominant, and they start standing on their hind legs, and they start walking like humans, and they start to talk like humans. But as it stands, we're the only ones that can actually think. So you get rid of even thinking. What is left? It just is. Does animals think about things? No, they just are. Do they think about the past? No, but they have experience because of the memories within their cells to instigate the feeling of being attacked. So they go into hyper defense mode, but they are uber present. Dogs, cats, insert your pet, the type of pet. They focus on the now. There is no past, future. We're the only one that creates this fake ass paradigm. So you remove every human, remove me, remove everyone from your existence, and it's just you. What is left? It just fucking is. That's the truth. And in that truth is wrapped with all the other truths. God is right there, right now, in that moment. You have everything at your disposal from within. Everything exists in the mental and spiritual realm, waiting for you to feel it fully and entertain that it is real and true in the mental and the spiritual, so that you can have it in the physical. That's also true. But like what I said, whatever you choose to entertain as your current beliefs, that is what is true and real for you. That is what you will bring forth. If you believe that that humans are awful and vile, then humans are awful and vile. If you believe humans are amazing and wonderful, then they're amazing and wonderful. The choice is yours. That is why you were given free will. Otherwise, your free will would have been thrown out the door, and it would all just be, everybody will be thinking the same thing or be doing the same thing. And that's the reason why itself had us have free will, so that we can have our own name, our own personal identity, not be attached to it, but just to be known as the person in the world to go and do the thing that you want to do. That is why you have free will. And as you walk through free will, it also has a destined path. And whatever you choose, there's always a destined end to it. And then if you choose to shift, there's another new destined end. It's like multiple paths, but each path has an ending point to it. And that ending point becomes a new starting point to your new ending point. That's a bar. Write that down. Doesn't mean you're never going to suffer again? No. Doesn't mean you're never going to get mad again? No. Doesn't mean you're never going to get agitated or frustrated again? No. It just allows you to start to navigate the world easier. You have the tools. It's like going into battle with an actual sword versus going into battle with no sword. You can still fight with no sword, but it's going to be a lot harder. But when you get into battle with a sword, you'll make things a lot easier for yourself. See the difference? You can go fight hand to hand. You can do great, but or maybe the sword is actually the limitation, and actually you going hand to hand is actually the true freeing, like you probably can beat up people. Well, we're not beating up people here, but maybe you get into a fight, you're in like a battle, and you're able to use your fist faster than the sword. But we're using the metaphor of not having a weapon. Not having a weapon makes it a lot more challenging, generally speaking. Unless, of course, you're Goku or you're Naruto or Ichigo, and you can fly up in the air and use like Kamehameha or something. Anyways, so when Steven says, help me cut through the noise and the propaganda, you don't even realize that even your podcast is a bunch of noise and propaganda. Because everything just is. But because humans are not, they're wired for conflict. They need a problem to solve so that they can feel like they have something worth fighting for. Otherwise, it feels like their life is meaningless. Your life is not meaningless. You have plenty to strive for, not fight for, but strive for. That's another bar. You just have to figure out what that is. What is it? What is it? For me, I came here to finish what Jesus started. And I can confidently say that. I'm on his level. I'm at Jesus' level, Krishna's level, Buddha's level. But guess what? Every one of you are as well too. You just forgot that. And I came here to help you all to remember that you have the same level of them. You're at the same level as they are. You just forgot. I have my memories. Most of humans do not have their memories. Only a handful of humans have their memories. And I've run into a couple. But the ones that have their memories, I've also heard they're also obfuscating all this problem too. They're not getting to the point. It just is. It took me a while to even get here, but I trust that they will finally, eventually remember that it just is. That's the answer to everything. It just is. No, Ryan, it can't. If you go to the root of it all, it really is just is. Like I said, get rid of every belief, every thought, every concept, every ideology, every faith, every religion, every indoctrination, every anything else that goes along those lines. Get rid of it. Remove it. Get it off the planet and see what's left. It just is. Hell, let's get rid of words. Get rid of words. Who are you without your words? You can't if you even answer that, you're missing the point, because I just said, who are you without your words? What you should be doing is this. That's what everyone is. It's It just is. Remember that. Now I want a hot chocolate. Because why not? I can make it right now. It just is. Nothing more than that facts. That fact of life. It just is. You break it all down. It just is. Nope. It just is. It just is. This is garbage. It just is. Any sort of obfuscation, it just is. Wow, it is very warm. It just is. Green grass, warm day. I dig it. Very good. So far, so good with the live stream. I just have to get used to the chat because the chat is a little funky because of how it's set up. Everything just is. The reason why it doesn't feel like it just is because we created meaning. And meaning creates emotion. But when you change the meaning, you change the emotion. That's a bar. That's a real bar. And I like what our sister said. A man who has healed on his own. By himself when the world broke him. I am that man. I will not be unapologetic anymore. Wait. I will not be apologetic. I will be unapologetic. So you got to be mindful of my words. Almost screwed that up. I will be unapologetically myself. No matter what. Because I choose. I choose it. But Orion, it can't be just is. But it is. You just forgot. Every one of you is playing a human character. You chose to look a certain way. You chose to entertain a certain idea. Do do do. Let's see. All right. Oh, man. I was supposed to go back outside. One sec. It's extraordinary out here. Just it's very nice. Alexa, what's the temperature right now?
Right now, it's 18 degrees Celsius.
18. Let's go. Ooh.
Bombs on target. My real specialty, Stephen, is the interaction of military action and politics. You are not just hitting an industrial target. People in the country, the population, the regime, they're reacting to that politically. And that reaction is tremendously important. And that's what I discovered in my work studying Vietnam in the 1980s, why the bombing campaign was failing, the political reactions by the population often are overwhelming the tactical military effects. So you can hit the target, you can destroy the industrial facilities, and in fact, you can energize the population to work even harder to overcome all that damage. And sometimes they have tremendous geographic advantages. In Vietnam, there was an area called the Ho Chi Minh Trail, which was where the logistics, where the ammo for the Viet Cong guerrilla fighters in the South were getting their ammo. And in the 1960s, we knocked out 80+% of the throughput of that pipeline, of that trail. You know what? It wasn't enough. And we ended up not being able to stop that little itty bitty bit of throughput that still could get through, and incentivize even more to get it through because they knew we couldn't stop it. And that is what fueled the VC and ultimately the Viet Cong, the guerrillas that we were really up against in Vietnam. That is what ultimately bolstered their morale. They knew we couldn't beat them, even though we whittled them down by 80%. We couldn't get that last 15 or 20%. And that was what was energizing their morale.
So how does that apply to what's going on now? In simple terms, what's going on?
Iran has figured out that we can't beat them. That's what's going on, Stephen. They are figuring out that we can't beat them. We can bomb them. We can attack them. We could even threaten to murder all 92 million of them, which is the civilization
92
threat
million?
by President Trump. And the bottom line is that we can't get to that final 10, 20% of drones and missiles. Okay, that Iran has, and it's probably bigger than that we can't knock out. See, we're able to knock out anything that's above ground. If there's a launcher and it's above ground, we can see it. We can see it with satellites. We can see it with other sensors as well. That thing is going to be gone in a few days. And that's what the air campaign that you've watched for 40 days is doing. When Secretary Hegseth or General Kane talk about hitting 11, 12,000 targets, these are targets, almost all of them, that are very clearly visible and above ground. This is true of the Navy ships as well. Well, guess what? The Iranians knew that was always going to be vulnerable. So what they've been doing is they have been not just deeply burying their industrial enrichment facilities, they've been deeply burying their arsenals of drones, deeply burying their arsenals of missiles. And so they are in a position where even though we are unleashing enormous amounts of air power against them, and we are technically superior, we can't stop their drone attacks against the ships in the Strait of Hormuz. They know it. They can use that to their advantage, and boy, are they using it to their advantage enormously.
Yesterday, the Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, did a press conference, and one of the reporters said to him, there's been a ceasefire announced, but it appears that Iran are still attacking neighboring countries. Hegseth's response to the reporter was, Iran would be wise to find a way to get their carrier pigeon to the troops out in remote locations to let them know not to shoot any longer. It can sometimes take time for ceasefires to take hold, which was really alarming to me because it suggests that there is actually not a centralized leadership structure in Iran. And actually, if there's not a centralized leadership structure, how does one negotiate a ceasefire if there's lots of different factions doing lots of different things now? Is that true?
I would say it's probably decentralized. I think he's probably right about that.
I'm trying to figure out who in Iran is negotiating with America and why it doesn't seem to be the case that whoever's negotiating control the fact that people are still firing drones.
Oh, I see. Yeah, decentralization means chaotic and they can't actually make decisions. That's just not the case. The more you move up the chain of command, the more the leader can give pre-delegated orders. If X happens, do Y. Those can hold for hours and days, and that's true in every organization. That's why leaders can go on vacation for a week and come back, and they're worried, of course, when they come back. But the bottom line is that the leaders are setting the strategic direction.
Who is the leader?
Oh, it's definitely the supreme leader, the son of the one we just killed. Oh, without a doubt. I think this idea that he's not there, there's absolutely no evidence of that. Yes, it's decentralized in the sense it's hard to find them, to target them. But by the way, Stephen, I think the reason that we're trying to talk smack about the supreme leader, is he alive, is he dead, is we're trying to goad him into revealing his location so we can kill him. But that's not working. And it's also not stopping Iran from putting out 10 points to Pakistan in the negotiations. It's not stopping Iran from having messages that go through Pakistan to the White House. President Trump is then agreeing to the 10 points that are coming from Iran, you see. And then later on, of course, President Trump is taking it back. But the bottom line is what you're seeing in terms of chaotic decision-making, far more chaotic decision-making is happening in the White House in the United States than is happening in the government of Iran. Their rising power in the region as our power is declining precipitously.
What do you think happens next?
We are at a fork in the road. When I was here last time, I was walking you through the 3 stages of the escalation trap, and you kept pushing me, tell me more, tell me more. I was a little bit reluctant to do that. Well, there is a stage 4.
For anyone that didn't hear that episode, could you give us a one sentence on stage 1?
Yes, stage 1 is America bombs, does leadership change bombing. We hit targets, kill leaders, but the regime actually evolves and is stronger than before. Stage 2 is that then stronger regime lashes back with horizontal escalation and takes the Strait of Hormuz, at least initially takes the Strait of Hormuz. And then stage 3 is that's the ground option to start to take the Strait of Hormuz back. And that's exactly what you saw play out in the first several weeks of the war. Stage 3 was about the Marines. The Marines hadn't even moved yet. And I'm telling you, the Marines are likely going to move. There's going to be movement to ground options in stage 3 here very rapidly in this war. At that point in time, when we had our first discussion, you wanted to push for the future. And I said, no, we need to wait. And the reason, Stephen, is because what you're not seeing with me is throwing random darts at the future. I'm doing risk assessment out about as far as you can have stable predictions. And in war, that usually means 2, 3, 4 weeks. It doesn't mean we can say where we'll be a year from now. Here, though, now that we're in 40 days, we're at a different point. We've clearly passed stage 1. We're past stage 2, where they control the Strait of Hormuz. We've bellied up to stage 3, the ground operations. Now we're at a branch, a fork in the road. There's no way to go back to February 27, which is the pre-war period that many people would love to go back to. I, too, would like to go back to February 27. That's not the future. What happens at this point on in the modeling is a branch. Either we go through with the ground war, or Iran becomes an emerging, not right away, 4th center of world power. That is the branch that we face now. This branch is becoming more evident hour by hour.
Explain that to me.
So, everybody now knows that Iran is controlling the Strait of Hormuz and controlling shipping, that selective blockade. I'm taking it a step further. that's not just about insurance rates of shipping. That's generating political power for Iran to get other states to kowtow to it, to accept its objectives. What are those objectives? So let's talk about how this affects, say, Asia. So I'm going to get into global, and then we'll come back to the Gulf itself. So the shipping that goes through the Strait of Hormuz, 80 to 90% of it is going right to Asia. The power that comes with that is with, say, India. India is not siding with the United States. India is at best neutral, and maybe even a little bit more edging toward Iran. Well, before this, you could imagine that the United States and India would be much more cooperative here. That's not what's occurring. And why is that? It's because that oil that's going into Asia for India, this isn't just about the price of oil. This is about the supply of oil. When you lose literally all the supply, that is a greater cost than simply having to pay more for it. So India is in a much more difficult situation than Europe and the United States right now. Now look at Japan. Notice in the Oval Office, President Trump brought in the leader of the head of state of Japan and basically browbeat her. And she still wouldn't budge. She still would not kowtow to Trump here and actually provide military support. What did she do? She's distancing herself from the United States. That's exactly what Iran wants out of America's Asian allies. This is geopolitical power, and it's rooted in the control of Hormuz. It's rooted in the selective military blockade. That selective military blockade produces vulnerability to India, vulnerability to Japan. And that is what we call it the leverage, but the leverage is not enough of a full description. This is
They're using they're using the Earth as a pawn in their game. It'd be awesome if the Earth just says, you know what, fuck you humans, and just upheavals all of them. And I'll just sit back and watch. It's so stupid. All of this is just stupid. Fighting for some dumbass thing. Because someone says that this is mine. That's what this all comes down to. Humans being ridiculous. Here. Hi, Mia. Make sure to take some cake. Excuse me. I need to put a weight by my door. Actually, before I even do anything, I need to use the bathroom. Okay, my birthday card's gonna just keep falling down, so I'm just gonna not do that. Alright, now let's put a weight at the door just to hold it down, because otherwise we'll be getting the door to be doing this, and we don't want to be doing that all the time. Cool. Ugh.
I think a full description. This is reorienting America's allies in Asia. Now, let's talk about what's happening in the Persian Gulf itself. Before the war, February 27, there was essentially a balance in the Persian Gulf where you had Iran on one side and you had this growing collection of Gulf states that were part of an emerging web. They're cooperating with Israel more and more on different issues. President Trump is bringing in his AI billionaires to sort of grease this cooperation so that there's some material benefits. Well, that was effectively a counterbalancing coalition to Iran. Now, what's happened after 40 days is this is breaking down fast. America has military bases in Qatar, has military bases in Bahrain, has military bases in Kuwait. I'm just picking a few, and military base, of course, in Saudi Arabia. These military bases, they are producing little leverage here against Iran. In fact, our aircraft carriers are not anywhere near the Persian Gulf. They're 1,000 miles away. These bases are big fat targets. They are above ground. Iran's precision drones can hit things above ground, and they're doing it on those bases. That was their immediate retaliation. What's happening, number one, is the anchor, the military anchor of this coalition started to disappear within hours of the bombing on February 28th.
What do you mean by the military anchor?
In order to have this coalition work,
which is like Saudi Arabia, Qatar,
Qatar, the UAE, Kuwait, somebody has to be the guarantor of protection. It's like the mob boss who protects everybody else. That is the United States. And that is what our military bases were supposed to do. They become the military anchor that allows then for there to become political counterbalancing against Iran. That was the Kushner idea in the first Trump administration. And it seemed to work. And it seemed to bring some of these states together who wouldn't necessarily think you would cooperate with Israel. Well, this war has torpedoed this whole idea. President Trump is not even willing to do much to actually defend our own bases, much less Saudi Arabia, much less UAE. What he's telling them is, you go out there and start defending yourself. Well, that's not a guarantor of security. The next thing that's happening is these states, which were operating more in concert, are starting to break down and operate.
What's up, bro? So I'm listening to... see, I have to pay attention because you see on the screen right now, you see how you see your text in a weird thing. So I'm using another app right now. I'm testing out Streamlabs. So I'm listening to a guy on the Diary of CEO talking about the Strait of Hamas and the wars and all that stuff. Of course, you know where I stand with all this. Everything just is. People just making up all kinds of bullshit just because, you know, they're using the Earth as their battleground, but really, I want the Earth to fight back and destroy, and to just like send a message to these humans. You want to mess with me, humans? Boom! Send the humans into oblivion. I would love the Earth to fight back, because they're using all the you know, all the this geopolitical stuff. Like, I'm just listening to it just to observe. But it's just fascinating. It's just a bunch of words and a bunch of nonsense coming out of people's mouths, creating a thing called war. And yeah, because if you break down all concepts, you get rid of all concepts, thoughts, beliefs, ideologies, everything. It just is. Humans are just making things more problematic for themselves, because the mind it's always geared to look for conflict. It's wired for that. Because if a human mind is bored, guess what they're going to go do? They're going to go find something to not be bored. That's why, you know, in this last little bit, there have been times where I'm just sitting doing nothing. There's been times where, like, I'm just at peace with myself. Whether I sit, watch something, I don't watch anything, like, I'm good. Because I'm just realizing, man, everybody's just fucking shit up for themselves. And I did that for the longest time. And because I've gotten the opportunity to slow down my clock internally, right? Not everyone has that fortunate ability, because, you know, bills and the choices they made. And yes, unfortunately, it's the choices they made that's going to be like a little bit of a gut punch. But everybody made their choices in their life, right? Whether to have kids, not have kids, do this, work this job, do this, go down this career, it's a choice. Right? Some people feel like they didn't have a choice, and that may be the case, but it's still a choice to not have that choice. Anyways, everything's not compartmentalized. It's all things are basically interconnected, but essentially they're talking about the Strait of Hamas and the war, and how, you know, Iran has basically, you know, has the stronghold. Like, no matter if you attempt to destroy whatever they're doing, they kind of are like, there's not much you can, it's not that there's not much you can do, it's just all just ridiculous, you know? So that's what we're listening to. I didn't realize that you message. See, this is the issue with this app. The chat doesn't show your little icon. So I have to kind of like be very vigilant when I'm looking at the screen, like, oh shit, there's a message. Because it doesn't pop up like YouTube does. Even though this is YouTube, but I have to go on the YouTube app to see what, you know, to see it properly. And it's like too much work. So this is why I would love YouTube to fix my thing, because we wouldn't be using these apps. But guess what? This had to happen so that I could use these apps, because eventually I'll probably be off of YouTube and I have to use these apps to use on like Kick and Twitch and all this other shit. Yeah. Anyways, that's what I'm listening to. Strait of Hamas. And the geopolitical nonsense that's going on. Ugh.
These states, which were operating more in concert, are starting to break down and operate in three pools. You have Iraq, which is now complaining more and more about a U.S. military presence there. They're distancing themselves from American military presence. And remember, we installed that government in 2003. So they're not siding with us, they're distancing themselves from us. Then you have Qatar and you have Oman.
Okay.
What Iran's doing is saying...
So his verbiage right off the bat, even though this is about, 30 minutes in, the fact that he said they're distancing are distancing themselves, they and themselves with us. Get rid of they, themselves, and us, and get rid of that. It just is. One, we. We. The earth is not a place for a battleground. The earth is a place to live. But because without battles, we won't have the contrast to have a place of peace, because we wouldn't know any better. This shit has to happen. But this shit has to happen so everybody else can just start to realize what the fuck is going on. But stop using this and start feeling with this. The only reason why they are not feeling with this is because they're so damn distracted with all of that. All of these tech stuff. That's why, when you do your tech breaks, it's perfect. It's perfect that you do your tech breaks. Like, you stay off of like social media, or you're not using your phone or whatever it is. Right? See, like right now, I have a buzzing coming through my ears. Like, it just passed through, and it's coming loud and clear through my left ear. I'll just wait till it passes. So they're telling it's not really they, itself is saying, keep doing that. It's good. And ultimately, I think that's what I'll be doing after, in May. I'll probably take some time away from all technology, tablet included, laptop included. I'll just go on the tablet, like maybe in the evening time, or like we'll play Dead by Daylight. I'll just have to message you on Discord or whatever, but yeah, all this is just noise. Smoke screen and mirrors. And it all started way back in the days when people started to fight one another. It goes all the way back to the beginning of humans. Get rid of humans and you'll see there's no problems. But that's not the answer. The answer is for everybody to realize who they are and stop. That's what we came here to do, is to realize our truest potential of who we all are, work together, and help each other, put our differences aside, but also use our differences to help see a different perspective and make this world a better place. Itself wants everybody to remember. It's not frustrating, but it is a little challenging to get the verbiage, because using these words is not enough to actually convey what really I want to say, or what itself wants to say, but this is the words that we have to use. If I could just use a fucking like genjutsu on everybody and cast a spell, I'll just do that. But then I'd be considered an evil person for doing that. That takes away someone's autonomy. If I use a genjutsu, like imagine like I cast a genjutsu onto the moon or onto the sun, and I cast a spell on everybody, and the moment you even wake up and you feel the sun on your skin or any sort of light, it's over. You're already caught into the trap. But the thing is, everybody right now is ensnared into their own trap because of that. For those who don't remember. For those who do remember, they're not in the trap anymore. They're gone. They're good. I don't need to say a word to them. They're doing what they're supposed to be doing. Like Nero, like Pete, like Trina, like Jay. And like others, of course. Because there's others. The rest are just obfuscating and creating unnecessary noise. More noise. Lots more noise. But Orion, aren't you doing the same thing? Right? It's a paradox, isn't it? Yeah, in some degree I am making noise too. But my noise is cutting through all the other noise. My noise is blasting through to what just is. You. That's it. That's all there is. It's you. It took however many live streams I've done to come to that conclusion. When I came to that conclusion that the answer is you. Let's just call it what it is. I figured it out by the end of 2025. And from that moment on, it just solidified. Yeah. So I'm listening to this to observe. Not to get into any heated like arguments or, you know, get emotionally riled up, because that's what these content pieces tend to do for a lot of people. If you go in the chat, you'll see a bunch of World War III comments right now. Because there's a couple things. A, they're either bored and they have nothing in their life that's helping them to fulfill their destinies, because they currently forgot who they are, so they want to find some sort of drama, because people love drama, if you haven't guessed it. People love negativity and they love drama. They're fucking addicted to it. And they love problems. They're addicted to problems. And chaos. That's the human mind, by the way. The human mind is addicted to problems, drama, and conflict. PDC? Sure, but it's CDP. Conflict, drama, problems. Or chaos. Insert C word. Chaos, complex, or conflict. That's what the mind likes. Drama, difficulty, and disasters. Problems, I don't know what other P word to fit there, but lots of problems. Tons of problems. The human mind is conditioned for this. And when more humans understand that the mind is conditioned for these things, they can start to do things a little bit differently. They can start to flip the game upside down on its head, and they start to take control, and they start to win. And they, even though they've always been winning, but they start to realize, even though the soul always knew how this works, because it's getting the mind to listen to the heart. Because there's a photo that shows that the mind locked up the heart in a cage, and the mind says, "I know better than you. I know what's best for you." And then the heart is like this. And it's one of the most realist, truest pictures I've ever seen. And I posted on Instagram a while ago, and let's just say the people who were on that old Instagram don't understand what the fuck is going on in that picture. They're looking at it from a very humanistic perspective. They don't really realize the metaphysics behind that picture, like oh my god, like the heart really is being controlled by the mind. Because we've been so conditioned to believe that you have to think and you have to use this. But you use this for things like, I need to go to the store this afternoon to go pick up milk. I have to go pick up my daughter from the ballet recital. I got to go to a sports event tonight. I have a flight to catch at 5 p.m. today. I have to go to the doctor's. That's what the mind is used for. I have to put this square peg into the square slot. That's what the mind was meant to use for, not for all this other unnecessary BS that's being used. You gotta strive, you gotta hustle, you gotta grind, you gotta work hard, you gotta do all these things. You don't need to do any of that. Or let me rephrase that. You do have to do actions, but it doesn't have to be hard. That's the perception of hard work, and it's like this nobilistic idea, or struggling or suffering. You don't need to do that. You can still do your passion work, not hard work, passion work. Your passion project, that's another way of saying that. You came here to do your passion project instead of your hard work, your passion project, and have it fun and simple and easy. But because the world has conditioned people into believing that if it's not hard, or it's not, you don't have to struggle, or it's not, you don't suffer, then it's not worth the journey, it's not worth the battle, it's not worth the effort. Because that's when you go to movies, when you watch a movie, there's always a conflict in a movie, no matter what movie it is. Even a funny movie, like 50 First Dates, right? There's a conflict in the movie. This is called the hero's journey, right? You go to a movie, imagine you go to a movie and there is no conflict in the movie and everything just unfolds with ease and peace. There's no story to tell. I had to go through 20 plus years of hating humans to have a story. That's half of this character's lifetime. I spent half of this character's life, or this character has spent half of its life to go through to have a story to share with the world why you don't have to have that. But because it'll feel like you need to do something to feel like you matter, or you're worthy, or to feel like you're accepted or validated in the world, you will create unnecessary problems so that you can go solve a problem that never needed to be solved. And that's why, like, my journey is to solve a problem that, quite frankly, never had to be solved, but it's part of my quest on this planet to bring to the awareness to the humans how this actually works. Oh, Ryan, you need to stop saying it like that. You need to stop saying you humans. No, I will not stop saying that. Because when I say you humans, I'm referring to your character, your mind. And I'm purposely calling out the mind in each human. The soul doesn't need me to be called. I don't need to call it the soul. The soul is attempting to reach you already. That's through this soul. This soul is the same soul with your vessel. It's the same soul. It's just split into 8 billion different fragments on this planet. Not to mention however many more times it split itself on other planets that we haven't even discovered, that are not even in this dimension. There's a parallel Earth where humans, they're not called humans, they're called fumins. And they don't walk with their hands, they don't walk with their feet, they walk with their hands. And their fingers are their toes, and their toes are their fingers. And their heads are their butts, and their butts are their heads. That exists. I mean, I made it up, but I mean, like, a reality of humans or fumins exist. They could be called goomins. Maybe they're called moomins. And as I sit here, I'm just like thinking about like every single human that has ever been incepted. It's wild. Who knew all this stuff and who is currently just being blindsided by themselves? Because quite frankly, we were all being blindsided by our own damn self, the mind. It's not a person, it's not a thing, it's the mind. The mind is basically blindsiding you. Not that the mind's the enemy, there is no enemy, there will never be an enemy. That perception of an enemy is an illusion, it's false, it's not real, but the mind created it as real. So now that it became real into the world, now everybody has this word enemy, fear, the ego is the enemy. The ego is not the enemy. The ego is your body, your 5 senses that you came to navigate this world called exploring God's oneness in every present moment, to enjoy God's oneness, to experience God's oneness, to encapsulate God's oneness with your vessel, to educate God's oneness, to entertain God's oneness, to, what else? To elevate God's oneness, to expand God's oneness. You came here. That's the true ego, but most people don't have the correct definition of the ego because they chose to have the ego from some other character who made the definition of ego, who didn't know what the fuck he or she was saying back in the day when they created a definition of ego. And everyone else adhered and collectively agreed to calling this thing called the ego to make it simplified, calling it edging God out. You're not edging God out, but you get to decide what ego actually is. You can choose to make it negative or you can choose to make it positive. The choice is yours because that's why you were given free will. If you want to continue to use the word ego in the negative sense, you can use it. That's your free will. That's your choice. But know this, that that's not the true ego, because the true ego is actually your five senses that you came to explore the earth with your five senses and your sixth one, your intuition, to expand God's oneness, to explore God's oneness, to educate God's oneness, to encapsulate God's oneness, to experience God's oneness, to enjoy God's oneness with your vessel. That was not just a bar. That was a fact, and that was just a verse. And that is not here, and that was here. That was a massive flow. Checkmate. Mic drop. I need to get into that kind of flow when I'm on stage. Or when I'm on my other channel. The ego. Everybody and their fucking mothers on this planet has the incorrect... Well, Nero doesn't. And Pete doesn't either. But most people have the incorrect or misaligned definition. I won't say incorrect. I'll say misaligned definition. But it's aligned to them. Well, that's fine. They can use the word ego as in a negative sense, but that's not what that is. That's like calling air something else. The thing that we breathe, oxygen, that's like calling oxygen something else. That's like calling oxygen poop. And poop is oxygen. How about that? You don't breathe in poop, you breathe in oxygen. You do breathe in some smells though. But generally speaking, the oxygen molecules carry that scent into the air that it has to pass into and through your nose and then back out. I have an answer for everything. I remember that one character that jumped on before and he's like, yeah, you have universal wisdom, then what's 3.14? What's after 3.14? I'm like, I don't give a fuck. I can go look it up right now. That's universal wisdom, bitch. That if someone's like, well, what's 91 times 91? I'm like, well, I may not physically know 91 times 91 from the mind, but the soul can go find the answer by going on the computer or typing it in a calculator, and I can get the answer. That also counts too. I don't give a fuck about not having to do it with the mind. That's stupid. The humans like to create unnecessary nonsense. You see what I'm getting at? People just like creating unnecessary garbage for no reason. This is why I'm watching this, to just see like what he just said. Like I caught him saying we, or no, us and them and they and us, and like, get the fuck out of here with those words. Get those words out of your mouth, character. There is no us. Or let me rephrase, there is no them versus us. Well, if you're using it in that context, there's only one we. You can use us from the oneness context. There is us, all of us, one of us, all of us, every single one of us. But if you're using us versus them, then you're not using the word us in the aligned way. You see what I'm saying? People do not know how to fucking use their words on this planet. They want to like, anyways.
What Iran's doing is saying, we should share
See?
some
We.
of these tools
We.
with
Iran. We.
They're moving Oman into their
They.
camp. So you have
They.
Iraq moving
See?
closer to Iran.
I can't unhear these
Oman
things.
moving closer. Qatar is trying to keep its head down as much as possible. They're not trying to get their nose in this anymore. And what's the third pool? The third pool is Saudi Arabia, the UAE. These are the states that are most under threat. And what has Saudi Arabia done just in the last week? They've gone to cooperate more with Pakistan. They have a security deal with Pakistan. What does that mean? They're looking to Pakistan.
You know, like just listening to this other character, right? Like he's an expert in this field, expert, but like your word choices. I mean, like I know what he's doing. He's explaining it from a third person perspective, so he's using the them and us to explain like the different countries. But when you break it down to the most. When Christina, Jeremy, Victor, and Reed, they left the Earth, again, I don't care if they left the Earth or they didn't leave the Earth. I don't give a fuck about that. We saw the Earth. One way or another, the Earth is there. Whether it's round, whether it's flat, I don't give a fuck. The point is, on the map, whether it's flat or it's round, there is no damn line that says this is America, this is Canada, this is Japan, this is Uruguay, yeah, sure. This is Guyana, this is Trinidad, this is Jamaica, this is the United Kingdom, this is Ireland, this is Scotland. There is no there is no line. It doesn't exist. We created that unnecessary bullshit, and we called it, and somebody called it that. Yes, I honor all cultures, I honor all countries, but I also don't adhere to it. It's a paradox because we're all one. We're all one. I don't care what color skin you are because you've been every other skin color and everybody's technically a shade of brown. It's a lighter shade of melanin or a darker shade of melanin, but everybody's been the same at some point in history. We created this unnecessary obfuscation. Go back 300 years, America did not exist. Canada did not exist. But the lands were there. The people were there. The borders weren't there, though. Actually, let's go back 400 years. Make it even better. 400 years ago. The countries, they weren't even a country. They were just a thing. Same with, let's go back 1,000 years, right? No, let's go back 1,500 years. How about that? We went back 1,500 years. The United Kingdom wasn't United Kingdom. They weren't called the UK. They weren't called the British Empire, right? The Romans created some things, and the Greeks created some things. But even before them, they didn't exist because the Egyptians existed. And then before the Egyptians, they didn't exist because there was Atlantis. And even if people don't believe Atlantis didn't exist, it did exist. And then there was Mesopotamia. And before Mesopotamia, there was something else. Do you see the whole point? Like, everything has evolved into unnecessary bullshit. I'm basically getting everybody back to the root of it all. The 0 point. The moment you came to the planet, you had no name, no identity, no nothing. You were just pure conscious. You're pure awareness. Well, you weren't really aware because your mind wasn't there yet, but your soul was perfect, whole, complete, and it still is. But the character, the mind, has created all these unnecessary obfuscations and layers to have now created a person, and you were supposed to have that person, but not to be attached to it, to be identified with it but not be attached to it, so that you can navigate the world being called XYZ person and go and remember who you are, just like everybody else is you, and you are everybody, and everything is one. A baby does not know that there's separation. Even a child, a toddler, does not know that there's separation until it is taught to that child. And then here comes all the problems and the obfuscations for that child. And then they start to create unnecessary bullshit in their life because of other people creating bullshit in their life. When you see everything for what it is, like, you can see it clear as day what is happening. Like, you can't unsee it anymore. That's why, like, part of me is like, you know what? I kind of wish I wasn't aware of what I'm aware of. I miss the way I used to look at the world before I remember it, but I'm glad I'm aware of what I'm aware of now, because I can't stand back any longer and see what's going on. And I don't care if I'm not here to fight anybody. I'm not here to argue with anyone. I'm sure there's going to be a bunch of arguments, but I'm not here for your third dimensional arguments. I'm here for your multidimensional knowingness. That's another bar, so that you can help yourself remember and stop fighting what just is. Respect your culture, respect your country, respect it all, by all means. But just remember that you are beyond your culture, your name, your religion, and your country. That's who you are, is something that cannot be explained by any words. You are just like a wave that's temporarily expressing itself from the ocean. You are the ocean, temporarily being a wave for a moment. And that moment could be from like 1 day to like 100 years on average. Or 1 hour, because some babies, as soon as they're born, they die right away, to 100 years. Unfortunately, one of our sisters, she was pregnant, and unfortunately she lost her child as soon as she was born, probably within a day, and devastated her. But through that, she came to realize some stuff. But her and I were not really, well, her mind has completely gaslit her into believing a bunch of shit. But it is what it's supposed to be. That's why I just don't say things to people anymore that I know, because I'm like, you're locked in your ways and you will eventually figure it out. When you understand where people, this is what Nero said yesterday, and I was like, that's a real bar. When you understand where people's frequencies are, you'll realize where their thought is. Because when you start to see their thought and the frequency that their thought is operating from, what's the point of arguing? It's not like anyone's going to hear you the way you want to be heard, because they have their own damn frequency, right? So you can just share the information, but you can only, not hope, but like, you can only do your best to see who's going to actually understand. Plenty of you understand what I'm saying, so I have no concern with that. But I do make sure that when I'm in my frequency, other people that I'm meant to touch, they understand what I'm saying, and it's not obfuscated. That's why there's no doubt anymore. Doubt is like completely removed from my experience. I don't doubt myself whatsoever. I used to doubt myself with anything I said. Now I don't even doubt myself at all. So awesome. I love it. I fucking love it.
They're looking to Pakistan as much,
anyways,
or maybe
I'm gonna let this dude talk. I said my piece now.
Guarantor of security. So all of this coalition, it's not all siding with Iran right now. It's fragmented.
Okay, someone is there listening.
So what happens next?
As President Trump wants to do, call the war off. That's not going to put us back to February 27. Iran has 20% of the world's oil. It's going to be able to have $75 billion, $100 billion of revenues here over the next year. And also those deeply buried caves and tunnels where they have their drones.
Money is an illusion.
Fashion nuclear weapons. Within a year, Iran could have
but we still need
weapons, and we can't stop it. So if we pull back, you can start to see that Iran's power is going to grow internally. But then even more than that, its relationships with Russia, its relationships with China will start to move closer together against America. And you see this happening from the moment, almost the first.
I'm gonna let him speak. I'm gonna let him cook. I'm gonna let him speak. I'm gonna let him speak. Because once again, for my American people, America is not just the only country in the world. It doesn't just affect America, it affects the entire world. I understand that if you're in a country, you're going to talk about your country, but this is not about the country, this is about the world. This is my issue with, this is why when I was younger, I had such a big ass problem with America. Because I said this yesterday, I was like, why do Americans think that it's only America? Like, I don't understand that. Like, I didn't understand when I was younger, when this character was younger. Why does America think that it's only America? Like, I remember there was a kid. It's like he asked a question, like a really dumb question. Well, it's not dumb, but you know. He's like, "Where's Canada?" Or "What's Canada?" I'm like, "Are you for real right now? Like, are you like trolling me or what? What are you doing?" And he said something of the nature like, "Yeah, I honestly don't know where Canada is." I'm like, "What? What is being taught in American schools?" Like, of course, back then, schools, I used to think about schools of like being the right thing. Schools are an illusion. That's another thing I want to tear down. Let's see. Ah, okay, cool. It's you in the background. Wait, why does your name have double O? You have 2 zeros now. You have O2 and double O2 or double 02. Okay, I guess that's probably the green and the blue character of your avatar. I just noticed that. Interesting. Anyways, let's continue to listen to this guy talk about the countries.
Russia almost immediately offered Iran military targeting information to target U.S. ships. That's why our...
I can have you watch this with me instead of just seeing me just talk about it, but you'll still hear me. But it's just fascinating, like the wording, right? Because like I can't unhear these things that I know is just complete like horse. Like, yes, I'm not saying it's not happening. It is definitely happening, but because humans like to create problems, so now they have to solve a problem that they created because there was never a problem, right? It's just like anything else. But that's why they inflate they inflate prices. A certain word by a certain person will skyrocket stocks or drop stocks down, right? Okay. I will put this. You all will watch it. Fuck it. By the way, I'm sure the quality is a lot better. Bad camera. It's very fast motion now. You're getting that 60 frames per second.
To target U.S. ships. That's why our carriers.
But that
are
is
so
not
far
60
away.
frames per second.
It's because Russia has the ability to see those carriers, tell Iran where they are, and if those carriers get too
I will
close,
continuously pause it in between when I feel called to say something.
Because as this power grows over time, as these incentives for China, Russia, and Iran to cooperate against America grow over time, Iran has control now of 20% of the world's oil. Russia has 11% of the world's oil. That means there can be either formal or tacit cooperation to take 30% of the world's oil off the global market, let China soak up a whole lot of that, and that can truly produce mega economic consequences for America, for Europe. And why are they not going to do that? Because they're nice guys?
Do you remember that there's Canada there too? Hello?
He's not going to want to wreck America's economy because he has a bond with Donald Trump.
What do you think the fundamental flawed assumption was at the start of all of this from the United States?
That Iran was weak on its last legs, and all we had to do was push it over the edge of a cliff, and it was just a matter of just one more push.
And then the people would rise up and...
Yeah, we have painted a picture of Iran as beaten down, as the reason it's not retaliating very much is they have no capability to retaliate. And I tell you this, Stephen, so I've been in big debates here at the Council on Foreign Relations in New York, where I've literally been the only person on the stage to stand up and warn that this picture of Iran is way too negative. There was a widespread, I think, false assumption across the foreign policy community.
Pause again, pause. He said false assumption, just like everything else is a false assumption in this world, except for what is It just is. That's it. Everything else is a false assumption. It's a paradox.
Really stand up and challenge it very strongly that Iran was basically collapsing on its own. This was always, in my view, underestimating the power of Iran.
You know the fascinating part about all this? Back in the 70s, Iran wasn't what we think of Iran is now today. It's wild. I saw it.
When I look through the response to the last conversation,
like it was called Tehran mainly back in the day, but Tehran looked like America, looked like Canada. They looked like they were wearing like bell bottoms. They didn't have the thing over their head. They weren't covered up. They weren't like wearing all kinds of like stuff. They were wearing like American, like North American type clothing. I call it that because there's no other word for it right now. North American type clothing. And they look like they just like another place like in North America. Or I should call it North Canada, because why not? No. In this part of the world, the western part of the world. So, and it's so fascinating now, they don't look like that at all. They look like a place that was formed from they look like they're living in 800 AD. It's so wild.
Audience had lots of different types of questions. So I'm going to try and represent some of the audience's questions to try and bring them into the
You don't represent my questions, boy. Don't you dare put me in your...
about where we get our intelligence from that informs the decisions we make. Because there are some people that are skeptical that the intelligence is coming from Israel and that therefore that it might not be as accurate as if it was coming from our own sources.
I would say Israel has been playing the role of diplomatic spoiler. So in the 12-day war, last June, when the U.S. bombed Fordo, we've been focusing on that. That happened in the middle of the 12-day war. Donald Trump said he was going to negotiate with a certain set of Iranians, and literally the next day, 36 hours later, Israeli air power killed them. Killed the negotiators we were set to negotiate with. This was totally spoiling the idea of a diplomatic outcome because they were dead. So you couldn't have a negotiated outcome. Now, if we come to February 28th, who dropped the first bombs that killed the supreme leader?
Actually, I have an interesting thought about something. Since I'm using this is random thought for a moment, since we're watching a video. Since I'm using the different YouTube app, not YouTube, but like Streamlabs, I wonder if I can watch copyright content now, because YouTube usually ends the live stream, but this is not on YouTube. This is happening outside of YouTube's app, but it's getting broadcasted into YouTube. I'm going to test something later on and see what happens. Just because. Like, maybe the video will get copyright, and I don't really care, but I want to see if I can actually watch something that's supposed to be copyright on this channel. Like, when YouTube usually calls it, like, we detected that blah, blah, blah is in your stream. If you don't do-do-do-do-da, we're going to shut down your stream. I'm going to do that and see what happens. But I'll do that more closer to the end of the stream, just to see if it actually does do that. Yeah, anyways. Let's listen to a country song. Sure, send me the track. I'm gonna listen to it. Let's do the test right now. Actually, a song is not too bad. Choosing Texas. Okay. Oops. Where the fuck is my other? Oh, it's over here. This is my other YouTube app. The other YouTube app. Choosing Texas. Is it that person? Is this her? This one? Okay, perfect. And yeah. Interesting, okay. So Ella Langley. I like it. She's still not Lindsay, though. But, you know. Anyways, back to the other YouTube app. This thing.
That killed those other several dozen doves that he was meeting with.
Dove.
Donald Trump, as many of our governments have, describes that you had a balance of hawks and doves inside of the Iranian government. And the idea here is with leadership decapitation is, well, if you kill the hawks, then the doves will just be the ones left. We did the opposite, or more correctly, the bombing was started by Israel on February 28. We came in behind. And in fact, Secretary Rubio, our Secretary of State, explained a few days later that Israel basically backed us in a corner because Israel said, we're going to kill that supreme leader whether you like it or not.
They're using some
and
pretty
that
heavy words
is
right
going to
now.
maybe lead to attacks on your military bases, so you better prepare an air campaign to come behind. And Rubio said that's what happened. Because again, just before the February 28 bombing, we're negotiating with Iran and we're killing the very people that Trump...
He'd be using some heavy-ass words right now. I don't know if that's going to fly well with YouTube algorithm.
Move Iran closer.
But funny thing is, this is on YouTube.
That was Israel as spoiler.
So there's this individual called Ali Larijani, the former secretary of Iran's Supreme National Security Council, and he was killed in an Israeli-led airstrike on March 17th, 2026. Trump claimed on True Social that, I can't say his name, but I'm going to try, Larijani was the primary contact for a 10-point peace proposal that Trump had called workable and a basis for a real agreement. Trump suggested that the strike was poorly timed when Israel killed him. And
Wait,
that Israel's
text green, game over? What do you mean by that?
his ability to wrap up the war on his own terms.
I first thought you were saying text green screen because, you can see the green screen in the background over there.
Before the assassination reset the clock.
So this would be the third instance, then, of Israel as diplomatic spoiler. What you're hearing from Trump's own mouth is he thought he was close to a working relationship, maybe not a full deal, with a certain set of individuals, in this case, Larijani. And what did Israel do when they found out about it? They killed that person. And yes, I understand there's issues of intelligence, but, most of us don't have a clearance, so we can't talk about that. So let's talk about the actual public description that we've heard from Prime Minister Netanyahu over the last several years. The public description is that Iran is simply a paper tiger, that Israel has been dominating Iran, knocking out its air defenses, launching other attacks here in 2024. The rhetoric that's coming publicly has been painting the picture of
2024
as a weak and not just weekend, but basically cripple. It's down on its last legs, and all you need is a final coup de grace. That has been Prime Minister Netanyahu's language.
The other thing that the audience wanted to know is they wanted more specifics on stage 3.
Yes.
And is stage 3 happening? We talked last time about ground troops.
It's very important, and
Shit, this is another hour long?
In my apps, to follow the key indicators here.
Wait. When you say, and we're back, was I frozen? Because my thing didn't freeze on my end. Unless it did freeze on my end. But it seems to be fine. You were suspended. Maybe. I'd have to check on my computer what the fuck just happened. Unless you're just... Yeah, sounds good. I'm going to check my stream on my computer.
Key indicators here of deployment, not follow just what's occurring with the rhetoric of our leaders. And the key thing to know is that if you're going to weaken Iran with ground power, there's only a few ways you can get that ground power into Iran. You could try to come through Pakistan, but Pakistan actually is Iran's ally who gave Iran the 600 centrifuges in 2002 to start developing its enrichment program. So, and Pakistan has 100 nuclear weapons or so. So I don't think we're doing this here. You could try to do it with Afghanistan, but notice you'd have to get all the troops in Afghanistan. That's not working. You could also go to Azerbaijan. That's up there. Notice on the first day of the war, there was a missile that hit Azerbaijan, and people on CNN, there weren't, what's going on here? It's just a random, in fact, I think our public statement on that day was this shows how incoherent the Iran leadership is. That's not what I saw. What I saw is they understood that Azerbaijan was always thought to be a staging area to go to Tehran. And so if you're going to take Tehran with a division or two, you would really want to have your forces start here from Azerbaijan. Now, so far, though, that's not happening. Azerbaijan said, nope, don't count on us. We're not getting in the middle of this. Now we're back to why would you start to think about Marines to take territory here on the coasts of Iran?
So inside Iran, where the Strait of Hormuz is?
That's the beginning of it. You would start there inside Iran, around the Strait of Hormuz, as a beachhead.
There's some photos which I'll throw up on the screen showing what the terrain around the Strait of Hormuz looks like, and it is quite shocking.
It's a moonscape, and what you can see is that this is the most difficult terrain for amphibious operations to operate in.
What is amphibious operations?
Where you have troops that are on ships, on landing vessels, just like Saving Private Ryan. They go from the water onto the beach. You would also then have some air power with some Ospreys, but they're doing essentially the same thing. They're coming onto the same beach.
What's an Osprey?
An Osprey is a special made plane that we've made for the Marines, and it's a plane that is a hybrid between a helicopter and a jet. And so the propellers on the plane are able to rotate. So they can fly as a propeller plane here, or a cheap man's jet, or they can actually like a helicopter. And that's really great if you want to fly fast to a beach and then go straight down.
So are you saying that you think they will put boots on the ground in the Strait of Hormuz?
Let me just fill out this a little bit more, okay? So the other big thing that the folks need to know is, where is the oil? Iran's oil, and here I'm drawing a circle here. Iran's oil is all in this southwestern part. Almost all of it is in this southwestern part of Iran. Kuwait's oil is all right here. Iraq has a couple puddles of oil. It has a big puddle of oil right here. Saudi's oil is all right here. You might try to land forces, a division here in Iraq, in Kuwait, in Saudi Arabia, and come around this way. This is why knocking out these bases as truly platforms here, this was why I think they start on day one. This wasn't just to hit the bases in retaliation. They are weakening our ability. They're taking away different axes of attack. And this is why in the Substack I published 3 days before the war, I'm specifically talking about Marines moving in limited areas to take coastal regions as beachheads.
What's a beachhead?
A beachhead is where you have a foothold, a toehold, where you're going to funnel in more forces after that. And you are going to very likely want to control an area that's at least about 100 miles by 20 miles in order to get behind all this this mountainous terrain. And what does that look like? The oil fields, Stephen. This is what President Trump is almost surely talking about when he says he's going to take Iran's oil fields. What he is probably being given options for is how you could start in a limited way with an amphibious, a marine, a limited assault to take a small set of stretch of beaches. And then you would want to follow and take, if you're going to start this at all, you're almost surely going to want to just start to take the oil fields. And President Trump's been talking that way for years, really.
He also said in a recent interview that if it was up to him, he would go and take the oil. But he said the American people won't like that. And he said it once, and then he said it again, and then he said it again. This was during a press conference on Monday, April 6th. He said, if it were up to me, I would take the oil. I would keep it all for ourselves and make a lot of money, because to the victor belong the spoils. But people in the country sort of say, just winning, come home. And I'm okay with that too. And he said that from the interview that I was watching twice, which made me think that he really wants to go take the oil. But if he does put troops on the ground in Iran, it just creates a clearer target for those drone strikes.
It creates a clear target for those drone strikes. But what people maybe are not fully understanding is the political consequences of the deaths of those Marines.
Yeah.
Most people are assuming if those Marines go in and die, this will make America run away. It'll be like a punch in the face and we'll run away. That's not likely to be what happens. Again, this is my area of what happens when you have military force in politics come together. You need to understand that when those Marines go in and say hundreds die or so over time, there will be 36% of the public that will have supported that. That 36% is going to see those Marines died for them. That 36% is likely to double down in their commitment, because otherwise they died for nothing. Now, the 59%, who's opposed to the war, they'll still be pretty hotly opposed to the war. I'm not saying they're going to move toward the war, Stephen. What I'm saying is you have a Republican president supported by 36% of the Republicans here, almost no Democrats. If you start to actually have deaths here, this is going to lead to a bigger version of we can't withdraw now. We must, quote, finish the job. Otherwise, they will have died for nothing. This is what happened in Vietnam. In Vietnam, in the early stages, you will see that it's sticky up. The support for the war, it takes a while to go down. And why does it take so long to go down? It's because of exactly what I'm saying. The politics of this, of the death of our troops in battle, does not lead to we cut and run. It leads to we double down for the honor of the troops. That's why I'm saying we start this even in a small way. Even it doesn't really matter where you start it, but once you have those ground forces go in and they start to take casualties, you're probably in for the 6-month ground war minimum.
So it looks like they're going to try and avoid that outcome. It looks like they're doing everything in their power, America, to avoid a scenario where they have to send troops in. The threats that have come out of Donald Trump's Truth Social posts really talk about, I mean, look, I'll read this one here. It says, a whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again. I don't know what will happen, but it probably will. And a lot of the tweets are...
Can we just focus on that one?
Yeah.
The civilization, because it's much... That was a few days ago. A lot of people are already trying to move past it. This has much more importance and endurance than I think we're understanding now. So first of all, that statement that President Trump said that he will end an entire civilization in one night. We need to understand, this is not a drunk at a bar. This is the President of the United States who has at his disposal thousands of nuclear weapons that could in fact achieve that. And let me just explain how hair trigger these are. We have 500 Minuteman III missiles. They have warheads between 100 kilotons and 300 kilotons, which is multiple times more powerful than Hiroshima and Nagasaki, each one of them. And they can be retargeted within 45 minutes. That's what it takes to retarget the gyroscopes. And then it takes about 25 minutes for them to hit Iran. So when the President of the United States is saying this, he's only one of a handful of people in the world who could actually make this credible. Second point is, that is the most declared statement of genocidal intent we've ever seen from an American president. No American president has threatened to end a civilization before, which is at the heart of the genocide treaties in 1948, the intent to commit genocide. Harry Truman. People say, what do you mean? We had Harry Truman. We bombed Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Go and look at his statement on Hiroshima, Harry Truman. He did not say he was ending Japan as a civilization. He pulled back and said it was about to destroy Japan's military power. What President Trump has done by making those statements is he's persuading all 92 million Iranians that he is willing to kill them. And he has the power to kill them. And yes, he pulled back from killing them on Tuesday. And yes, he may not have used nuclear weapons on Tuesday. But if any other leader had said that, imagine Vladimir Putin stands up and says he's going to end American civilization tonight. He's got the weapons to be able to do that. Are we just going to sit back and say, oh, yeah, he didn't do it, he must not have meant it? No, that would mobilize enormous anger against Vladimir Putin in the United States, even among Democrats. And my point here, Stephen, is before this war started, we had a real pro-democracy movement in Iran. And on your show, I told you this was going to fade. This was one of the predictions I made to you. Said this is going to fade over time. You're going to see nationalism bonding the society and the regime closer together. President Trump is bonding them together like never before. If you're one of the pro-democracy individuals here, movement in Iran, where are you going to go for protection? Are you going to go to Donald Trump, who's threatening to kill you with essentially nuclear weapons? Or are you going to go to your own government? This is going to hasten the support, increase the support for Iran developing nuclear weapons. The pro-democracy movement is now likely to support this.
On that point, one of the questions and one of the points raised by the audience last time I had the conversation was really, we didn't spend enough time talking about the 90 plus million people that live in Iran that are often, many of them, caught amongst all of this absolute chaos. And I was looking at a bunch of messages from people that are living in Iran. I'll read some of them from ordinary citizens. I'm not great at math, but where will the money, the resources, and the experts come from to build a country that ordinary people spent decades trying to build? This is a different person. From the beginning of the war until today, we have been bombarded. Not only are we not one step closer to freedom, from what I can see, we are miles away from it. From another person in Iran. A whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again. This has deeply terrified me. It raises really the question. A lot of this discourse doesn't speak much to 90 plus million people that are living there and that are having to exist under this terror. And like the best way that I could conceptualize it is I imagined if I'd woken up one day and Vladimir Putin or some other leader around the world had said that they were potentially going to end the civilization that I live in, the country that I live in, tonight, how would I be feeling? And if I was hearing bombs go off all the time, how would I be feeling? And if things were escalating when me and my family lived, how would I be feeling? And it is chilling to think about. It is truly chilling.
It's chilling because this is now moving the needle inside of Iran to make the ordinary person on the street, even the pro-democracy movement, willing to tolerate Iran killing Americans because we're killing them. And we're saying we're going to do it even worse. And we're even beyond that, we're saying at the whim of a president who wakes up thinking maybe this will help save his presidency, he is willing to kill the entire civilization of a country because he thinks maybe this is going to be his golden off-ramp to get out of this problem for himself personally. And by the way, we in our country, when Al-Qaeda attacked us on 9/11, there was tremendous fear. There would be more attacks by Al-Qaeda in the weeks afterwards. There was just much fear. And I've done the studies of the American public opinion on this. It's the fear of Muslims killing Americans that's driving the support for the Iraq war. If this is happening to Americans, you can only imagine what's going to happen to the ordinary Iranians. And they've been subjected not to just one attack, 40 days of attack.
So for the average Iranian person that opposes the regime in Iran and has been living under terror and oppression for many, many decades, what do you think happens next for them? they're the group of people that I think about and care about the most in this equation. We spend a lot of time talking about US power, and we talk about lots of these other regional partners, but there's like 90 odd million people stuck right in the heart of this that often don't really have a voice.
Their life expectancy will go down in measurable years. So if we had taken out the electric power, so this is something I know quite a bit about. In the 1990s, I was working for the Air Force. Literally under my boss was John Warden, the leader of the Leadership Decapitation School. And he brought in, not classified at all, he brought in engineers of electric power plants to teach us how to take down electric power. The electric power grid in Iran, it looks like a network. And that network has big nodes. That's what President Trump said. He's going to take off the big power plants that produce in the 10s, 20s, 30 megawatts range. And there are probably about 130 nodes altogether. But if you just take out the top 10, you're probably going to take down the entire network, because the top 10 nodes are distributed in the right places to support different electric power in different regions of the country. You have two choices in targeting sense. You can take out the transformers, in which case you knock it out for a week or two, and it is inconvenient. And yes, there will be some people who will die. There were human chains around those targets, by the way. Those people would die. But if you took out the hulls, the generating hulls.
What's that?
That's the giant turbines that are huge. There is no backup to those. Each of those is specially made. You will be knocking out that generation for 6 months, 12 months, maybe 18 months at a minimum. What that's going to do is stop all dialysis in the country. That's going to stop all the heart surgeries and other life-saving surgeries that are going to happen in the country. It's going to take out all the food refrigeration in the country. So, you know, when power goes out in your house and goes out for 10 minutes or an hour, it's not so bad. You don't really notice it. But when it goes out for 2 days or 3 days or a week, all the food in your refrigerator spoils, and you can't eat it fast enough. You can't give it away fast enough because it's happening to everybody on your block. Well, that's what would happen across the country. So there's going to be an enormous amount of spoilage of food, and that refrigeration then is not going to be available to come back. And so you're going to have enormous hunger problems here. So people that were already malnourished, they are going to be susceptible to more disease. So you will end up lowering the life expectancy in a measurable way of that population.
This company that I've just invested in is growing like crazy. I want to be the one to tell you about it because I think it's going to create such a huge productivity advantage for you. Whisperflow is an app that you can get on your computer and on your phone, on all your devices, and it allows you to speak to your technology. So instead of me writing out an email, I click one button on my phone and I can just speak the email into existence. And it uses AI to clean up what I was saying. And then when I'm done, I just hit this one button here and the whole email is written for me.
You still there? So hold on.
Because Whisper learns...
So, couple things. One, so you see how you all can see like the entire frame on my screen on my phone. I can only see like from like here, but you all see like all out here. So that's why I said the framing on this app kind of sucks. So I have to actually look on the stream to see if I have everything aligned, because like you can see the entirety of the screen, but I on the phone screen can only see the borders because it doesn't extend out further. So I would have to bring the phone closer so that you all don't get all that extra stuff. And I'm not using the ultra wide camera because this is the ultra wide camera. Y'all be getting that. That's the ultra wide camera, y'all. But we're testing things out. We're seeing how this thing goes. Seems all right. Currently, we're at 44 frames per second on the back camera. I want to just check something quickly. Streaming settings, camera settings, preview mode, resize with aspect fill. What the hell is this? This will make the preview look full screen on your phone, parts of the preview might be cut off. This is the default option. So if I change that, this option will show the preview in the same way as it appears on the stream, but on some phones this may show borders around the preview. Okay, let me see what this does. Maybe this is what I was looking for. Ah, this is what I was looking for. Okay, all right. I figured it out. But now, I don't know if you all see. Now I have to check my stream. God damn it. Gotcha, okay. So now I have a border. So now I can see what you guys see because I've now framed it. So yeah, for you all, it's still showing the same thing, but on my end, now it shows like all this. Like it shows this now. I was only seeing up to here on the phone, but now it's showing this. For you all, you are always seeing this. So nothing changed on your screen. So nothing got cut off at the top or the bottom. But on my end, my entire screen was full. See, this is what I like about Streamlabs. It allows you to do these things on the fly. You can't do, once you hit live on YouTube, on the YouTube app, you can't do shit. Like, you're fucking stuck with what it is. Like, you can't change cameras. Like, I can't do this. I can't use ultra wide. Like, I can't do this. Right? I also, if I do the front camera, you'd be really too close. If I do the front camera, like I can't change, like right now it's what? It's at 50 frames per second. But if I do this, camera settings, and I want to go mirror, check this out. Like now, this is actually what you're supposed to be seeing. This is how YouTube used to have it, right? But of course it gets distorted because now, like this is my left, but now this has now become my well, on your end, this looks like this will be the left, and this is my right. Right? But this is how it's supposed to have looked. But the thing is, YouTube fucked it up, because you can tell by the Nike logo. Right? So, you see, you can do these things on the stream, but you can't do this stuff on YouTube on the app, because they don't allow you to do anything. This is why if YouTube added these features natively, I wouldn't have a problem. But then, of course, the microphone currently does not work, and so I think this was just preparing me. We're left facing on stream. What do you mean left facing on stream? We're left facing on stream. What does that mean? Help me understand that. Yeah, this is the normal view. Like this is supposed to be normal, but look. When we go back to... One sec. Fuck, man. So when we go back to this setting, so we go back here. I want to see my stream change in real time. Hold on one sec, dude. I got to see this for myself. So I'll put back the video on in a moment. I want to see this change in real time. I'm going to mute myself for a moment. All right. So let's see. Camera settings. Turn off mirror. See? Do you see the flip? It happened in real time. So this is what you all have been seeing for the longest time. And I couldn't figure... So this was problem number one on YouTube's like thing. Because like when I first started streaming, I used to have the Nike logo facing the correct way. So it would always face the correct way. And the problem started after I came back from San Diego during Christmas time when I was sleeping in the car and I drove the Supra. I came back. It was working fine until like I think January 23rd is when the shit changed. I'm like, and I remember Eric when he was on the stream, he's like, "Hey, why is your room flipped around?" I'm like, "What do you mean by that? He's like, "Did you change anything in your room?" I'm like, no, I didn't change anything in my room. What are you talking about? He's like, dude, your basketball's on that side of the screen. It's usually on that side of the screen. I'm like, and then I noticed that my Nike logo was like in reverse. I'm like, what the fuck's going on? So I went back to the day before his live stream. I'm like, wait a minute, my Nike logo was facing the correct way all along, but now it's facing that way. So every time so ever since that moment, I brought up that problem, and YouTube never solved it. And when Olga was streaming on her channel, she also ran into the same thing where when she uses her face, like her front camera, you would see text backwards. So like the text would be in mirror mode. But like this, right now it says mirror frontal camera is disabled, but I think mirror is actually when it's like this. Theoretically, this is mirror because like when you look in a mirror, everything's reverse. Like this Nike logo shouldn't be facing the way it's facing how it is when you look at someone. I need to go to let me go check the bathroom right now. I need to prove something. Hold on. Hold on. I think I'm screwing myself over when I say that. Okay, I was right. So when I'm in the bathroom mirror, what's happening is, the Nike logo is in reverse order. It's like not the way it's supposed to look. So that is what mirror mode is supposed to be. Right? So that's what mirror mode is supposed to be. But mirror mode on this camera setting for this app says it is disabled. But if I enable it, then my left becomes your right and my right becomes your left on the live stream. So now I'm going to enable it. So now this is my left, right? And this is considered mirror mode. This is fascinating. Why doesn't YouTube just add these features? Because I would be streaming like this all the time. This is the whole reason, dude. I bought this thing. This was to show the front. So like when you're using the back cameras, this is to show the front screen, right? Because like the whole point when I start the next channel, the goal was to write on a whiteboard and you all can see the wording like properly, not in backwards order. So I would have to use the back camera and use this thing. Oh, well, I definitely run it last night. We can definitely play quickly. That's fine. Let's do it. I'm down. I ran it. Oh, fuck. I didn't mean to do that. So I'm going to leave the front camera the way it is for now, and then I'm going to switch it back. So let me go to this camera. So I will bring the tablet down, and I'll bring the laptop. I meant to say I bring the laptop down. Dude, you're going to see Dead by Daylight run so much smoother. I was playing last night after we got off because I figured, okay, I was done the stream and me and you finished playing, right? And then I was like, you know what? The intuition is like, go and download those apps and test out the apps. I'm like, fine, I'll test it out. I don't really know if I have any high hopes for it, but let's see. And sure enough, you can tell by the smoothness. There's a smoothness difference between what you normally see and what you're seeing right now. So right now come on. Okay. You will definitely see it'll look much sharper because I have the frames right now. It's set to 53 frames. It's supposed to be at 60 frames, but it's not hitting 60 frames right now. Could be because of the heat of the phone, but the phone is not that warm. So So now you'll get to see Dead by Daylight the way it's supposed to be played. Like, do you want me to call you on Discord? See, like, you're seeing it smoother as well, too. Like, on the live stream, like, it's much smoother than it was when you see me, like, clicking things. Sort of like a placebo. All right, let me call you. Let me hit you up. Let me hit you up. Okay, let me turn that down. What's up? Fascinating stuff, huh? With this thing.
Yeah.
Wait.
Like you said, it only has about a 3-second lag to it. You can hear it in the background.
Yeah, I can hear me in the background.
Yeah, I used to run Streamlabs, and then I forgot what I did OBS Studios for. I can't remember what I used it for.
Well, I used to use OBS, but OBS on the MacBook right now has a glitch where it doesn't want to install for some dumbass reason. It was working perfectly fine. So I'd have to update my Mac, and I really don't want to do that right now. But I used to use OBS on my other gaming laptop that I sold, the one that was better than this one, the one that I kind of wish I didn't sell. But yeah, like I used
had my Elgato capture.
Yeah, I had all of that stuff too, and I sold it all because I thought I was never going to play video games ever again. Look at me saying that back in 2022. If only he knew. If only he knew. So yeah, right now the frames are going up. It's like 55 frames, 54. It's like hovering there. Let me just check something else so I can... And I like the fact that I can go on the app and change these things, and it happens on the fly, and YouTube just adjusts itself for me using it, right? Whereas like on YouTube, the moment you attempt to change anything, you have to restart your stream, or you can't even change anything on your YouTube app. The only problem is I don't like the chat. As you see the chat in the screen, like I don't like the chat. I don't like it like that.
Turn it off? I'm sure you can turn it off.
I can turn it off, but I can't see the chat then. It won't allow me to see chat unless I have a secondary like window open with the chat, like on like a computer or something. Don't really want to do all that. Yeah, I don't really want to do all that. So the other app is called Prism Live. So Prism Live is similar to this, but there's two caveats. Number one, you can't stream in 60 frames per second, which I don't really care if I stream in 60 frames. That doesn't bother me. The second issue is that when you do stream at the same thing that Streamlabs uses, or even YouTube, it overheats the phone. Like last night, I streamed for 15 minutes and the phone was fucking hot. Whereas when I was streaming with the other two, the phone was cool. It's not summertime in the house. It's not burning, and I saw people complaining on like YouTube when people are using Prism Live that it overheats the phone. So I don't understand that. But Prism Live has two features that Streamlabs doesn't have. Number one, their chat feature looks almost identical to YouTube. So you know how you have your little icon with your head, or the little T? It shows that in that app. And it's the 13th, that's right. And it has the ability to switch between microphones on Prism Live, whereas this one does not. But the thing is, this one is still using my actual external microphone because it uses whatever microphone is active. So that doesn't really bother me. But the thing is, like, the fact that these features exist outside of a YouTube app is actually unacceptable. that YouTube doesn't have these things built in. That's basically my point of what I'm getting at. Like, why doesn't YouTube have these features? Like, it doesn't make any sense. It's not like they're some small little platform. They're the biggest platform in the world.
Yeah, I don't know why they don't do a few things. Because they're missing the boat. Definitely on some.
They're missing a lot of stuff, dude. They're missing too many functions and features. They're adding dumbass features that no one really cares. Well, I can't really say nobody cares about, but they're adding features that are not really important. Like, the last cool feature they added, in my opinion, was the ability to have the green screen. So, like, you know how I can post, like, I can have, like, a picture while I'm inside of the frame?
Right.
Like, that's cool. I like that. Yeah. But, like, what is the reason for adding those mobile, like, playing, like, those, like, Angry Bird kind of games on the stream? I don't care about that. I don't want to play Angry Bird game on the stream or whatever the fuck it is. That's where the whole problem started.
Twitch is alright, but Twitch, I don't know, man. From a person that used Twitch, streaming on it seemed alright, but like just being like a person that would watch on Twitch, it kind of got I don't know, man. Just kind of expensive. They had tons of ads on there.
Yeah.
Kind of got tired of using it. I do pay for YouTube though.
When you say ads, were you referring to Twitch or were you referring to something else?
I was on Twitch.
Oh, okay.
I mean, it felt like they would just constantly be running ads on there.
Yep.
But I understand you pay like your $5 or whatnot, and then they'll give you that one person there with no ads.
Right.
Or they had other things too. But their donation money was a lot easier, I think, than YouTube.
I think so.
And like their setup just is better for. It's kind of better for that.
True. So, like, with this thing, I can set up alerts and all that, but I'm not into doing all that right now, like, because I can set up scenes and whatnot, but, like, I just want to stream. I don't care about all that, like, stuff on the screen, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, like, I know all the gamers, they have, like, all those, like...
What? Oh.
You know, like, the gamers, how they have all that stuff on their screen, like, follow goals, or a subscriber count, or like certain type of alerts. Like, I don't care about all that. I just want to fucking stream and have the ability to use my microphone and be able to, you know, toggle on and off different cameras. One feature I really want to use is dual camera. What I mean by that is like using both the front and the back. So you know how, like, you can see me playing the game, but you can see the game as well, and I'm like a little head icon in the bottom right-hand corner. There is an app that can do that, but none of these apps do it yet. And there was a girl on Kick, the other platform, who she was traveling in, I want to say it was Ukraine, or she was traveling in like one of those European countries, and you can see her front camera and her back camera while she's traveling. And I'm like, how is she doing that? I want to know. And I can't, and on YouTube, like, I'm putting in the right wording and I'm not finding what I'm looking for. So like, I'm attempting to find an app, and of course I did download one this morning called IRL Pro for iPhone, and it looks like it has a dual camera setup, but to set up YouTube on this is more of a pain in the ass. It's not streamless like StreamYards or Streamlabs and Prism. So I'm gonna test that out later. There's a lot of testing that has to be done, basically.
Sounds like
yeah.
YouTube is user friendly with other apps.
Yeah, pretty much. So
Like
if you are watching the stream, you're gonna see my game's a little bit smoother now in comparison to like the 30 frames per second that was happening. But I mean, like, that didn't bother me whatsoever. What was bothering me is that I just couldn't use my mic on YouTube, and YouTube is like forced my hand to come up with another solution. So
right.
I'm fine with the new solution. I just don't like the chat. I really don't like the chat because like I can't tell who, if that's me talking or that was my last message, because like I missed our sister earlier. Recovery is a choice. Like that's Taylor. Oh,
It's the dog lady.
my game froze there for a moment. What the fuck? That was weird. Oh, shit. She ran into me. She sees me. She left me though. So frames are at 52%, or 50, not 52%, but 50 frames per second right now.
What were you running? 30 frames?
30 or 25 on YouTube's app itself. Because YouTube,
it's kind of hard to tell because you were looking from the perspective of the iPad, so I couldn't really tell.
Right. Oh, from
That makes sense.
from the tablet, like it's harder because like the video that you were watching was, and the music video was in 30 frames per second. So they don't use 60 frames. You can tell what 60 frames looks like versus 30. It looks like someone's like right in front of you kind of thing. Like you can tell by watching me talk versus watching a video. Like that quality difference.
Damn, she was after me already. I was getting ready to bust this gym.
Which one are you doing?
The one, I thought we all started at the same one.
I'm doing the middle. I'm doing the one in that house. Nope. Definitely not that one. Doing a different one though. I think she's coming inside the middle, maybe in the middle. Because I'm doing the one in the...
towards that gym.
Yeah, she did break it. Yep. Okay. Shit, Steve is there. Get out of here, girl. I don't have enough to fill it.
I don't know. I don't think I can finish it. I think I need just a hair more.
I'll deal with it.
Hair more.
Half should be enough for me to run with it. Yep, I got it.
And there's another one right where I'm running.
Yeah, I see it. I see it.
Oh, that's whack.
On my way.
Who's texting me? Good Lord.
She should be coming this way, probably. Yep, she's coming this way. Maybe not, actually. This one just needs, like, one full one. I'm gonna go get her. I got you, girl. Now, can I heal you? Yes, I can. There's a blood generator where I just unhooked her as well, behind this like tractor thing. Steve's doing one right now. Alright, I'm gonna go see if I can finish up this blood gen. Did she kick it? Yeah, she did kick it. She did kick it. I'm gonna stop the leak.
Come on with Steve.
Yep, she found me. Get out of here.
You in the house?
Yep. Sucker. Ah, shit. She got me. 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 I'm gonna go in the basement. Damn, I should have ran from that dog. Yeah, I'm going in the basement. Yep. I'm in the basement. It's fine. It's my home. Alright, that gives me a moment to just play around with some settings on the phone or on the video settings. We're at 1080p, 60 frames. I'm gonna crank up the bit rate. Actually, no, leave the bit rate at like 3500. Apparently, that's like the best. It's attempting to reconnect. There we go. We're reconnected. It only took like 2 minutes for it to reconnect, but at least I like how it reconnects. Shizers. She on her way.
She's on me.
Yep.
All good.
I didn't realize I just got to second hook. Steve's here with me. I'm going to. We're at the closest door to that. To where that house is. Okay, you see where we're at.
Yeah, I see.
I'm gonna open the door. Come on, Steve. Oh, don't run out, dude. Don't run out. Come back. He's healing me right now. I'm gonna kind of circle around. It's your first hook anyways.
Why can I not? She's right up on me. Why can I not run? Or jump
He
off?
left? Are you for real? Is she just camping you right now?
Yeah, she's just camping me.
I guess
She's
we're...
standing right in front of me. Should I try to get off? These dogs on me.
Yeah, the dog came to me. Shit.
She's coming. I just roll out.
Alright.
Yes.
Yep. Okay, so we're at 50 frames per second right now. $55, $52, $51. I mean, it works. It works good. I just got to get used to the chat feature if I'm going to use this app. The other alternative is to get an Android phone, a cheapy one, and just, like a refurbished old Android Samsung phone and just use that as the streaming phone because it has more capabilities than the iPhone.
Right.
So we'll see about that because last night, I didn't realize people called what I'm doing, they call it the IRL stream. They call it IRL streaming. I didn't even know there was a term for that.
Yeah.
Even though IRL is technically everything, because everything is in real life. Even when you're playing a video game, you're still streaming in real life. But their concept of IRL is to have a backpack, wire that's connected to their phone with a power bank, charging their phone, and having maybe like an internet hotspot within their backpack and walking around anywhere in the world and streaming. Technically, I did that, but I did it using mobile data and using a power bank whenever my phone got low or I was in the car. So for me, it was more being resourceful than having that backpack. But apparently, people spend up to like $3,000 to $6,000 for their mobile setup. I'm like, wow. That's crazy. 3,000 to 6,000 for a mobile setup? Like, I thought you can just do it with what I'm doing.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, you definitely can. It's just a matter of like, do you need all that feature? The only thing that I would like is unlimited data. That's what I want. But
You don't have unlimited data?
Canada doesn't offer any unlimited plans. That's why Canada, yeah. Not up until the last time I checked in late 2025. There is no unlimited plans on any carrier here. That's why Canada gets, like we get jacked here. And by we, I mean Canadians get jacked. All right. I don't mind this map. I prefer the one with the tunnel, though. Shit.
It's Trickster.
Fun. Yep. Figured.
In the middle of the map.
Yeah.
So we're back to this silly stuff again.
My game is running smoother as well, too. Right now. Could be placebo. I'm going to start a mechanical gen. Where did he get taken down? Oh, close to me. Wow, that toolbox didn't even last long. I'm exposed. I gotta move. Does he know that I'm here? No, he does not know that I'm here. Perfect. I'm gonna get the person. I'm literally right by them. I'm just waiting for my exposed bar to disappear.
What are those 4K stuff? What do they like to run in? Like how fast can frames per minute get?
Frames, like 4K can go up to. If you have a really beastly computer, it can technically do 240, but 240 is really hard to achieve. But usually 4K 120 is what people aim for.
120?
Yeah, 120 frames. You can see the difference between 120 and 60. Shit, he's coming my way. Oh. I'm near that person, but I'm gonna fill up. Like this Victorio guy, he's not doing anything. He's just kind of like following me and like not doing. Well, now he's getting the blood canister. Yeah, 120 4K is the sweet spot. But most people aim for like 1440p, which is less than 4K, at like 240 frames per second. Like if you're playing like first-person shooters, like Counter-Strike or Call of Duty, they would rather have lower resolution but higher frame rate. Because the higher the frame rate, the faster your game operates. So that's why you'll see competitive gamers.
You gotta run.
You'll see competitive gamers shit.
They'll do what? They won't do 120?
Yeah, no, competitor shooter, like competitor people, like blah, blah, blah.
Call of Duty.
Yeah, Call of Duty people and Counter-Strike people, they will not do beyond 4K. They'll do, or they won't even do 4K. They'll do like 1080p. Hell, some people even drop to 720p because they want more frames. The more frames, the better. And then of course there's monitors that give you like 480 frames per second, 540. Shit.
We gotta run.
After me. What the fuck? What's up with these tricksters? Oh, shit. Shit. Nope. Ah, it's fine. Other survivors here.
Yeah.
She got.
Maybe I might be able to get you.
No, he got me.
I'm exposed.
Yeah, so now I gotta pay more attention to the screen just to see. I'm going to see if there's a way to change the color of the text or change something about that. I don't know. There's a chat setting, but it just changes the font of this of the thing, but not the actual like features of like how the font or how the people who show up, like it'll just show your @username thing. Would be awesome if they had like a picture thing. It's not a deal breaker. It's not too much of a deal breaker, but I definitely will have to pay attention to the chat more often now. I'm near her. I got her. Alright, let's see. Now that it's the first time I'm using extrasensory perception for the match. What do we got going on over here? Couple gens.
Damn.
Couple totems. Just
He set it back kind of to a locker. I just lost.
He's coming back here. Yep, he's coming straight to me. I hope somebody comes and gets you. Nope.
I got, what's his name, filling up a generator. He's right here.
Oh, thing's being chased. I'm gonna come get you.
I got it. I'm down.
Girl's being tunneled. She's dead. Ah, okay, I see the blood gen that he's doing. Me and her started a mechanical gen. Where is he at? There is he. I see him. Don't you just love when his laugh shows up and he's nowhere near you? I don't know why they added that feature. I guess just to throw us off.
Shit, he's on me now. I'm dead. This guy's dead too. When I get hung, go find the hatch.
No, he's still alive.
So, yeah,
I'll go get him in a moment.
are you finishing that gen he was finishing?
Yep. He should be coming my way now.
I want to run over there and grab him.
You're gonna get him? Alright.
Yeah.
I'm heading inside the house.
Well, he's over here.
I'm gonna drag him.
You're right.
I'm gonna drag
I
him.
see him, yeah.
Get out of my way, boy! Ah, he got me. He nailed me. Ah, he hit my generator too. Alright. Just gotta pay attention to the stream. Frames at 50 frames per second. Yesterday I was getting like 60 frames on my stream. So, don't know.
I'd like to know what frames I'm running.
Like on your laptop? Or your PS5?
PS5.
You're probably running at like, you're definitely running over 60. If your TV is newer and you're plugged into, and it's 120, you'll probably be running at 120 hertz. So probably 120 frames.
We gotta go. Fuck. Son of a bitch.
Ah shit, thought the basement was over here.
It's over. Are you crouching?
Yep. Unless he knows where I'm at.
He shouldn't. The other guy was closer. Well, that don't mean shit though.
Nope, because they could just... I think he knows where I'm at. Yeah, he knows where I'm at. He knows where I'm at! Ah! He knew exactly where I was at. So that's the flaw of, like, you know, it doesn't matter if you have iron will or not. If they can see you, like, healing, or they can just see where you went, like, it doesn't matter. That's why, like, iron will, like, it is useful, but it is also useless. Because, like, in that moment, like, iron will wouldn't have helped me at all. I left the match. It's fine. I'm gonna go to the store quickly and check to see. I mean, it's not Tuesday, so there's nothing new.
He got out.
Nice.
Boom.
Nice. Good job. Good job to him. The fuck is that? Who is this? Oh. Wait, this is a new outfit for her? V Bunusek. That's interesting. There's a new outfit for her in the shop. That's interesting. It's called Sungkran. Sunkrang. It's not bad. I'd get it, but it's interesting. It's called Pumpkin Pink.
For who?
V Bunusek. The drummer girl. If you go to collections, it should be the first one there. It's actually right at the, as soon as you're in the shop. That's interesting that that's interesting that they even have that today, because, like, but then again, there's some new stuff for, like, Quan, or Taeyang Quan, because he has university days. I don't think I saw these before. or it must have always been there. I just didn't notice it until now. All right. That's fine. I'm gonna change from Kate to Fang Ming.
Banga manga.
Generic username. Love it.
I used to have a username. It was unlisted.
That's what you named yourself, Unlisted?
One time, yeah.
Nice. I one time had a username in like 2017 that was just a period.
So it's up nothing. Period.
Yeah, just a period. Because you couldn't put a...
I probably got a couple. I probably got a couple more. I got to go to the dentist today.
Gotcha. Are you going to play later or no?
Yeah, because I need to ride my bike today. I haven't done it.
Okay.
I haven't rode any car yet, so I can play later today. I was going to go to a spin class, but I might hold off. Sometimes my body just don't feel like it wants to
How long is it?
put out too much today.
How long is your spin class usually, like, they go for an hour?
Usually an hour. Sometimes I might go to a 30-minute one if that's the only one I can get to. Normally about an hour, though.
Are there tons of people in the class?
Yeah. I have probably like, just kind of depends who the instructor is, but I'd say an average probably about 10. Some days I got, 25 people up in there.
Oh, wow, okay.
And so we got some people in there. Just depends on who the instructor is. If the instructor is more fun, then yeah, you'll get more people.
Oh, it's Freddy Fazbear, the teddy bear.
Freddy.
Yep, saw him rolling this way. Freddy Fazbear.
Where did this person... Oh, okay, we're walking. Where the hell did this person go?
I'm on my way to do that, Jen. I'm gonna probably be the one that
Okay.
finishes it. Wait.
Yeah. Yeah, we just need that. You're good.
Nice, that's done.
And the other one's in the house. That's what it's showing me. This blood generator's done.
The one at the top, yeah, it's gonna be at the top of the house. I gotta fill up a little bit. Actually, no, I can't really fill up. There's not much in that. Yep, you gotta go up. I see you. I'm right behind you. Gotta go up the stairs. I think, yeah, the fastest way is the way you went. Yep, it is. If Laura Croft is still being... Nope, she's not being chased anymore. I kind of wish... Oh, there's a one right out here. There's a blood pump right here.
Up here. I'm gonna run to this one. You can run too. Then fill it up. We should have, or you can walk. It don't matter. At this point.
I'll walk it.
If I'll be able to finish it. But if he jumps in his little thing, I'm not gonna finish it yet.
That's fine, because I'll have enough to go and do, shit. Thought it was coming. Okay, that's done.
Got lost. If you come back to this generator, did you see the other one?
I
It's
see
right
you.
next to it, kinda. There's one right here to my right, but we're gonna run out of This one here, it's probably got a quarter left.
That's fine. I still have quite a fair bit, and that person's filling up right now. I don't know how much they're going to be able to fill though. I don't think they can fill anything.
Quarter.
Yeah.
Oh, this one's been popped.
Yeah, this one's done. Oh shit, he's coming.
Freddy. Freddy Fat Bear. Miss me.
I hear one. It's at the back of this. Yeah, I found it.
Oh my god, I jumped right back over that fucking thing. God, it's stupid. I hate it when it does it. I tried to pull the axe off and it grabbed me. Or it made me jump over. I was too close to the pallet. There, right where I'm getting hung, there's a blood gen right next to me too. He's going to the left of me.
I hear a generator being done. I can heal you. I'm gonna heal Laura Croft and I'll be there in a moment. It's okay, we're doing good. Okay. I'm gonna come through the house.
He's coming back towards me. He's going to my left. He's gonna run into Laura.
I'm gonna get you first. I know which one is you.
We're gonna run towards him and heal up.
Yep. He's coming.
He's coming back.
I'll get him. Shit, I gotta deal with the fucking axe. Nope. Rah! It's fine.
Which way did he go? To your left or to your right?
He went into the house. He's come back. Yep. He's coming directly to you. Yep.
Motherfucker.
Thing's coming for me. Meg.
Damn it. It's coming for her. Little does he know, keep him away. I got whatchamacallit.
Laura Croft is holding him off while we're healing.
Isn't there a generator right over there by you all? That's
No. That one's done. Shit. It's coming our way.
There's another one.
I'm gonna pick you up. Don't use your thing.
Yeah, I'm not. She's coming for me. She's almost here. But there's a generator we should be able to do right over there. It don't matter.
Shit. He might be coming back.
He's still chasing her around that pallet.
She's holding him off. Oh, I see him. I see him. She's doing good.
He's over there to our left.
There's a generator, a standard generator, in this house here, though.
Alright, we can do that.
Of course, he's got one of them, like, camera shits in here. If she can hold them off for a bit, we can get this gen done. Technically, Meg is almost finished that blood gen too. So either way, one of these gens will be done.
Yep. gonna go if you come through that door?
I'm gonna go through the window. Or actually, I'll go through this door behind me.
Okay, I'll jump through the window.
Ah, shit, he's on Meg. We gotta get that person.
I think we're far away from the door, aren't we?
Nope,
Not too far.
nope, we're right by the door.
I'll go open this one up. Oh. He's over there. On that side. Shit, he's on me again.
I'm opening up the door that was right by where we just finished the generator.
Is that the door she's on?
That's me, yeah. There. Where we just did the generator, that's where the door is.
Oh, I'm at the fucking other one.
Shit. How'd that person... Wait, they left that person? Wow. Got you. Go, go, go. You open that door?
Yeah, they're both open.
Okay, well, she ran to your door. I think she's running to your door.
She is.
I'm running to my door.
Are you there?
Yep. He came to me. He has me pincered. Fuck it.
Where are you at? Because I'm running back towards you.
Nah. I'm gonna head to your door.
See?
Let him continue to play the little game over there. I know where your door is. I see it. I don't see you. Where are you?
I fucking got lost again.
There you are.
There.
I wasn't gonna play a little mind game. Yep. I wasn't playing his mind game. Nah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, there you are. I didn't see you.
Your dog?
Yeah.
He's doing better, I take it.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
Yeah, I think he just slipped or something. He might have slipped, might have jumped off the couch, slipped on my rug or something. Or when we had all that snow, maybe he slipped on it outside. There's a big difference, man, feeding your dog real food. I mean, my dog's like 16 years old, but you wouldn't guess he's that old. He's like in really good shape.
Right. He doesn't bark much.
Nah, unless somebody comes to the door or something. That's about the only time he's a good alert dog. If I get a rat in the house or something, probably go get it. He's a hunting dog. Little wiener dogs.
Yep.
Fighting badgers.
Ooh. Alexa, play notification.
Dead by daylight. This was a good map, too.
Yeah, I like this map.
Of course, there are generators blocked. Who are you?
Yunjin.
Okay, I know who you are.
Stop touching me, dude.
He's coming.
Yep.
He's a gunslinger.
Hey! We have this guy again. Let's go. Shit, he's after me? Bullshit. He's gonna shoot me. He's gonna shoot me. Oh, he got me. Damn, boy. Oh, thank you, dude, for taking that hit from me. I appreciate you. I appreciate you so much. Dude fucking lost me. Oh, damn. I'm so sorry. Oh, she took the hit for him now. Damn. That was...
I'm in a far backhand right corner, like where we were at in that maze. Far backhand corner away from where you were filling up that blood generator, like that corner, like you were filling up that.
Yeah, I see you. I figured you went this way.
Yeah, you should be able to knock this one out.
Oh my god.
Damn, they're both down.
Yep. We're gonna have to go deal with that. I appreciate the dude for taking my hit for me. Yep.
He's got that.
It sure does.
It's gonna happen again when he picks up this other person.
Yes, he is. Yes, it is. Oh no, the other person got away. Nice. Okay. Gotta go back for them. They're right here.
So we need to run. He's coming. I'll try to get him. He's on me.
Yeah. We're gonna heal up.
Oh,
These.
good shot, son. Good shot, son.
He got you? Yeah, he got you. Yeah, she's wearing the new outfit but not the pants.
Got me again. God.
Damn, you're far. Okay. Oh shit.
Going to my left.
Okay, let's see what he's doing. Let's see see what's going on here. He's chasing her. I'm coming your way. Oh, there's another bludgeon that was being worked on. The basement is right here. I got you.
He's coming back. She's gonna run right into us.
We gotta move. We gotta move. I'm gonna go in this corner over here. Nice. You got that done. All right, there's a blood gen inside of that big farm barn, and there's one, two. Shit, he's coming our way. Wait, let's see what's going on. Let's get some extra sensory perception. I'm gonna go for her.
Yeah.
He's out of my.
I'm still back over here.
Yeah, he's out of my range. I can't see him.
I'm back here. When you save her, I'm in this back corner.
Yep.
Kind of where we healed up, where the pallets are at.
Sounds good.
He's coming.
That guy's finishing a gen.
Just hit my generator.
He's coming our way. Yep, here he comes. I see him.
Finish that generator.
He's right by that person who just finished that gen.
I'm in that corner.
You're where he is? Or no?
Where we healed up.
Gotcha, I have to go the other way then.
Back in the pallets. I'm about almost halfway done with this gen.
I see it.
So if you got a...
I see it. We're here. All of us are here. Alright. There is a blood gen that was started over here, but yeah, this one's kind of started. But of course, there's no pump nearby. He's coming this way.
Nope. Yeah, he's on me. There's one in that house, too.
You sure he's on you? No, he's on me. Get the hell out of here. Sucker! Eat that. Oh shit, someone's over there. Oh, it's okay, it's my first hook. That guy's AFK. The guy that's standing, he's AFK. He can't hook. No! Damn! I couldn't get out of that. Fuck. He was blocking the hook, but he's AFK. Ah, that sucks. I could have gone out of that. He's dead. He's coming back. No, actually no. She's here with me. She's here. She's right here. Thank you, V. I appreciate it. I really like that hairstyle. I like it. I appreciate it. All right. I know the gen that we're doing. I'm going to head to it. There's one in the middle of the house, or like inside that middle house as well, too. I'm going to see.
Yeah. I'm doing the one in the shed.
Oh, the far corner one?
Yeah.
All right.
Corner one. It is halfway done.
All right. I'm going to head there. But where's the closest blood pump?
Kind of back where you were chasing him. Where he was chasing you, kind of where it ended.
Gotcha, okay.
Right where he kind of hit you. But it's about out. Let's see. No, it's good. I mean,
he's coming my way. I'm heading there. I'm crouching. He's heading into that direction, though. Yep, he's going inside. He's gonna kick it. Yeah, he's inside the shed right now. Kind of watching him.
Came out the door.
I think he's watching that one.
He is. He's through the thing. The little pieces.
He didn't kick it though.
We're gonna finish it. Go find a door.
Here we go. Here we go. I'm on the run.
Are you doing that? Which one are you doing?
I'm not doing a door. I'm being chased. Oh. They're doing the one Not that way. They're doing the other one. So we got nobody. We got the totem basically. So if you get hit, you're basically gonna get TKO'd.
Found it, totem.
I don't know if she opened the door. You found is it fire?
No, I don't think so. Not on fire.
If it's not on fire, then that's not the right totem. But if it is the fire one, then if it has a fire underneath it, then that is the one. That looks like it is the one.
He's on me.
Yeah, he is on you. Nope.
Shit.
One tap KOs.
Fuck, I should have just came and got you. I shouldn't even fucked with the totem.
That's fine. Is that your second hook? Nope. If she gets hit, it's over. All right, hold on. Which way is he coming? Yeah, this is the fire totem.
To my right.
I'm gonna do it. Yeah, she did open the door. All right, dude. One of us is getting out. He's gonna come back. He's gonna hit me, and you're gonna get out. Or, yeah, one of us is getting out. He's guarding. He's guarding. He's coming for me. He's coming for me. You don't go to the door, dude. I'll deal with it. I'll deal with it. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, head that way. That's where the door's at. That's cool. That's cool. I played my role. I played my role.
What was going to happen? Why did I have to finish that gym? One hit?
It's okay.
Why did we have to finish that gym?
You mean a totem?
Yeah.
Because then you would get one hit. No one escapes death, basically.
Alright, I got one more.
Sounds good. That gives me that's perfect because that'll allow me to start my play out soon and get the upper body stuff done. Because, you know, that's the extra stuff is today.
I feel like I haven't heard that song in a while.
Which song?
Is that what you were just doing?
Oh no, I was singing her outfit song. It goes din 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 din. That because like when you have this outfit. When you have this outfit on, it has a certain music.
Isn't that song I was just singing? Isn't that Dead by Daylight, or is that a different song?
No, that's definitely the Dead by Daylight song, but that's like the old. It's like na 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 na. That's
I haven't heard it in a while.
Yeah, that's the Dead by Daylight song.
Ooh.
Hey. All right, let's see what's going on here. What we got? T. So, Danny, the girl that lives in London, Ontario, she sent me a reel on Instagram with I'm sure you ran into the guy where he asked like these really weird questions, and there was like another guy who's sitting across from him, and then they make a face, and it's like for like a 5-second question. Okay, so basically in the reel, the guy's like, if there was only 4 astronauts on the spaceship, then who was taking their video? And who then pointed the camera to the Earth? It's a valid question, but like at the same time, I'm like, it's called. There's a robotic like arm that can control the camera from outer space. So, come on, humans!
Oh,
Like
it's Freddy. Freddy Fazbear. I just saw him.
again.
Yeah, he's walking towards his cabin in the back, away from. He's over there. Yeah.
Yeah, time to do my extrasensory perception. I like using this skill because it allows me to see all with the third eye. All right, so there's a totem over there, but I think that's a regular totem, but I'll go check it out, see if... Yep, this is a regular totem, but I'll deal with it anyways.
You keep following that, there's a generator, two-person gen.
All right. Ooh, that
right past the shack.
Ooh, that person got fucked. If it's only two-person, is she with you?
No, me and you can do it if you come back. Right here to you, behind you.
Oh, right. Extrasensory perception wasn't activated yet. I could hear it, but I couldn't see it. I'm like, fuck is it? Extrasensory perception. Ooh, yeah.
See her too.
You can see her?
Yeah, she's kind of close to us over there, but I'm gonna take the long way around.
Oh, whoa, 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 whoa.
Fuck,
Yep.
how's he so fast? What the fuck was that?
I don't know, dude.
Dude, he was like... That's not normal fast.
Oh, Jen, I'm with the twins because they look the same. They have the same outfit on. I see you, and you see us.
Going through the house. He's headed right towards you.
Ah, shit! I screamed. Ah, damn. Yeah, boy. Yeah, boy. He's coming for me. Get the fuck out of here. He went after her. This is why Lucky Break is so fucking good, dude. Because when you hide behind a rock and then you just dip, like, they lose you.
We need to run, take a right. Oh, there he is. He's fucking coming right back here.
Well, time to bolt. I'm running right by his screen shit. I'm gonna get her. Oh, thank you for healing me. I appreciate you for healing me first. That's good, that's good, that's good. I got you. Shit! Oh my god! Okay, hold on. Shit! He wants to throw that damn axe! For fuck's sakes! Gotta run for my life! Ah! Shit, they're all here with me. Oh, you're here too. He's kicking it. Damn, boy. Damn, boy. We got... Look. This is the person I was attempting to heal, but I couldn't heal them. I guess I'm not healing you right now, person. I got you. I can heal you. I can heal you. I got you. I got you. A little bit of payback. A little bit of, you know. I got you, girl. I got you. I got the twins be healing me. I see him.
Shit, he's back on me, motherfucker.
Sure is.
Fucking ass bitch. Whatever. He didn't hit me with that. That's whack as shit.
Oh, damn. Do we have a totem over here? That's a fire. Nope, that's not a fire totem. That's just one of his damn perks. You gotta pull out that axe. But when you pull out the axe, it's slower when you run, so. Unless he loses you completely. I'm on a gen with the other person.
Motherfucker.
I see you. I see you. He's hooking you where I got hooked.
He's going towards back in the middle of the house. He's back on me now. And I lost him. That's right. Y'all
Shit.
can finish that.
I think my person screamed. Fuck, and they blew up the generator. Alright. Alright. As Kevin Hart would say.
She's right in front of me.
Yeah, I know. See, that was how. See how she hooked you in. Like when she unhooked you, I was able to heal you right away. That's how it used to be.
We can try to knock out this generator here.
Nah, he's coming back
Maybe.
there. Shit. I would love to, but I can't. Let me see which one you all are doing.
The center one.
Oh,
He's been patrolling.
I'm gonna do a different
He's
one.
been patrolling this
I'm
one.
doing one by a door that's closer to the door. Like, it's near the center one, but there's a fucking.
I think we're about to pop this one.
Yeah, you are. And there's one right by the end of the map here, by the door. So like, where she is down this direction, like straight ahead from her, like down ahead, there's a generator by the door. But he also has a fucking little door shit there waiting to watch. Like number 3 and number 4. Are you guys closer to her?
No, but we're headed that way.
I guess I can get her.
Oh shit, he's on me again. Fucking Christ, I'm gonna try to pull him far away.
I'll get him.
Fucking bitch.
Woo.
This guy was patrolling this area again. How the fuck did he miss her? Didn't miss her. Oh.
Is he doing?
Yeah.
Yep.
Over.
Yep, I can hear my character screaming.
Shit. He came back for me every freaking time. She's behind you.
Yeah, I know, but he's coming this way. No! Fuck me! It's okay. That's so stupid, honestly. That fucking, like, hatchet thing, it's bullshit. Ugh! It's okay, it's my second hook. Okay, at least one of the characters, the other people know which generator we're doing, but the other one doesn't know. She doesn't know jack shit where that generator is. She didn't see it.
No, but this girl's getting ready to bust this one.
I gotta move, gotta move,
The
gotta
one
move.
you were heading to originally.
Shit! I'm dead. Oh no. Wait, what?
He's on her. Go find the door.
Door is back.
Actually, where she's getting ready to pop that generator.
Yeah, there's a
door. I think there's a door right
yeah,
there.
there's a door right there. She got to open that damn door.
She's opening that door.
She getting worried. She getting worried. Hurry up, person, hurry up! I think we'll be okay. I think we'll be okay. Unless he teleports in here. Nah. I'm not even chancing it. Fuck that.
Alright, man. I'll get on later on.
Sounds good. I'll be ready by like 6:30, 7 o'clock ish.
Alright, sounds good.
Sounds good. All right, see ya, dude.
Alright.
Peace out. Let's go. Okay. I like this track. Okay. Well, it's 2:18. It's time for us to get rolling. That was fun. Live stream. We're gonna do. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do the play out with the front camera facing. The front camera being the. You're gonna see me the normal way today. The first time in forever. This is how I was supposed to look. Now the question is, did the YouTube team actually fix? One sec, y'all. I need to move these two chargers out of the way. So 55. But you see, it's kind of like weird because like now I'm like on a weird ass angle. Like it's weird. But this is what I'm supposed to look like. It's just weird. Like right, left. Like it feels so disorienting. But this is how it used to be. I just have to get used to it, I guess. It's weird. I don't know. I don't know why, but it just feels weird. But you guys are seeing me exactly the way this is where this is supposed to be. Right? It's not supposed to be whatever it was. And that, wait. Hold on. I want to test something. I want to see what is actually happening when we flip. Hold on. What the fuck is actually going on when we do this? Camera settings. Yeah, see, everything is flipped. Like this is actually supposed to be over here, and this is supposed to be over there. But like this makes it look normal. But it's weird because it's not normal. Because this is reverse. Because what it's supposed to look like is supposed to look like this. And now, like this is what it's supposed to look like, but it's just kind of weird because like it feels like everything's like not like it's just weird. But this is what this was supposed to look like from all this. I guess is because I'm not used to it now, because I got so used to seeing the live stream the way, like, hold on. You know what? Hold on. I need to open up my stream from back, like, from back a couple, like, I gotta go back to my stream from back in the day.
So I'm gonna leave the front.
Okay, so let's go to lives. Oh my god, I have to go through all of these lives. Holy fuck. Damn, son, look at all of the lives that I had to go through. Oh my goodness gracious. Look at all of this. So, when did... Nope, still there. Still backwards, still backwards. There we go, see?
Good morning, everybody.
Look, see? It's working. See, back in the day, it was like that.
Here it is. Before we start, I'm gonna just do a couple things because I know there's a few.
But it just feels weird because it's like on a weird, like, angle shit. I don't know why. Maybe it's because, like, I don't know. I don't know. It just feels weird to be like this again. It's all good.
Thank you for the likes already. I appreciate that. Remember, closed mouth can't be fed. So for those of you who could send me just hitting a thumbs up, that would be awesome.
I used to ask for all that thumbs up stuff.
Send it out to more people. Greatly.
This was the last live stream where the thing was actually working properly.
Thank you so much for the likes. And we're just doing this thing. We're gonna be doing a 30-minute upper body play out. It's gonna be pretty friggin' awesome. Yeah, I trust that you all will enjoy this play out.
That's pretty much the same, all that.
30 minutes.
It's just weird. I don't know. It just something feels off. Like it feels like I'm like my head is tilting for some reason. I guess I'm not. Guess I'm just not used to it.
Hello to everybody.
I don't know.
Good morning, good morning, good morning.
Like, is my head like tilted or something? Like, do I have to like? I don't know.
Feeling awesome.
Like, it never used to feel like this.
I'm doing amazing. I'm always doing amazing. Well,
I think it could be the camera.
The thing is, I don't stay in low vibration for too long.
I think it could be the camera. Maybe I'm like zoomed in. Oh wait,
That's
whoa!
the
You can
million-dollar
zoom.
question that everybody
Yo,
keeps asking. How do I get out of my little rut
Bro.
that I may be in? It's quite simple,
whoa!
actually.
Hold on. Hold on. So I can
just
zoom.
simply see it as
I can
it's
zoom
not
in a
important.
bit.
If it was important,
But I don't want to
Like, I
zoom
will
in. I
handle
want to
it.
zoom back out.
and you know, I would.
It's weird.
What's the word?
You know what? I know what it could be. It's the frames per second. It's making it look weird because normally... Well, actually, I don't know. I can't really say that's true because I really don't know. But something, like, besides it being the way it really is supposed to have been all this time, you know what? Let's see. Remember there was that setting about camera. Let's do resize and we'll go aspect fill. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I have to go on my stream right now and check. This is crazy that I can even do this now. Fucking YouTube. See YouTube? You see what you had me do now? You see that? You force this shit. Oh, a couple things. So, if I haven't mentioned to you, my microphone, this, wasn't working with the YouTube app. So yesterday I decided to use a streaming app called Streamlabs so I can connect to YouTube. So that's why you're seeing your text at the bottom. Like you can see your text and all that. It's like it looks double because you have your text on the screen plus my text because YouTube, when I'm using Streamlabs, it doesn't show me the text. It doesn't show me the chat. So I have to use their chat and I don't like it. But my microphone works. As you can hear, my microphone works. And you get to see my actual way I'm supposed to look like on the stream. Because when I first started streaming back in the day, my streams looked like this, where everything was normal.
If it was important, I would linger in it.
See?
The thing is, a lot of the stuff that...
Look at that, my Nike symbol.
Like,
See?
used to
Nike
bug me
symbol,
doesn't
right
bother me
side.
anymore.
This is the right way.
Because I've become so present in being in the now. That
But it's so
I don't
weird
worry about
because,
the
like,
past, and I don't worry about the future.
it's
I focus
hard
right here
to,
and now. And because I get to live stream.
Because now this is my right and this is my left. But on the live stream, it looks kind of weird because I'm not used to it now. But this is how it used to be. But YouTube does not have these features built into their live stream. So guess what? I am now using an external stream app, and I'm going to test another one tomorrow. But I don't think that one's going to be so great because the phone, the heat from that app just generates so much heat that it just fucks things up. But the thing is, the chat, I don't like it on this app. I don't. So I have to yeah, something is definitely different for sure. You can tell, like there's something's off, right? Like if I can show you what it looks like. So this is the difference. So if you're wondering like the difference, this is what you're really seeing. So check this out. This should look more normal to you. Like this should look more normal, right? This is what you all have been seeing for the last year and a half. This. Yeah, this is what you all have been seeing, but this is not what I used to see. So this is not this was never normal, but then it became normal. Right? That's why cuz like this is not on this side. Like it's not there. It's actually here. I don't know, it's weird to explain, but yeah. Yeah. Anyways, I'm testing out this app to see, but I have to pay more attention to the screen. Yeah, exactly. But the thing is, this is not considered mirror mode. This is considered normal. But mirror is the other way, where like this is my left, but you all think this is my right. This isn't my right. This is my right hand, but this is my left hand. But on the other way, my left is my left and my right is my right. So like if I go back this way and do this, it's just I have to readjust myself because it feels so weird. But like this is my right and this is my left, and you guys can tell which is my right and which is my left. Right? You can look at me and you'll be like, yeah, that's clearly his right hand and that's clearly his left hand. You see what I'm saying? Anyways, my microphone works. But you see, I had to escalate this to YouTube support, and they didn't want to do a damn thing. Or they haven't done a damn thing about it yet. And they think that I'm probably going crazy, but I'm not. Because you can tell the difference between when I'm using my microphone from when I'm not using my microphone. But yeah, basically, when you saw me sitting, I'm sitting here. I'm not sitting over there like y'all used to see. Like, I'm sitting here. Like, here is where it is. Like, this is what it's supposed to look like. So anyways, today's called Tribulation, right? I had to go through a bunch of trials and tribulations to figure shit out for YouTube. But you know what? It was supposed to happen because, you know, time's ticking on this channel. And wherever I decide to stream next, I needed to use this type of app because this app is going to help me to do what I need to do now. I just don't like the chat feature. That's the only thing. I don't like how the chat shows up. I can have the chat disappear from the screen, but then I have to have another screen open for the chat. So I have to have like another device, like my tablet. So if you leave a message and I don't see it, just like this morning, I didn't realize that Taylor, she messaged. She's like, hey, how's it going? I didn't even see it was her. I thought it was all my messages. And then T-Bray jumped on, and he left a couple messages. And I at first I was like, wait, that's not me. That's T-Bray. Because you all don't get your icons. Like when you're on YouTube, watching on YouTube, you're getting your icons. You can see yourself. You can see your own chat at the bottom, but you're also getting in-screen chat on top of that. So, and that's the only way for me to get like the chat on my end. So it's like you're kind of you all are getting a double chat while I'm getting a single chat. If that makes sense. Anyways, yeah. But you see, my point to say is like YouTube hasn't fixed anything, and the thing is they added these. This is not even on the YouTube app, and I can do this stuff off of YouTube. Now, of course, we can't use copyright material still because me and T-Ray were listening to a country song, and it showed that my stream got suspended for violation. So, and then it came right back. So we know that they still hit copyright stuff on YouTube. I'm gonna stick to this camera, and if I can get back to feeling normal with this camera again, I will use this camera in the morning. But it's just weird. But yeah, you see, I know you left yes, but I have to like look actively to see now because it's harder to see the chat. You all can see it's all like the same, right? Because I can't see the YouTube chat. If I disable the chat, look, I can disable the chat right now. But guess what? If you leave a message, I can't see it. Right? So guess what I would have to do? I'd have to open up my app, which I'm going to do. Yeah. But you know what's funny? You all... Hold on. On my end, now the screen is completely clear, but I can't see any chat. But on the live stream, you all still see two chats. It's kind of weird. Not gonna lie. So me disabling the chat here didn't do shit. So you see, I'm practicing right now. So here's my other question then. If I go to my chat settings and I drop the font of YouTube to 12, does this shit make it smaller? Yes, it does. It made it a lot smaller. I think it made it smaller. See, you can't even do any of this on a... Sometimes this thing works and sometimes it doesn't work. Let's see what happened now. Oh yeah, look how tiny that is. That is tiny as fuck on my screen. Holy crap. Okay. So we don't want to do that. we don't want to do that. So raise that back up. It was set to 15. We don't want to make it enormous. Come on, man. What the fuck? 11, 12, 13 maybe? I don't know what chat height means. I don't know what that means. 46%? I have no fucking idea what that means. And it won't slide. There, I have it at 14. I don't know what that does. Let me see something now. I don't know what that does. My text got bigger, but my thing, it looks like it's still the same. I have no idea what chat height does. It's at 14%, so. Yeah, that's hard to see though. It's like, I have to like squint a bit. I don't like that. If YouTube could just add, or not YouTube, if fucking Streamlabs can add the YouTube chat like Prism Lab can, or Prism Live can, we wouldn't be even thinking about Prism Live. Prism Live would be irrelevant. But Prism Live has a better chat feature, but it has but the quality of the cameras are not that great. Even though it's the same quality. Even though it's the same camera. It's bizarre. I'm living in bizarro land right now, y'all. 15. Yeah, I'll just leave it at 15 because it works. What is this? Yeah, see that's I made the text bigger. So yours and my previous text were size 12 or size 13. This is size 15 now. So size 15 is fine. That works. But it's just, I want my YouTube actual chat. If we can have my YouTube actual chat, I am good. I am good. So this is the only flaw with this streaming app, is to use this chat for me because I can't see the other chats. I'm gonna go use the bathroom quickly. I'm gonna start my play out though. I gotta roll. I'll be right back. All right, so there is one feature that I actually enjoy about this. You know what feature that is? When I turn the back camera, I can use ultra wide camera, or I can use the standard back camera, or I can even use telephoto, but of course look how large that gets. So I can zoom in or I can use the ultra wide. I can switch between my different cameras on the back because there's 3 different cameras. And then I can switch back to the front. Like the front and the back, that's normal, but like I get to switch between 3 different cameras instead of me zooming in. You know? So, yeah. Anyways, right there is the door. This is how it's supposed to look. But it looks kind of weird now because I'm not used to this. I got used to the other way because, you know, we basically went an entire year with essentially looking the way we were looking. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on here? But this gives me some capabilities now that YouTube doesn't have added onto on their platform, which kind of sucks. So here we are. Ladies and gentlemen, we got upper body to do. Today is the 13th of April. We're almost halfway done the month. By the end of this week, the 17th of April, so Friday, there is potentially an intuitive hit that I might be getting from another person, which is interesting. Another person gets their intuitive hits, and I'm going to see what they have to say. Because they're like, we have a task to do. But what task that is, I have no idea. I have no idea. See, I don't like how the chat is because like I have to like constantly come up to the screen and look to see if anybody left anything, and if nobody left anything, then I have to come back and like, yeah. It is what it's meant to be. I wish it wasn't like that. But oh well. For now, I'm going to just have to get used to it until YouTube fixes the mic thing. I'm actually curious, did they even respond? Watch, they actually fixed it. Let's see. Let's go to the email. Let's go to trash. Stream was interrupted. Streams are interrupted when copyright content is detected. After copyright material is no longer being streamed, streams are automatically re-enabled. Ah, okay, gotcha. Fair enough. That's fine. Let me just move to inbox, primary. I need to respond to this guy. And what's the other one? Not Prima. What the fuck is that app? What is the name of that app? Prism. Prism. All right, so let's see. I'm just drafting an email right now. I'm just letting them know Streamlabs and Prism Live on iPhone, and I connected my account to test, and sure enough, my microphones, my external microphones, work flawlessly and is captured through their app to so it's definitely a YouTube iOS issue. Not sure if it's older iPhones using Lightning or iOS, or wait, when you all added the game feature to the streams. I don't really desire to use these external apps because they add overhead. So just sorry to update you on what is going on. Cheers, Jules. Yep, so reaching out to YouTube livestream. There. Why are you sending that to the trash? What the fuck? Google Chrome or Gmail. Okay, cool. But it's just seeing how this looks. Okay, cool. Let's go back to my other live stream when it was actually working. Every day, it allows me to just be absolutely present. I don't have the time to think about, oh, what am I going to worry about the future or the past? I share my stories for sure. I share everything that I'm here to share. But I love being present, and thank you for all 17 of you. And if any of you could hit the like 17 button by double tapping the screen, that would be awesome. That number is awesome. More people so that I can reach more people. But I usually like to start with I am grateful. So I'm going to ask you, all of you in the chat right now, what are you grateful for right now? What are you absolutely grateful for? And not I was in a flow back then. You know, some small thing. I mean, what are you really grateful for? Are you grateful to wake up? That you have another day? Just remember, 186,000 people don't get this opportunity. They go back home. Back up, whether you call it heaven or the seventh plane of existence. What are you grateful for right now? What are you grateful for right now? I know that I'm grateful that I get to live stream and share with you the wisdom that the universe is channeling through me. This does not belong to me at all. All the information that's inside of me is not mine. It is the universe. Thank you all 38 of you for being here, and thank you for the likes. I appreciate it. Hey there, welcome. The universe owns all the information. None of us own information. We have it, but it belongs to all of us. It doesn't belong to just one person. And the thing is, I get to be one of many vessels that shares the wisdom of the universe. I get to share the fact that, that you are the creator of your reality. And if some of you can hit bent over rows, like what push-ups?
Hey.
Well, I would just do standard push-ups because that works on usually like the back portion, the shoulders of your body. So a lot of these things can just be done by doing simple push-ups. That's it.
Do we get into it?
But if you tell me to like to whistle with this, so just go the normal speed. But if you can go slower, go for it. Workout. So upper, lower, and abs.
Interesting.
Saturday is jump rope. So cardio.
Interesting.
So jump rope is probably my favorite exercise to do, bar none. Like I love lifting weights that I can speak back because they already have. They gave me the answer. Already.
Look at
No
me.
damn way. There's no way.
Look at me just.
Maybe it was that. I'm sure. I already felt like I had it. I felt that I had it every day. Like, for example, I was sitting here with my MacBook on this chair, and I was
I'm just like looking at my old live streams. It's wild.
I was, you can say, pretending to have this microphone.
Oh.
Information is from the universe. And all books, everything you've ever read is basically another God writing things I see. It's stuff I think about when I'm asleep. Oh, these will come back. Yes, please shine down on me. Totally almost forgot how that. Notice that he no longer had judgment about.
Oh wow, we're
anything
reading a
or
book and
anyone.
everything.
He was no longer like anyone else. He could understand everyone very well. Bad. What is beautiful? What is ugly? What is right? No dream. All these laws exist in our mind.
Oh, I didn't
We
finish this
believe
properly.
them, and the judge inside us bases everything on these rules. The judge decrees, and the victim suffers the guilt and punishment.
Cool. All right, y'all. Time for us to get rolling. Tiff X Dan upper body, people. Drop sets? I like this one. This one's good. I like this one. I like it. I like it. I like it that much. I like it that much that I'm gonna do it again. All right, y'all. So this one is drop sets. So let's grab the dumbbells. Like I said, I'm going to kind of get used to this camera thing again. But the one thing that I realize with this is that the angle is kind of different. It's not because I've dropped the. Oh well, actually, I know why. I didn't have this tripod back then. And my camera is much higher. So back then I used to have my gimbal holding it up. Interesting. But like, you weren't seeing like this entirety of this thing. But anyways, here we are. Today is upper body, y'all. And if you would like to do this with me, I feel excited again. Feels like we've returned home. If you'd like to do this with me, let's go and do this thing. If we're doing anything back, I'll explain. There's going to be different types of push-ups. There's going to be like 5 to 6 different types of push-ups you're going to be doing in this one. There's even one called reverse, where your forearms are pointing outwards and your hands, I'll just demonstrate because it's just easier. Your hands are sort of in like a 45-degree angle, and you're going to come down and you push up like this. So that one's going to target your biceps and your triceps and your shoulder blades specifically. But when we start with our chest, I think we're starting with chest first. You're going to be doing wide push-ups. So notice my elbows in correlation to my rib cage. This is so fucking weird now, seeing that my left hand's actually touching my right. Oh my goodness. Yeah, this is weird, but yeah. So you guys will now know that this is the arm that I've been like, having a little bit of time with when I'm lifting. As you can see, I feel like I'm on like some angle, you see? Maybe I correct my posture. Who knows? See, it's like my head is like on a tilt. Maybe I'm supposed to be like this. I don't know. Anyways, so for outer chest, you're going to be doing you're going to do wide push-ups. So notice my elbows in correlation to my rib cage. Man, that's so weird, just like doing what I just did there. Then you're going to do standard push-ups for your shoulder blades and your back. Wide standard, narrow for your biceps and your triceps. Diamond, so you bring your index and your thumbs together. That focuses on that's split in the middle. And then there's pike push-ups, which target your shoulders itself. And the closer you bring your hands, the harder it gets, but also it actually targets your hamstring. So that's what you're going to be doing. This is so weird. And then watch this novelty run away, and it'll be back to normal. But tomorrow we're gonna test Prism Live and see what happens. If Prism Live goes kaput, and it's just like the phone gets extremely hot. Which, speaking of which, I want to just test something. Yeah, see, the phone's like normal here. I've been streaming for over 7 hours and 41 minutes. Yeah, 7 hours, 41 minutes. Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. Now I see what's going on here. So this timer is different. So this timer actually shows you in hours, not in just minutes. Because normally it'd be like 500 minutes, 540 minutes, 715 minutes on the live stream timer. This actually shows hours and minutes. Fuck. See? I picked up something new. I'm like, oh, I see what's going on here. I see it. I was like, why is it so much smaller, like the time? Like, it looks weird. But it's actually exactly what it's supposed to be. 7 hours and 42 minutes. Whatever that is in minutes. Because, we've been using YouTube itself. I know it sounds weird to say that, but I'm not on YouTube. Like, I'm on YouTube, but not on the YouTube app. I can turn on another live stream. I can show you what it looks like, but I don't need to do that. And by the way, a new Chase video came out. So we'll be watching that later. Because, it's entertaining. Oh, shit.
They were kind of like a little bit easier, right? Like the first Darkstars, for example, are unbelievably
less difficult. Bro, I can't speak English. It's okay, I can do it. They're unbelievably less difficult than Dark Souls 3, for example. Okay, also Waynard, what the fuck? Thank you so much for the 1000 beats. What the heck? On the left arm and the right one, and like 1000 bonks on the head. You have to trust me that it was like 1000 in just like a very fast span of the time, you know? Thank you so much, appreciate it, bro. You didn't have to, but thank you so much. Thank you. Hi Orion, I will love this game, will I? It's like 10 hours? Really? Only? 10 hours is like probably like longer 2 streams or like 3 streams. Except final bossy stuff, probably like around 20 hours. Wait, what? How is it 10 hours but the final boss is 20 hours? The math is not mathing, guys, a little bit. Hi Mida, hello! So
She's starting to play Final Fantasy 9.
Commistis, Mida, that's how it works. How are you guys doing? So good to see you guys. How was your Sunday? Bro, I swear to God, I didn't even know, kind of know, what day of the week is today. I was so confused lately. Okay, oh my God, I opened Guess the Game, and it's a fucking grass again. Why is it always grass? Musical gamer. Okay, here. We can go here. Oh my God, what the heck? I just started. Tero, thank you so much for the super chat on YouTube. Thank you. Final Fantasy 9, let's go. It was still my favorite, but this one is great. Your stream is so welcome. I have been in bed ill, but I'm sure no cloud nor squall will stop you. Oh my God, are you? Oh, what's happening, Zero? Why are you in bed ill? I hope that your health is gonna go.
She's doing good.
Health. I'm casting.
She's almost at 10,000 subscribers. That's pretty awesome. Good for her. She's gonna love Final Fantasy 9, but I'm going to leave her to play it and enjoy it because I don't want to tell her anything about anything. I want her to have a clean playthrough without me like interfering with that. Anyways, back to our exercise drop sets. Let's go. I'm excited for her. I'm excited for Komi. She's playing Final Fantasy 9, y'all. All right. You don't need a bench or sofa to do this, but he's using a bench. I think we're starting with chest, yeah. So you're gonna do wide push-ups. Oh, this is gonna be fun. No warm-up, Orion? Nope. We're doing isometric. Look how weird this is now, y'all. You're seeing it in a weird fashion. For those who are jumping on, of course, I can't really see the chat properly, so I actually have to like pay attention if anyone does leave anything, because I can't see the actual YouTube version of the chat, but I can see this chat, which is the YouTube chat, but in their version. I know, it's so weird. It sounds so confusing. So this one has a bunch of push-ups. So it's going to be like 2 sets of the same thing, and then a push-up type. We'll see if I go back to mirror mode. Now at least I have the option to do how the stream used to be. Gosh. And you know the funny thing about all this? We're almost done this channel. It's like full circle moment right now. We're doing dumbbell push-ups. Very good. I want to keep it more centered. Like I want to face it like there a bit. I don't know. It's fine. It's whatever. Y'all can see the wires, but I mean, it's not like you couldn't see the wires before. It just feels weird. All right, so after the push-up set, or whatever. After the main set, we get 30 seconds of rest. We're doing chest flies, diamond push-ups. And you know, when we did that live stream where it was working the way it used to work, like how it is right now, guess how much weight I was lifting? 30 pounds. So in a whole year, I went up by 10 pounds. I know that doesn't sound like a lot, but trust me, it's a lot. It's a lot. I'm going to be going up by another 5 pounds soon because these are becoming normal. Now, of course, for my shoulders, a little bit challenging with lifting very heavy weights, but I can do it. If Obafemi can lift 110 pounds, then I can lift 45 pounds. Like, this is considered light work for him. So, the temperatures have risen. It's sunny outside now. All right, so it's like 30 seconds and then you get like a 15-second rest. We're doing decline push-ups. So you don't have to have a chair to do this. You can just do standard push-ups. Very good. I was like looking for my water. I'm still wearing my layers until further notice. All right, bent over rows to the right. He's using his bench. Bring your right leg back and pull up with your right arm. I know for all of you who are like watching, who've been watching, it looks kind of weird. I know that it looks very different, but I promise you, this is how the live stream should have looked all along. I like this track, by the way. We're doing that again. Notice I didn't change my pants, I left it on. Because I'm slowly adapting into wearing this as my workout pants. Nice. Reverse push-ups. Let's go. You know, one thing I like about this camera though, you can see everything, at least now. Like, I don't have to do too much angle shifting. It's like this unlocked a little bit of a wider view on my front camera, a bit. Just a smidge. But it really does make a difference. Maybe it's just placebo, but I do see a difference. left side. So you're gonna bring your left leg back, and you're gonna pull with your left arm. This is my left. Now that you can see that I'm in the right position with the camera. That always bothered me, just so you know. The reverse stuff, I was like, nah. If YouTube can just add this feature, hello, like, it doesn't make sense why a big company like y'all don't have this feature. Hope you're taking lessons, YouTube. Don't let other companies, steamroll you. Same thing again. Reverse crunch, or reverse push-ups. Let's go. Because I already do a lot of wrist exercises, a lot of wrist mobility training, this is easy mode. But had I not done this, I would be feeling a strain in my wrist. But no strain. Shoulder press. Pike push-ups, y'all. Okay, gonna be mindful here. Nice. Doing good, y'all. Gotta do that again. This is light work. .45-degree shoulder press. Doing good, y'all.
Why do I feel like I'm on an angle? Rear delt rows. This is still shoulders. Very good. Doing good, y'all. Let's go. Shoulder shrugs. Ooh. You need to practice narrow push-ups. We're doing bicep curls, twist curls. Single dumbbell curls. Doing good, y'all. Awesome. Tricep
press. So you can do narrow push-ups, diamond push-ups, standard push-ups, or even pike push-ups. So tricep press is similar to chest press, but instead of holding the dumbbell like this, you're holding it like this. Yep. I gotta really pay attention to the chat because it's like really gotta get used to it, I guess. Because, you know, I've been so used to seeing icons with your name. Now it's different. So yeah, tomorrow I'm gonna use Prism Live and see how it works throughout the day. Cobra push-ups. This track. Hammer curls, back to biceps. Single dumbbell curl again. Very good. We should be doing triceps again. What are we doing? Overhead extension. overhead tricep press, which is also known as overhead extension. Okay, doing good. He's doing commandos, I'm gonna do dips. Feel called to do dips. You can do commandos or you can do dips. Commandos, you're gonna be on your forearm. Very good. One of my favorite tracks, by the way. Oh, we got abs to do. That's right. I remember. L-sit toe touch. Oy. L-sit toe touch without dumbbells. And then we have Russian twist. Doing good, yo. get ready for this. Very good. Sweating buckets. Let's go. Wow. Russian twist without a dumbbell now. Let's go. Doing good, y'all. We got push-up finisher. Decline or incline, decline, and then decline. Or wait, incline, standard, decline. Almost there. Let's go. Light work. Light work. This is light work. Decline push-ups. Very good. Oh my God. Getting there. Pause. Pause for a moment. Let's carry the dumbbells just a little bit. Let's walk. Live stream's been on for 8:17. So you see, it's 60 frames right now. Not bad. $60 frames. One more. One more. Very good. All right. It is probably 4 o'clock now. Let's see. 3:37. All right. Let's get rolling. Okay, let's get rolling. Well, we did it, y'all. We did it. Now we have our side quests to do, 55s and optionals and mobility training. So we've still got a fair bit to do, but getting it done. So tomorrow, like I said, we're going to be using Prism Live to see how we got to practice the deeper voice. Tomorrow we'll be using Prism Live and we will see how it works in terms of heating and how it handles like longer live streams. Like we'll be testing out all the things. This is perfect. I do it now for when the time comes. For when I start streaming on the other platforms, I know what to expect and not do it like when I start the other channels or whatnot, because I'll already know how it works. Like I know how this one works pretty much. So in the next couple days we'll be sort of like testing and preparing and whatnot.
Awesome. Okay, let's get abs done. Ugh, but before I start, I want to ask ChatGPT something. Let's ask ChatGPT something. Hey sister, quick question for you. So I'm using Streamlabs to stream to YouTube on my mobile phone. Now, I was asking you a couple days ago if it's possible to use both cameras at the same time, but there is no feature in Streamlabs or Prism Live. So I'm curious, how does one, it's like, I don't know how to explain, but it's like you have your full, like you use your back camera to show what's going on, and then your audience can still see your face with the front camera while you're like, let's say vlogging, to get your like reaction. What apps out there live stream to YouTube or to Kick or Twitch that gives you that feature by using only one device and not multiple phones or multiple cameras, but just one phone that has both the front and the back camera that allows you to do this, and also free options and paid options? And if you can also tell me which ones are the best to use, because like I'm also looking for one that has basically the best of all features and like has good chat support, because Streamlabs, even though it has chat support, it doesn't look like YouTube chat when you're like talking with people. So it's very difficult to kind of discern if that was you leaving a chat or someone else leaving a chat. So let me know what you have for me.
So if you want to stream to YouTube using both front and back cameras on your phone, a few top options are Duet Cam, Switcher Studio, and Streamlabs Mobile. Duet Cam lets you do a dual view in one device, Switcher Studio works like a mobile production studio, and Streamlabs is versatile but might need some setup. Check them out depending on your needs. Duet Cam is great for simple front and back vlogging, while Switcher Studio offers more advanced controls.
But can these actually live stream to YouTube?
So Duet Cam is great for recording with both front and back cameras, but it doesn't actually support live streaming to YouTube. If you do want to live stream, Switcher Studio is a strong option since it's built for mobile multi-camera production and can stream directly to YouTube. Streamlabs Mobile is also flexible and supports mobile streaming, so it could be a good fit as well.
But I'm already using Streamlabs, but it doesn't have that feature to use both your front and your back camera at the same time. It has the ability to switch between the two, or between your multiple cameras, but it doesn't allow you to use simultaneously your cameras.
So it turns out that true simultaneous front and back camera live streaming on a single phone is pretty rare. Some apps like Detail iOS and Dual Cam Stream to support it, letting you stream both perspectives at once. Streamlabs, on the other hand, doesn't natively do this. It's more about switching between cameras. Keep in mind, streaming both angles live will push your device's processing, so pick one of these apps and make sure you've got a stable connection.
Does Detail stream to YouTube, and is it free? And does that feature, is it included in the free version of that, or even Dual Cam Stream? Because you said Dual Cam Stream, does that even stream to YouTube?
The Detail app does let you stream live to YouTube from your iPhone and supports multiple camera angles. But while the app itself is free to download, some advanced features like higher resolution and removing watermarks require a subscription. You'll just want to check that the free version fits your needs before committing.
And what about Duet Cam Stream?
The Detail app does let you live stream to YouTube from your iPhone, and it supports multiple camera angles. But while the base version is free, some advanced features like higher resolution or removing watermarks require a subscription. I couldn't find a clear statement that the free version supports simultaneous front and back camera live streaming, so it's best to test it. In contrast, Duet Cam focuses mostly on recording both cameras but doesn't support live streaming.
What about on Android? Is there any apps that do what I'm asking to do?
Unfortunately, there aren't any reliable Android apps that let you live stream both front and back cameras at the same time. Most apps like Streamlabs or Minicam only allow switching between cameras, and phones generally aren't built to handle both simultaneously for streaming. If it's crucial, you might need to use two devices and switch between them.
Why is Prism Live overheating the phones that Streamlabs? Like, here's the thing. Yesterday I was using Streamlabs and the phone temperatures were fine and it had higher resolution. But when I use Prism Live, for whatever reason, has lower resolution and my phone was overheating. Why is that?
Yeah, that's a great question. So it often comes down to how each app handles your phone's processor and graphics. Streamlabs is usually pretty optimized for mobile, so it might be using fewer resources even at higher resolutions. Prism Live, on the other hand, might be more demanding, especially with certain settings. So it pushes your CPU and GPU harder, leading to heat. If you want to keep it cool, you might lower the resolution or adjust bit rates, or stick with Streamlabs if it runs smoother for you.
The only thing is that Streamlabs chat support is not, I don't like how it looks. I like the interface of Prism Live, but Prism Live, it doesn't run that well. Tomorrow I'm going to be doing a full live stream to see how it handles on my device, but I don't really have high hopes for it.
Yeah, I get that frustration. Prism Live's interface is super sleek, so I totally understand the appeal. Hopefully you can test it tomorrow with a lighter load, maybe reduce the resolution or close any background apps, and see how stable it stays. If it still overheats, then you might just have to lean on Streamlabs for the actual stream, despite the chat differences.
And the only reason why I'm doing this is because YouTube, my current mic, as I've explained to you, my external mic is not being picked up, and there's no way to actually, select your audio input device while you're in your stream. Whereas, at least in Prism Live, you can actually do that. But in Streamlabs, they don't have that feature, but my mic works fine. So it doesn't really matter if they have that ability to switch between the two mics. See, my point is, there's always some trade-off to some app. Like, there's not one app that just does it all and does it perfectly. There's always a trade-off. And I've always run into this in technology, and it's really annoying at times.
Oh, absolutely. That balance is such a pain. It's like every tool prioritizes a different thing, so you end up piecing together a workflow just to get what you need. But yeah, I think you're spot on. Tomorrow, just run the Prism Live test and see if the trade-off is worth it. And if not, maybe we can explore external audio options or something else that bridges the gap.
So out of Prism Live and Streamlabs, is there any other app on iPhone that can do what I want it to do? To stream to YouTube and has the ability to have chat support and can also have the ability to use your front camera and flip it into mirror mode or take off mirror mode.
I found a few iPhone apps to consider. Streamlabs does let you stream to YouTube and has chat support, but it only switches between cameras, not both at once. DuoShot supports front and back streaming, though it doesn't fully confirm YouTube chat integration. CameraFi Live also streams to YouTube and has chat, but it likely only uses one camera at a time.
If you had to choose between all the apps you mentioned, which one would you use?
If I had to pick one, I'd probably lean towards Switcher Studio. It's really powerful for mobile production, letting you handle multiple cameras, and it integrates well with chat and YouTube. It does have a learning curve and a cost, but it might give you the best balance of features without too many trade-offs.
How much does it cost?
Switcher Studio offers a 14-day free trial, and then subscriptions start at about $65 per month for the Studio tier. Higher tiers range from around $71 to $79 per month, depending on features. It's designed for multi-camera mobile streaming, making it a solid choice if you're aiming for a professional branded live experience.
Okay. That's what I wanted to know. Okay. So that's fine. Atlantis versus Lumeria. The fuck? Abilities humans had, or abilities humans once had and forgot. Telepathy, communicate without speaking through direct inner knowing. Yep, that's what we need, by the way. Clairvoyance, seeing images or insights without using the eyes. Astral awareness, experience places without physically being there. Yep. Energy sensitivity, feeling the energy of people and environment instantly. Energy healing, the ability to influence the body through intention and touch. Intuitive timing, knowing when to act and when to wait without overthinking. Conscious creation, shaping reality through focus, thoughts, and inner clarity. These abilities are not gone, they became weaker because we stopped using them. Just like any skill, they can be trained again through attention and practice. This is true. Some of us have remembered and are still very much operating this way. Indeed, we are. Okay. Hello, Margot. Man, she be dominating my feed right now. What the fuck? All your negative thoughts versus one positive thought.
Come on, get out of there.
Come on, get out of there. Bang! Let's go, Neo! Bang. Okay. Okay. Don't get caught up in all this. Oh, wow. Tomorrow, 94% rain. So now Friday's raining? What? Really? What's San Diego like? Whoa, we're actually warmer than San Diego right now. Interesting. But of course they have sun. They have sun every day. But no, they're much warmer when it comes to other days, like 75, 78. But today we're warmer than them. It's fascinating. Do 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 do. All right, we got to get rolling because if I don't start rolling, and you know, Tiff X Dan abs. This one's only 8 minutes. That one's 18 minutes. We did one of his older ones yesterday. Like this one is one of his older ones. Let's do one of his like older ones here. This is 12 minutes. This is so old. Like this is like ancient. Oh my god. All right. Watch this one pop up on someone else's feed. Okay. Sit up punch. Oh my God, look at the timer. Holy moly. Oh my God, the timer's, the thing is like whack. Holy shit. Yeah, there is someone here. Hello person, whoever's here. Like even the beep thing is longer. All right. So reverse, twist, crunch. These are just basically oblique crunches. The name convection that he was using back then. I'm slipping. Wow. Throwback. Throwback. Doesn't even look like Dan. Like he doesn't even give you like a timer for rest. He just says rest. All right. Sitting punches. We've never done this one before. Well, on the stream that is. Oh shit, that's right. When I hear the beep, I'm like, we have like 3 seconds left. You see? That's ingrained. You spoiled us, bro. Yeah, the beeps are too long. These are flutter kicks, not... This is from 5 years ago. He's come such a long way since then. I was his first 100 subscribers. I was like number 66 or something like that. Now he's at 1 million. It's wild. I've grown with this dude. Him and Tiff. It was mainly him because, you know, Tiff wasn't on the camera for years. She finally started coming on the camera after a whole year. Or after a whole like 4 years. So now, yeah. We're doing hip lifts, but he calls these butt ups. You're getting that 60 frames per second now, y'all. You're not getting that 30 frames, you're getting that 60 frames. Shit. See? Fuck. He really spoiled us with his beeps. scissors kicks, or just scissors. You notice he still has the same music on. He hasn't changed it yet. Normally he has different tracks right now. Okay, so that's like 6 beeps instead of 3 beeps. He goes dit, 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 dit. No, it's 4 beeps he has, so it's 6 beeps. So it's 2 extra beeps that he has to use. Plank. Standard lower plank. We're gonna get rolling with our stuff. Yeah, he's looping this track. Back then, he was the editor. Now, I don't know who edits their videos. Maybe their son? Their kids, probably? I don't know. Oh, we're back into plank marches. It's so fascinating how, a year ago, I was just doing a main quest and a side quest. There wasn't any optionals or 55s or anything extra. So after I'd be done abs, that'd be it. But now we added a whole slew of things. What are we doing now, bro? What we got? What we got? So we're just doing a side plank to the right. No movement here. It's still so weird to see the camera like that again. The front one. Fucking YouTube. I told you. Freaking YouTube. I should also tell them, like, hey, there's also features that these apps have that you all should incorporate to make your audience able to do things like changing mic input, changing front camera to do mirror mode or not mirror mode, right? Just simple things like that, changing the bit rate. Of course, they won't want to add all that. Also, this doesn't have a progress bar that he has. There's no progress bar here. Wow. Left side. Thought we just did, no, we did the right side, not the left side. This is my right arm in the air. The fact that I even have to explain that, it's crazy. Like if the YouTube stream was like this the entire time, from the moment the moment I started back in November 25th, 2024, cross mountain climbers, right knee to left elbow, left knee to right elbow. This one has a lot of planks in it. Like plank type movements. Nothing wrong with it, it's all good. It's been a while since I've done this one though. Done. Wow, man. That's fucking awesome. Okay, who is this? Lazy girl workout full body. Ina Vered. Yeah, I'm not interested in you. No, I'm good. I'll pass.
Close your eyes for just...
This is the meditation girl. Tides of Annihilation. It's looking good. It's looking good. This is gonna be like the new Stellar Blade.
Long time no see.
I like it. Such a cool game. Hopefully it is actually pretty good.
Using folded realms.
Tide of Annihilation, y'all. Alright. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do my stuff in the background, and you all are going to watch Mr. Chase in his video. Because why not? You know, his is very cinematic. Y'all like cinematic stuff, right? Yeah. Yep. There you go. I'm going to do my stuff in the background. You don't need to see me doing all my stuff. You see me a lot of times. See, now you see the mirror mode. Like, that makes sense to see mirror mode.
If you understand that shame is a survival system and not a moral issue, you get into a view of the world that sounds like you're a badass behavior profiler. The mechanism that people use to conceal shame is the most revealing thing you can ever see. Shame is not an injury. It's a feature of human beings. Since we evolved in these little tribes back in the day, everybody watched everybody all the time. Your value was immediate. Did you pull your weight? Did you belong? Did you threaten the group? Did you embarrass the group in front of another tribe? You get that wrong, you were out. And out doesn't mean lonely back then. It just means dead. So our collective species nervous system learned something very early. Being excluded is worse than being uncomfortable. Being rejected is worse than being completely tired and exhausted. Being exposed is worse than being unhappy. Public speaking is the number one fear of human beings. It's never public speaking. If this is seen, I am at risk. So that's when the split happens. There's a part of you that feels, and there's a part of you that manages how that feeling is perceived. If you don't feel shame, if nothing in you flinches at judgment or exposure or rejection at all, then one of three things is probably true. You're deeply dissociated, you're lying to yourself, or you're a sociopath. The tragedy here is that a lot of people don't even remember what they're hiding from. They just know the rule of, I can't let that happen again. So they become careful or impressive or charming or untouchable or funny or righteous. And everybody applauds the result, and we never see the cost. The nervous system does not give about authenticity. It cares about survival. From that point forward, everybody is answering the one question over and over in every room, every relationship, every decision. What about me should never see the light of day? It's first and foremost about concealment. It's the most efficient configuration that your system found to avoid judgment. That's basically what personality is. Most people don't remember the thing that happened to create the initial shame at all. They just remember the rule. Don't be weak. Don't be stupid. Don't be seen wanting. Don't ask anybody for anything. You're going to see you as needy. This is why criticism feels existential. Basic ass feedback can feel like a real attack. It's not, I want to be successful. It's, I cannot afford to be a failure. When you look at someone, you're not seeing who they are. What you're seeing is basically the answer to a question they've been responding to their whole life. What would destroy me socially if it was true? Once you see the question that people are answering, you start seeing the same pattern everywhere. Who can't be wrong? Who needs to be liked? Who needs to dominate the space? Who stays just far enough away from everybody so they don't get evaluated? We inherit them from these moments where something went wrong, and the nervous system, your mind, quietly says, never again. What's being protected? And that's what I want you to be able to see. The first mechanism is the controller. This is the person who needs structure, certainty, plans, really clear rules. They're decisive, they're prepared. If nothing moves without me, nothing is going to surprise me. That's what's going on there. And peace to them, the experience of peace will always, forever, even in their relationship, it's going to feel conditional. And then we have the performer. They're charming, they're quick, they're funny, they're engaging on Zoom meetings and stuff like that. They light up rooms when they go into rooms. This is where people think they're hiding how shallow they are. What we're seeing is a fear of being forgettable. So the cost for these people is they're rarely truly known by anybody, even their spouse. And what does silence feel like to these people? Exposure. And the next archetype is the achiever. These people are competent and driven and capable. They get shit done. Lots of experts are going to tell you this is ambition. So they produce, they earn, prove, they perform excellence because effort delays judgment. So eventually, the feeling of enough never arrives. Rest feels super duper risky, and their self-worth is always one mistake away from collapse for these people. Then we have the moralist. Has very clear values, even if they're a total idiot. Very strong convictions. The right and wrong are so neatly and perfectly defined. They're almost allergic to nuance. So people think this is about deep concern maybe for other people. Seeing with one of the morality framing people is some unintegrated desire. Parts of themselves that used to feel unacceptable or dangerous or disqualifying or rejected. So virtue, even if it's fake, virtue just becomes armor that I can wear. If I am good, you can't reject me. And then there's the helper. They're always available, always supportive, giving to others. It kind of feels like generosity. It's the fear of being disposable that's happening there. If I matter to you, you won't leave me. And then there's the dominator. Their strong presence, they're commanding, intimidating. Amateurs will see this and see confidence, of course. But this is the totally real and present fear of being weak. And this is different than needs. This is being weak and then that being exposed to other people. So they posture and they control space. Fear creates distance, and distance creates safety. And finally, we'll just go through one. And obviously, this doesn't talk about every human being. I just want you to see the pattern. And this one will be the person that withdraws. So they're quiet, they're self-sustained, they're probably hard to read. And it's the belief that being seen leads to harm. So distance is protection. If I'm absent, then you cannot evaluate me. They have shitty relationships. Loneliness is just normalized. They're rarely seen by anybody, which is, I think, a bad thing. But once you see the strategy, you won't ever ask again to go back to the 4 lenses. You're never going to ask what's wrong with them. You start asking, what would have happened if they didn't become this? Eventually, pressure builds up in everybody. And when it does, shame doesn't come out as fear. It feels like fear. But how does shame come out of our mouth? Judgment. Nobody judges what they understand. We judge what we can't afford to be. I can never be that thing. So here's the shift that changes everything. The insults that people reach for is not them describing somebody else. An insult, everyone you'll ever hear, is a boundary marker. They mark the edge of identity. And once you see that, for the rest of your life, insults will sound terrified. Think about the words that people use when they're angry. Like the first ones. Weak, lazy, fake, needy, cringe, stupid. Think about the last time you insulted something in another person that you were 100% immune to. Nobody screams weak unless weakness would destroy them if it was true. You don't obsess over fake, the word fake, unless you're terrified that there's nothing underneath a performance in some way. You're not going to get pissed off about the word needy unless needing at one point in your life cost you something that you couldn't survive losing. So when someone says weak, what they're really defending against is, if I stop pushing, I'm going to collapse or somebody's going to hurt me. Somebody says lazy, what they're protecting is resting is good.
Hold on. I have a thought about something he just said. I mean, I was away for most of this because I was upstairs grabbing something to snack on so I can get rolling. But I have something to say, actually. Let me turn the camera to me. So he mentioned people who withdraw, right? That sounds like me. Or it sounded like this character. Now, the problem with this is there are certain souls on the planet that came here to do certain things that don't quite fit the status quo. Like, I don't care if we call them starseeds, I don't care about the labels. But souls who are sort of withdrawn and isolate, like I've isolated, there's many people who've isolated. That does not necessarily, and I know he said this doesn't apply to every human, but like that does not necessarily imply that you're in fear or some shame. So like, I really want whoever's listening to, when you're listening to this, I'm only listening to this to just see what he's saying. But also like, you know, because, you know, Chase doesn't, he talks in a more human way, but he doesn't know about, like, there's another side, like, of all this. There's humans who operate from another plane of existence. He's still operating from a third plane of existence, like a dimensional level. And when he talks, he's helping people who are playing at like first and second dimensional, right? And he doesn't say that, but this is what's happening. So whoever's listening, like, just make sure, like, when I just put it on just so that I can do my stuff in the background, because I was curious to hear what he has to say, because I really enjoy his the ancients, the ancients decoded reality, right? That's my favorite video, in my opinion, out of any video ever made on YouTube, and that's a lot. That's a tall order to say that. So, a lot of his videos, they're great for helping you to understand the psychology of humans, but the thing is, when you know who you are as God, you actually already know all this stuff, and you just see the limitations that people are actually imposing. Even Chase is imposing a limitation on things that he's saying. So I just wanted to kind of address that. Now you can get back to the video.
Going to expose me.
Okay, let me put back the microphone here.
If I stop performing, they're all going to see through it. No one on earth insults at random, and every insult is a reflective pressure point. So here's the formula. Number one, you capture the exact insult. Cringe, unhinged, loser, gay, whatever it is. The exact word matters. So what you're really hearing is their mind reaching for the shortest possible word to reinforce their own identity. The second is you identify the judgment category. There's only 4 categories of judgment in insults. It's attacks on capability, attacks on character, attacks on belonging, and attacks on control. And each one tells you what kind of judgment or social criticism that person is running from. Step 3 is you measure the emotional load. This is super critical. This is the most important piece. So an offhand insult kind of points to a little mild insecurity. A repeated insult points to a very reinforced defense system. Contempt points to core shame. Insults that people keep returning to, the one that shows up in every argument, every time they rant about something, every type of person they can't stand, that is identity level terror. So then here's the part that changes how you hear people. Structurally, this is the 4th step. You flip it. So let's take the word weak and you understand what that is. Weak is being seen as being seen as unable to defend yourself, being marked as somebody others can dominate or ridicule or beat up. The sentence underneath is, if I'm seen as unable to protect myself, I lose status and safety and respect, and nobody is going to come to help. That one word tells you that they're guarding against humiliation and physical threats and social demotion and domination, maybe a loss of masculine standing. That's why weak produces rage instead of reflection. Let's do lazy. Think they're criticizing someone's motivation. And the sentence underneath is, if I'm not working hard enough, people will stop respecting me, stop liking me or inviting me places, and eventually stop keeping me around. That's about conditional belonging. What if you hear fake? What does that mean? It's being exposed as empty or undeserving of people's attention. It's getting revealed as somebody who fooled people and tricked them into liking them. The sentence underneath is, if people see through me, they'll realize I don't actually have substance. And whatever attention or status that I have is going to evaporate. This is about social fraud. The fear is not, I'm not real. The fear is, I got here by performance, and if that performance collapses, so do all of my connections or relationships. Let's just take needy, and you can invert all of these by yourself. I just want to give you one more. Needy is being seen as desperate, emotionally costly, somebody that everybody avoids because you require too much attention. But the sentence under there is, if I show need, people are going to feel burdened by me, and they're going to all distance themselves. So it's not necessarily abandonment. At one point, being needy led to a loss of leverage in their life. And you could do the same with the word stupid probably by yourself right now. Or the same with the word cringy. Or the same with the word bitch. Because you hear that a lot. Especially people that are obsessed with using that as an insult and they think it's very powerful. Why do we think a certain word is powerful? What makes us think this is going to inflict a lot of pain? Because it hurt us. And we always think everyone's just like us. So when you hear insults, you're hearing what caused that person the highest degree of pain.
That's true. That's a bar right there. That's
Being
a real
seen
bar.
as uncontrollable or too powerful, socially maybe, being a woman who doesn't self-regulate for other people's comfort. Internal sentences, if I'm not managing my tone, my needs, my boundaries, I'm going to get punished for being threatening or difficult. That's going on right there. What's another even harder hitting word? Let's go with slut. This is being seen as unsafe, being unworthy of somebody's respect, or maybe even deserving of harm. But mainly it's about losing all moral protection. If desire is visible, safety disappears forever. Safety goes away. It's about a loss of protection. It's not the behavior itself. So that insult reinforces a little rule. Visibility is costing me safety. Freedom costs belonging. And the grief underneath is I had to give something up to stay safe and she didn't. So what's the rule that starts emerging out of this? Insults describe what they cannot survive being seen as. And you're obviously not going to say this out loud to these people. You say it inside yourself, and something shifts because you're not reacting to content. You're hearing the protection. Every reversed sentence plugs directly into one of the shame and concealment strategies. And that's the architecture there. But what does this cost? I want to talk about what this costs long term. And we're going to go through a little worksheet here in a second. Performers are never really known by people. Controllers never rest. Achievers are never enough. Moralists are never at peace. Helpers are never chosen. Dominators are never safe. Withdrawers are never touched. No one would pay that price unless the alternative once felt worse. That's the big thing I want you to really get. Nobody on earth would pay that price unless the alternative was worse. And that's when sadness starts to land, because you realize that it wasn't just a bunch of vanity and ego. It's just survival. And I hope at this point, judgment collapses. Because there's one thing I say every time I talk about behavior profiling on stage and stuff. Accuracy makes cruelty feel stupid. Unless you're a psychopath. Once you understand that insults are kind of those reverse sentences, we're hearing that super deep internal stuff that's going on. If you trace a judgment back far enough, you're not just going to find some insecurities there. You're going to find an entire way of how that person relates to reality. Here's how it works. If somebody fixates on capability judgments, weak, lazy, stupid, incompetent, that's capability, right? You're not looking at someone who values excellence. That's what I might think. They judge all these people, so they must value excellence, right? In their life, every day is some test that they can't fail. Every unknown is dangerous. They don't experience the world like we do. If they stop producing, the sentence that they fear gets closer and closer and closer. So they live inside of these metrics and comparisons and load of internal pressure. If somebody's fixating on the character judgments, what are character judgment? You're not looking at discernment because they know all of these little behavior tools. This is a person whose inner world has more police in it than the city of Chicago.
Yep, that's a bar.
There were parts of this person that were declared unacceptable early in their life. You're too wanting. You're too visible. You can't make your own decisions yet. You're too human. You're too much. So they kind of split. There's one that performs what's allowed. The other part stays buried in little tense? Am I good enough? Am I crossing a line? Am I allowed to want this? Desire is risk. So what do? They judge. And the judgment keeps that little internal police force in power. If you hear somebody fixating on the belonging side of this, you're a loser, you're cringe, you're pathetic, you're weird. You're looking at a person whose inner world is governed by what kind of anxiety? Exile. Their whole internal world is governed by exile anxiety. They learned that if you're early, you're outside the group. And being outside the group was worse than anything else. So they track all the norms. They read the room. Their whole inner operating system isn't a bunch of police. It's like a radar system. What is acceptable here? What's too much? What's going to get me pushed out of the room? So they admire the very people they are judging. And this is the case in all of them, actually. If you go deep and really, really, really peel back the onion, we admire the people we judge. Not the entire human being, but a part or something about them. What's the one we didn't cover? Control. If somebody is fixating on these control judgments, what are control judgments? Unhinged, crazy, dangerous, chaotic. You're looking at a person whose entire inner mind is organized around preventing collapse. Something happened early in life. Emotion, if I got emotional, that led to punishment. If I was expressive, there were some consequences. If I lost any control, that led to me getting messed up. People with alcoholic fathers, you'll hear most of the time with this little judgment about the world. They judge. Because labeling chaos, if I can put a label on it, is how we keep it away. I just need to label it. And that's where that judgment comes from. We always label things in others that we want to keep away from ourselves, or we want to pretend like we don't have. But what are we pushing away? If we go back to Carl Jung, we're pushing away our own shadow. And it's obviously, we've all got a shadow, obviously. So people are not acting from free will as much as they think they are. They're acting from all of these things. It's just basically what we're really acting from is restraint and concealment. It's about who never got to feel safe enough to stop defending themselves. There's an example that everybody's seen. Men who are viscerally hostile towards homosexuality. Just hostile. And it's the kind that shows up as disgust and contempt and mockery and all these slurs. And there's one word that shows up over and over and over. Right? This was big when I was in second grade and third grade. And this one matters because this example teaches all of these rules so perfectly. The harsher the judgment, the more fragile the identity it's protecting. You don't have to excuse the behavior of this, but I do want you to see it accurately. What's the female version of this? The parallel example. Women maybe harshly judge each other for their own sexuality. Words like thirsty, desperate. They have nothing to do with sex. What are those words truly about? It's about permission. Somebody's reacting to a freedom that she never felt safe claiming, unless it's a pretend religious view, then it's just a need to remind themselves how deeply good of a person they are because it's so moral and religious. And then we go right back to the other judgment. It's reasserting a boundary. Every insult is reasserting a boundary. My definition of empathy, and you may disagree, but I want to give this to you, is accurate vision without contempt. For NCI, I can see accurately without any contempt. It's the ability for you to totally say, I can see everything that you're protecting. I know what sentence that you can't survive hearing, and I don't need to punish you for that. Because every other time that someone's discovered those things, they've been punished. This will hopefully ruin a bunch of lies that you tell yourself. I want you to notice which words come out fast. Which types of people irritate you instantly? What behaviors do you feel unforgivable? They're the places where your system is still protecting something, still avoiding some kind of judgment, still saying that right there, never ever that. And that's where all of this stops being academic. And it's just us asking, what am I still hiding? And what did it cost me to hide it this well? Because you've done a great job, all of you, all of us. We do great at hiding that. So that question, hopefully that follows you. If you see how universal it is, how much pain, deep pain is underneath how people sound, how much fear it takes for all of these structures to stay intact, you're not going to feel superior to anybody. I think you'll feel more careful with your words, with your judgment, and you'll be very careful with certainty, hopefully. And maybe for the first time, you'll stop needing to win every interaction, because this is a moment that you get to a place where you understand what people are fighting for. You always thought it was something about dominance or control or status or I need to be right all the time. They're fighting for safety. It's always safety. If you truly see this, indifference becomes about impossible.
It is always about safety.
And this obviously applies everywhere. And that fear is heavy. And you hear the sentence underneath everything. Please don't see me that way. Every judgment, please don't see me that way. And most of the people that you in your life have judged the hardest were never trying to hurt anybody. They were trying to not disappear. Trying to not be humiliated again. They're trying to not be abandoned again. Trying to not be small again. And of course, that doesn't excuse any harm or anything. It does something else, though. It makes hatred feel lazy. Because if you see that machinery, once you see the cost, you see the years and decades of tension holding somebody together. Contempt is just like really kicking a broken down door that you don't need to kick it anymore. And if you get really good at it, you're not going to see any of that anymore. You're going to start seeing you.
Yep.
You're going to start hearing the words that you used when you felt threatened, the judgment that came out the fastest. And you realize that not one of those things are an opinion. They're little smoke alarms.
Yep.
They're all the places where you still can't afford to be seen. It's always the never that, anything but that. We talk a lot about armor. We use that word a lot. But I want you to take this and start moving through the world and using it like you're carrying something heavy. That's empathy. And empathy is just accuracy without judgment, right? It's the ability to see pain without feeling an urge to punish it. Because it's hardwired into our species. If you ever get to a place where you completely and fully stop trying to dominate conversations, you're going to start using your words like they're going to land on something fragile. If any of this made you feel a little bit emotional, that's great. I think it means you're still human, but it means that the system hasn't finished hardening you into a stone. That sadness isn't something that I want you to ever get rid of.
Exactly.
So we talked about it as if we always think we need to get rid of it. And I think it's evidence that you can still feel what a lot of people learned to shut down a long time ago. And if you can feel that, then I think you can be the kind of person who doesn't add more shame to the world. You're seeing what's really there. And I think, obviously, this is powerful. It comes with responsibility. But I think that's the real power. And once you feel that, here's the coolest thing about this that I think is the most beautiful thing about all of this training is once you feel it at this level, if you can see the world, not just like I'm using a technique, but you can see the world at this level, you'll never need to be told how to treat people ever again. You'll automatically know.
Yep.
Authorities are reporting a citywide manhunt.
Here comes that song. I like this track. It's a good song. He's starting to play this track at the end of his videos. I'm gonna move the mic away from my mouth so y'all can listen to it.
The world is breathing a fragile sound. No echoes here on sacred ground. quiet pose, a steady beat, the truth we feel in simple heat. Barefoot steps on hallowed ground, a sacred rhythm we have found. The world just breathes and I can feel it. A perfect promise, can't conceal it. Just shadows leaning on the light. Another beautiful quiet night. The past is gone, but we remain, washing over all the pain. A simple truth, a feeling pure, a soft connection to endure. The world just breathes and I can feel it. A perfect promise, can't conceal it. Just shadows leaning on the light. Another beautiful quiet night. This quiet night remains forever. And the world just breathes.
That was a good formula. Good formula. That was a good video. And of course, we've seen this one. And this one has the Orion principle in it.
Imagine being able
But I'll let you all watch this one. You're going to hear Orion in this one.
to see behind anyone's mask. Not just what they say, but what they're trying not to show you. What if you could walk into a room and instantly detect fear and shame, regret, insecurity in anybody that you meet? And it's not as a guess, but
That's
like
easy.
reading
You just have to
code
feel. You just
written
have to feel
across their
their
face.
intention. But most people,
What I'm about to show you will
they are
change how
logically
you see
thinking.
people forever.
Enjoy the Orion formula, y'all, because it's called the Orion formula. It's named
Most
after
people
me.
never realize this. The personality that you're seeing isn't who they are. It's who they want you to think they are. So you never see who they're afraid they might be. People don't actually show us their truth. They show us their defense
That's not everybody.
mechanisms.
There's a lot of people who
And
do show
that
who they truly
mechanism,
are.
it always overcompensates for their greatest fear. And these are called inversion patterns. Let's go through some of these so you
I'm just doing my
understand
thing
what's
in the
going
background here, y'all.
First, we have the tough guy. And the tough guy persona or the inversion pattern isn't strong. He's afraid that you're going to see that he's hurt. His aggression is usually armor. He's been betrayed or humiliated or abandoned. And the only thing more terrifying than being hurt again is looking like he could be. Then we have the other inversion that's called the people pleaser.
That used to
This
be
is
me.
a fear of rejection.
That one used to be
So
me.
that
This
person,
character.
that friend that you know that's super overly agreeable, The yes man, the helper,
That was
the
me.
100% always their friend.
Fuck yeah, that
They're
was
not
me.
just kind.
Or that
You're seeing a
was this
defense
character.
mechanism here. So they are terrified of being rejected, of not being needed, of being seen as some kind of burden. And they believe that their value is conditional. Then we have the judgy friend, and all of us have at least one of these people. And
I was that at one point as well.
Critical person.
I was
It's
basically
not
the
that
tough
they
guy as
hate
well
people.
too.
They feel shame or guilt about something in themselves that they really haven't forgiven.
All right, the other mic just died.
Every one of those harsh judgments is a defense mechanism. So it's essentially saying, if I judge them first, maybe no one will look close enough to see it in me. Next, we have the overachiever, and this is the workaholic, the one who can't stop.
I also was this.
And they're not just ambitious, they're typically scared. And they're scared that if they stop performing, if they achieve nothing, they're going to have to face the voice. And it's the voice that says, you are not enough without it. The next inversion strategy is the class clown persona. The constant joker that we all know. The class clown, it's not just about being funny. It's about never being real. So every joke is like a little preemptive strike. It's just saying, I'm going to disarm them with laughter before they get close enough to feel me. So underneath that punchline is somebody terrified of being seen, not as entertaining, but as emotional. Not as fun, but as fragile. Because when you've learned that being real gets you hurt, being funny becomes survival. So those are the essential types, but I want to give you the cheat code. And here it is. The thing that someone tries the hardest to show you is the thing they fear that you'll never believe. And in the thing they attack in other people is what they're secretly trying to suppress in themselves. So let me give you some tactics here that you can use right away. You see an overuse of humor, that might be a fear of judgment. You see someone who's super over-assertive, that may be a fear of being powerless. You hear somebody who's chronically telling stories and stories all the time. This is typically a control over perception. If you see somebody that's name dropping like crazy, you might be seeing insecurities about that person's worth. If you see a super excessive amount of politeness, you might be seeing a fear of being disliked. So with this lens, if you start viewing the world this way, as like the things that I'm seeing are defense mechanisms, and that's okay, we've all got them. But if you see the world this way, you don't just see behavior, you're seeing the wound that is behind that behavior. And once you see it, you actually feel powerful, like you're no longer blind, like you finally have the upper hand. But stop for 1 second. Ask yourself this. Why do I want to see behind their mask so badly? Why is it that we crave this power? Because maybe it was never about them. Maybe you wanted to see their wounds because deep down, you're terrified you're the only one that's suffering. We tend to judge other people to escape our own judgment. We seek out their fears to avoid confronting our own. But here is the gut punch truth, if you're ready for it. Every insecurity you spot is still alive in you. And the mind, our mind, wants to separate and analyze and judge and label. But something deeper in us wants to say, yeah, that's me too. So every mask that you decode out there is just another version of your own. And behind all of them, it's the same fear. It's the same shame. It's the same desperate longing to be enough. But what if there was a single equation that could explain why people act the way they do, including you? Not a metaphor, not mysticism, just a clean, precise model of behavior and the pain behind it. So we searched for patterns and found a mirror in all of these patterns. And it's not in a book. It's not a belief system. This is in the raw math of what people hide and why. So inside of the NCI system, we call this the Orion principle. And it's a formula for
You see that, people? That is right there.
This is what the formula looks like right here. So let's walk through each one of these. P is projected identity. The I is the internalized ideal. The S is the suppressed self. And the M is the mask behavior. So the greater distance between who we think we should be, which is I, and who we're afraid we are, which is S, the more extreme the mask becomes and the louder the projection, which is P. The projection becomes super loud. So we're all just kind of running this equation. We're trying to close the gap. We're trying to feel whole. And the Orion principle is a mirror. It's a map, and in my opinion, it's a mercy, all at one time. Because it reminds us that everybody that you meet is hiding something. It reminds us that judgment is always misdirected fear. And I think most of all, it reminds us that behind every performance is someone's plea to be seen and loved as we are. So this might have been too much for some people's ego here, and that's okay. But what I would offer you is that there is an immense difference between being exposed and being understood. This is only the beginning. There is a massive free course that you can access instantly in the link in the description down below. So I will leave you with this. The next time you see a mask, look deeper. You're going to see what's hidden, and you might be looking at yourself if you're looking closely enough. And maybe that's where some radical healing stuff starts to happen. I'll see you in the next one.
Isn't it fascinating that when I saw this video, maybe like 3 weeks ago, and he said mirror, and then the name Orion, of course, you know, that inflates the character. We know. Hey, we gotta, you know, boost ourselves a bit sometimes. But yeah, you know, besides the name, the Orion principle, we're all mirrors of one another, truthfully. And what he was saying about, like, you know, we're secretly wanting to say, you know what, me too. That's why, like, I've been through a lot of coaching, mirroring with different groups, and the amount of people who start to share vulnerably, others start to share vulnerably too, and they're like, man, this person is, they get me. Like, I feel it. Like, I remember when Jay Cohan, you all saw the video with me on his stream, I started sharing some things. This was 2024. I was like, man, I don't know. Like this is when this was getting in the way. And I was saying, yeah, I just felt alien to this world. Like, you know, I don't feel like I fit in anywhere. I don't belong. I want to belong, but I'm afraid to belong because I've been so hurt whenever I attempted to fit in, because I forced myself to fit into groups, and it never aligned whatsoever. So when I started sharing that, you know, others started to open up because I broke the fourth wall, essentially. And that allowed for more open discussion, right? Because, you know, the thing is, especially if you're going and you're speaking in a group, right? You're afraid of something, but you really want to share, but you're afraid of judgment, because that's the first thing everybody is afraid of, is judgment. Because judgment doesn't create safety. Judgment is the absence of safety, right? He was mentioning in the other video. But when someone has the balls to speak up and and shed all their armor and just like, you know what? Fuck it. I don't care if I'm going to get judged in this moment. I'm just going to share because I'm sure it's going to have value for someone. Someone is probably going to get value from this experience. Sure enough, after I was done chatting, like Jay's like, yo, like, man, you can carry this room if you really wanted to. You like, I'm hanging on to every word you've been saying, dude. Like, it's been like 25 minutes and I don't want to even let you stop talking. I want you to keep going, right? I only stopped because I wanted to give other people a chance because we only had like an hour and a half on the whole thing, right? And I'm sure other people want to share, but if I didn't share that day, right, we would have not had the same powerful conversation. That's why I say, like, whenever you share something powerful, you never know what that might do. We've had that in the past. Well, past. Right, on this live stream, we've had plenty of experiences where, someone shared something and then I helped them and then it opened up the conversation for other people because they also felt the same thing because they're like, yeah, me too. I felt this thing about with people not liking me because I'm like, I feel different. Or from a relationship standpoint, for my guys out there that like who says that women are always like hard to get and I've always got rejected, like we built like that connection because like, yeah, me too, I felt this shame of like being shorter than like a 6'5" dude, right? By no means am I like 3 feet, you know what I'm saying? Like, but either way, like that doesn't matter, right? I know plenty of guys who are like that and has a tall chick. It's not even about the size, it's about their heart, it's about the confidence. But anyways, getting back on topic, and then for my ladies, my women out there, we had the conversation because I myself, now that I have my memories, I know what it feels like to be a woman because I've been it. And all of you, if you're a guy right now, you probably have been a woman too, unless this is your first lifetime on the earth. But chances are, if you found me, this is not your first lifetime on earth. You probably lived hundreds, maybe even thousands. Who knows? But when you start to share vulnerably, that's why I make sure that I share vulnerably. Like, if I'm pissed off, I'm fucking pissed off. If I'm sad, if I want to cry, I cry. Because that allows for me to express to all of you that this is safe for you to share whatever you want to share. There's no shame in any of this, right? These are just emotions that were given to the body for your body to use so that you can, feel whatever it is that you need to feel to let it go, to purge it. But the more you hold on to things, that's why if no one shares that, like, yeah, I felt shame all my life. I hated people. I fucking hated people all my life. Imagine there's like 3 other people in the same chat, right? Or the same Zoom meeting who also hated people, but no one speaks up, right? Then there's not this bond that like, oh my God, that person understands what I went through. So like, it's funny because I keep calling myself a mirror and he uses Orion principle because, I don't make this shit up. I didn't coerce him into calling it Orion. Anyways, besides the point. Technically, I did create everybody so they can use my name. Yeah, when you start sharing vulnerably, it opens up a world of dialogue that may have never happened. That's why people hire coaches, right? Excuse me. Why do you think people hire Nero? He's given them the answer, but yet they still pay him. Because they think that he's going to give them more than what he gives on his videos. Nope. What he's doing is offering them a space so they can connect one-on-one and have like personal dialogue and be in a space of vulnerability so that they can open up and see where Nero can find their subconscious block and nuke it, or they can nuke it for themselves because they're doing it. He's just sort of asking the questions. Like that time when a woman she went all in on her business. She had multiple 8-figure businesses before, but she was going full in with this one. And she ran a webinar, and it was free, and she's highly successful 8-figure entrepreneur, and nobody even signed up. So Nero asked her, hey, what makes you think that your webinar was a failure? Because it's her perceptions. And she basically said, I'm looking for, and he asked, like, who are you looking for in this, like, high level entrepreneur, business driven, heart centered, woman of like impact, like she's looking for that. And then he's like, okay, and he asked this very simple question, have you met a lot? Have you met a lot of people like that? And she's like, no, because they're very rare. Right? And that was the paradox. Because in that moment, I'm changing the voice right now, in that moment, when she said that, like, it's hard to find high-level entrepreneurs that make a lot of money, and they're very rare, then what do you expect? Are you going to find an abundance of high-level entrepreneurs that are making 6 to 9 figures that are going to sign up for your webinar because you said that they're very rare, they're very hard to find, and because you have that belief, and every meaning that you give something has emotions behind it, because the subconscious mind adheres to emotion. It doesn't adhere to language. You can scream affirmations all you want, but it's the meaning behind the words that you use or conviction, or the underlying meaning that you've given something, like love, for example. That's a really, really interesting word, because I can go to 20 people out in the street and be like, hey, so what's your definition of love? Or what is your meaning behind love? What would you say love is all about? And some will say, love is about caring for someone else. Love might be for taking care of someone. Love might be just being present with someone. But then there could be others who are like, love, like, yeah, it's scary, it's hard, it's difficult. I've run into that because I've said that myself. This character has said that himself. It's hard, it's difficult. So of course, the meaning that you attribute, you give it emotion behind those meanings, and then that's what you end up creating, because you keep pushing away, you self-sabotage. Like for me, responsibility to be in a relationship, like the word responsibility was by far the most, I hated that word for so long. I love it now, but I hated that word, because that I used to get, and I didn't realize this until I had a conversation on the live stream. I was like, I remember when we moved to the second house, like from the apartment to the second house, and I hated that move. I hated that house so much for the beginning. I hated it so much. And I remember, like, I had all this like pent up resentment that I had to do all this extra stuff, cutting grass, shoveling snow. I never had to do all this shit. I was 13 years old. I didn't want to do all that. I got dumped on to do that. I had no choice. So it's like they added responsibility. It's not no one's fault, but like I hated that. And it's not just that. Then that got manifested into school. I got dumped on to do get into group projects and have to do my fair share of responsibility. I'm like, I would rather work alone than have to work with a team. And that's why I also didn't like working in teams, because like no one was pulling their weight, and I felt like I had to carry all the responsibility of the world on my shoulders. And you see, this is why the word responsibility, even though it's only tied to like, a physical aspect, that word was actually tied to mental aspects. Because remember, inside your inner world, nothing's compartmentalized. So if responsibility is an icky word, a word that you don't like, well then guess what? You are going to also push away what other things that are tied to responsibility, like money, like relationships, like being an entrepreneur, being a business owner, having kids, having a wife, whatever other things that responsibility is tied to, right? Because ultimately what's going on, right, is that for me, from a relationship standpoint, in a relationship, when I was with my ex-wife, I had to do other responsibilities. I had to do groceries. I had to be, you know, I worked because I loved working at the time, but it became more of a, I had to do it, not because I chose to do it, right? Because I had to take care of her because she was in school, right? Otherwise, shit wasn't going to work out. Also, like, you know, then the idea of having kids, I'm like, fuck, I've already helped take care of my brother and my sister, and they were a bit of a handful. I love them, but I didn't do a good job, and I was like, yeah, I don't really want kids. And then that became another tied to responsibility. So you see, that one word was tied to relationships. Now let's head to money for a moment. Having lots of money, because I was trained that money is the root of all evil. So if you have a lot of money, that means you have a lot of responsibilities. And when I saw a lot of people with lots of money, I saw a lot of responsibilities. I'm like, yeah, I don't really want to do all that. I don't really want to, like, you know, have to go through that hurdle and that hurdle and that hurdle. It's not because I'm lazy. It's just I was afraid. I was afraid of all this extra responsibility because it felt like I'm being dumped on like it was when I was a kid. Like all these things being dumped onto me, not by... Basically, the root of that is it was forced onto me, not by choice. I didn't want to cut grass. I had to cut grass. I didn't want to shovel snow. I had to shovel snow. Now, of course, I've changed the meaning now. Why do you think I now cut the grass? I love cutting the grass. In fact, I enjoy it, right? I enjoy shoveling snow. Because that's what this journey was, to help me to undo some of the shit that I took on as a kid, right? In the summer last year, when we first started cutting grass again, you know, my dad cut grass, but he was complaining like he's not doing anything and blah, 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 right? And of course, like, that became a problem. So I'm like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm going to cut the grass. Just leave it alone. I'll deal with it. Or I'll do half and you do half. But then I was like, I actually enjoy cutting the grass. It doesn't even take that long. At most, 30 minutes? I'm getting to get my steps in. I get to show it off on the stream. And I get to do something different. I get to show everything. So that over time, it didn't become like I had to do it. It became like I chose to. In fact, soon enough, I'm going to get to cut grass again. I can't wait. Because I get to walk in that grass. I like when the grass is nice and cut. I remember when the grass was like all like hard and brittle, like my feet was getting like stabbed at. This grass is nice and soft right now. Anyways, my point to say all of what I'm saying is like that word responsibility, because of the meaning behind responsibility in relationship and in money and in even business, because when, you know, I was with Angel, I was like, man, why did I even want to be an entrepreneur? Like, fuck, it's just easier just to work a 9 to 5. Like, you get your paycheck, you know, you do someone else's bidding, but you don't have to deal with all these taxes and all these other things. And like, you don't have to like keep receipts and all this other shit. And I'm like, fuck, like, I don't want to do all that. And do you see what's happening? Like, all that is creating emotions because there's meaning of like feeling like overwhelmed. So you see that one word, responsibility, or love, or success, or being seen, like these words, like, don't think it's just for one aspect. It's multiple aspects. It just comes down to, what does it feel like to feel seen in the business realm? What does it feel like to feel seen in a relationship? What does it feel like to feel seen having a lot of money? What does it feel like to feel seen for being an entrepreneur? What does it feel like to feel seen for being a father or a mother? What does it feel like to feel seen for being successful? Right? Because that word, we want to be a part of a tribe. I know I have stuff to do, but like, this is important. Alexa, what's the time? I can't see the time at the moment. 5:12? Okay. Let me just grab my dumbbells at least, so I can at least talk and do something. And yeah. So where was I? I lost my train of thought. It's okay. When I... Fuck it, whatever. I can go back and it'll come back to me. When I... when I was... This wasn't what I was going to talk about, but I'm going to talk about it anyways. When I was with Angel and she was telling me about all that business stuff, I was like, fuck, man, I don't really want to do all that, to be honest. I don't want to be a coach. It's too much work. It's too much work to do all that. Too much, like, things that I have to take care of and all these things. I'm like, fuck this. I'm not doing all that. Screw that. And of course, look at the meaning that I'm putting behind it. Look at that energy. Doesn't it not feel good? It doesn't feel good. You got to be excited. And so, like, the word responsibility just was so heavy. And nothing is compartmentalized in the mind. I should make sure I don't hit that handle. Because the last thing I want to do is hit that handle on that door. Or that bed. Yeah, I lost my train of thought because there's so much to say, but then I'm like, oh my god, I want to talk about this. But it's important because if you don't know the meanings behind the words that you're feeling towards certain things, like now, I love responsibility because responsibility means that I get to be responsible in a relationship. I get to be responsible with money. I get to be responsible with being an entrepreneur. I get to be responsible by paying taxes. And by paying taxes, I mean as an entrepreneur. I get to do all these things now because I've changed the meaning. And it feels good. I already did that. Right? Like, for example, look at this. I get to do these movements. Right? I'm not sitting down and slugging away. I get to stand up and move my body. Because I'm healthy, I'm strong, I'm resilient. I am what's another word for? I'm tough. I'm agile, I'm mobile. I'm flexible. See, somebody's cutting grass. You hear it? Yep, somebody's cutting grass. What's another word? Love. I'll use love. So, that word, love. Let me tell you something, y'all. That word did not describe who I was 10 years ago. Sure, there were moments of pocket of happiness, like in 2014. There was a moment where I was working with a brother named Sam, and he understood me to some degree, but I didn't understand myself because I was completely like, oh. And we went skydiving together. Remember in the video? That guy over there. He's the one that told me I should. I'm glad he did that though. I'm glad he pushed me. Because up until that point, I lived a very, very sheltered life. I didn't really explore. I didn't do much for myself. Now, mind you, back then I didn't have my car. I was still chicken to drive, so he'd come pick me up. But like, we spent hours in the car after work chatting and be like, yo, bro, you know, you're a really good dude. deep down. You just don't see it for yourself yet. Because I didn't, the thing is, I want other people to see what I can see in everyone. I can see the light in everybody. I can see it in Donald Trump. I can see it even in the covert elites that eat babies. Yes. As much as that sounds fucked up, I can see it. Now, of course, some of them are the proctors of the exam, and they're designed to do that so that the rest of us can choose a better choice. So it's sort of like they've already evolved, but they came here to be the proctors of the exam so that you can evolve. They have to be the necessary evil for you to overcome. Because without that conflict, you wouldn't evolve. Right? I had to go through 20 years of hating humans. So back to love. I was terrified of that word because growing up seeing what love was like in this house, I was like, if this is what love is, oh hell fucking no to that. I'm not going to have this kind of relationship. And of course, when my ex-wife came, right, I was like a fucking child with an adult, mature woman. Because I didn't know shit. But the one thing I knew to do was to be a good caregiver, caretaker. Because I was really good at that. And I did a really good job at that. That was like my way of showing love. I didn't care about all that sex stuff. I didn't care about all that romance stuff. Well, I did like the romance stuff, but, I didn't care about the intimacy. But, I had to go through all that. And then I'm like, man, I'm never getting married again. Do you know how much, you've even heard me say this on the stream. I was super resistant. I'm like, yeah, I'm not getting married again. Fuck that. Fuck that noise. I'm not getting married again. Excuse me. Hello. Your wife is waiting for you. In the physical, she's waiting for you. In the mental realm, it's already done. Lindsay Sterling. Lindsay Stellar. She wants babies. I don't know how many babies, but I want 2 babies. I want 2 babies with her. I want twins, a boy and a girl, coming out at the same time. Serenity and Sephiroth. I want to be with her. I desire to be with her. In the physical. In the mental realm, I'm with her. We have those 2 kids. We have Artemis, the cat meow bubba, and Luna, the doggy bubba. So we have 4 bubbas, basically. Because I'm not resistant to getting married anymore. In fact, it's inevitable. Look at me changing my perspective on that. Because if you had asked me like maybe 2.5 years ago, I'd be like, fuck you, I'm not getting married. Are you kidding me? Pfft. Yeah, okay. That's not happening. Right? I was so resistant. So whatever you resist will technically persist. The opposite, though. So I'm pushing away what is actually for me, but I'm not going to have it because I'm pushing it away. The paradox. Because in the end, marriage felt hard. It felt difficult. It felt like responsibility, right? There's that word. Like love didn't feel like, because I pegged as all women are the same at to some degree. Like if I'm getting married, I'm going to be marrying the same thing again. I'm like, fuck that. Nah. But these are things this character had to stop entertaining. Somebody's barbecuing right now. So good. But now, I love being married. I love having kids. I love being a husband. I love having a wife. And I love fucking responsibility. I love it. I don't feel it like something's being dumped on me anymore. I feel it as I get to do it. See, Change your perspective and you change your life. When you change the way you look at things, the very things you look at change. When you change the way you look at life, life will look differently. Let's see. We have a couple more things to do. That's okay. This wasn't what I was going to talk about, that it slipped my mind, but this is coming back forefront. The word doubt. Doubt. I used to doubt myself all the time. No trust. Right? There was this word, trust. Trust opposite is doubt. And because I didn't have trust, I was automatically doubting. That word trust. Right? I went through an experience where I didn't want friends. I hated that word. I didn't want friends. I don't like that word because that word was littered with betrayal, with being disrespected, with being like treated unfairly, being like used and abused and like walked all over. So why would I even entertain that word friend? Now, of course, as of late, I started to accept the word friend, even if I still call you brother or sister. But if you call me your friend, that's fine. Like, I'm good with it now. I hated that word, though. Fucking hated that word. Because of my experience. Because of the past betrayal. But because I know what I had to experience to pass through my system to understand why I brought betrayal from one life to this life, I simultaneously healed all the lives that had any betrayal. There can never be any more betrayal because betrayal is when you don't even know who you are. And betrayal only happens too when someone also doesn't know who they are. So if someone betrays you, right, let's say, someone that I have so much respect for, they betray me, that's fine. It's not really betrayal because it just means that we weren't in alignment. Next. Because I've changed my perception behind that word. And I've changed that friend is not tied to the word betrayal. I've tied the word friend as respect. I tied the word friendship to, connectivity, for community. That's another word that I didn't like. Now, of course, when you say spiritual community and people doing all these weird ass shit and doing whatnot, I'm not down for that. You're doing too much. If we're just gathering, we're just chilling, hanging out, having fun, and not doing all this and all this shit that you don't need to do. If you want to do it because it makes you feel good, then do it. But if you're doing it because you think you have to do something to get closer to God, I have news for you. You ain't going to be any closer to God than I am. Because you're exactly where I'm going to be, even if I don't sit and meditate and do I'm not making fun of anybody who's doing that, but because I used to do that shit too. But is it necessary? Fuck no, it's not. You don't need to do that to be closer to God, because that would imply that you're separate from God right now if you don't do that. So if you're using tools to be closer to God or be closer to your true self, then that's kind of ridiculous, because what you have to do is remove those tools and you're already who you actually are, because it never left you. How could something have disappeared when it was always there? You just decided to cover it with dirt and sludge and mud and crap that you now have to undo. But anyways, now the word friend. So when T-Bray calls me his friend, yeah, I'm talking to my friend right now. I'm good. He doesn't have to call me brother. I'm good. Now, if he still calls me brother, I'm good with that too. I'm good either way. Whether he calls me friend, bro, what else would he call me? yo dude, yo man. He doesn't say that though. Yo guy. Right? Yo brah. Yo brethren. My guy. He doesn't use that word, those type of words. You know what I'm saying? But, or like, if, like Lori, because I still chat with her here and there, not often, she calls me her friend. I'm like, I'm good with that. I used to not like you're either my partner or you're my sister. It doesn't go any other way. Or you're just an acquaintance. You're just like a, kind of like, one of those type of people where like you just kind of connect with them for just like, But I changed that. So like, I'm her friend and she's my friend. And I have friends now. For the first time in over 20-something years, I can finally say that I have friends again. That I can call people friends. It doesn't have to be brother and sister, even though, technically speaking, it is all just one thing. It's all brother and sister anyways, even though it's not really brother and sister because we're all one soul anyways. It doesn't matter the word now, basically. It's that like, that connection, you know what I'm saying? Like that bond that we all have. Like, yes, I call Victoria sister. I call her sis. I call Jessa sis. Right? I remember when there was a moment when Jessa, she was talking to her mom when I was in New York. And she calls me soul brother. But when she was talking to her mom, she's like, yeah, my friend's going to come with me to Florida and he's going to help me to pack stuff as well. So he'll be there. I'm like, she called me her friend. What? I'm her soul brother. Why is she calling me her friend? I'm not her friend. Like you could see that I was getting a little, and then I asked her like, hey, how come you called me your friend? I actually asked her that. She's like, well, you see, brother, they don't understand what soul brother means, Like, it doesn't make sense to them. So I had to use the word friend. I'm like, yeah, that's fair. You are my brother, but like, I had to use that word because, there's certain people in the world, you have to kind of change your words around because they don't understand what that means. Like, what is a soul brother? So I'm like, that's fair. But I was still kind of like, she called me friend. What the fuck? I'm her brother. I'm not her friend. Fuck that. Because friend for me felt like on the bottom of the totem pole. I'm not a fucking friend. I'm your brother. But you see, that was my perception to that word, friend. But I changed it. I had to. The word friend, responsibility, love, money, success, being seen, judgment. Like that word is interesting. Because that word, I don't care I had to go through a phase of looking very like silver wolfy, you know what I'm saying? And going out in the public looking like that every day. People were staring at me. Even if you all didn't see it, people were staring at me because I had the camera, right? When you're holding this in your hand, when you're holding something like this in your hand and it's white, this thing kind of attracts attention. You know what I'm saying? Like if you were to walk around and you see somebody holding something like this in your hand, you're going to want to pay attention to what the fuck they're doing because this is what we call out of the norm. So of course, people are in their car and they're staring at me. I can feel their stares. I can see it, right? You can't see it in the car, but I can see it when they're passing, when they're crossing and stuff. I can see them. Oops, I'm not done this side. Give me a moment. And honestly, like, now that the beard is like dyed and stuff, and even if when the silvers come back, I don't care. You can call me whatever you want. I know who I am. You can judge me all you want. Right? I remember when one girl, the back of my head has a little bit of lighter hair, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's not the thickest, but I still have a nice full set of hair, you know what I'm saying? And I'm grateful for that. But there was a girl at school, when I was walking by the school field, and she's like, "Hi, Baldy." I turned to her and I looked at her. I'm like, "You talking to me?" She looked at me and she didn't expect me to respond with that. And she basically didn't say anything. I gave her a stare. I was like, this was like, 2024? I just stared at her. This is before my live streams. I'm like, "You talking to me?" But, her level of awareness is a child. So, of course, kids these days, they have currently no respect for people. Oh, that's not entirely true. I'm not saying that for all kids, but because of the generation right now, they're using all kinds of like stupid ass words like 6'7", 6'7", 6'7", even though like I can change the meaning of 6'7" to 67 because I say fuck it. But just change your meaning. And here's the thing, our brother said this yesterday, and I touched upon it earlier this morning. When you hear somebody talking, right, and they're sharing an opinion, what frequency are they on? There's no judgment, but what frequency are they on? And when you determine what frequency they're on, you may or may not even take their opinions at all. You might just like, man, you're on, not that you're high and mighty, you just don't adhere to that frequency. Like, you're on a frequency of like you're in like fear or you're in anger. So you're saying XYZ about this. But if you weren't in fear and anger and you were saying something else, you wouldn't be saying that. You'd be in a different frequency. So like every time somebody talks to you or shares something about you that doesn't feel in alignment, just remember, look at their frequency. Where are they at? Never take advice from someone who isn't doing what you wanted to do, and that's a real bar. I'm not saying that their advice doesn't have value. It definitely has value. But if it doesn't have any alignment to where you're at, just thank you. I appreciate it. And just keep moving. But anyways, like to get back to what I'm basically getting at, it's not getting tied to these meaningless meanings. You know what I'm saying? Like, there is no meaning to any of these things. Doesn't mean it has no value. It just means that whatever meaning you give to it, you attribute to it, just know whatever emotions you tie behind those meanings, that's what you're going to experience. Like this USB-C cable. Something simple. We know what this thing does. We plug it in. It charges our phone. It gives us a meaning of, this cable gives me the ability to plug in and charge up my phone so I can have the power to keep my phone on, or my tablet, or whatever it is. But you can change the meaning to this. This thing is like a water hose. Or like, the one where the dentist like sprays it in your mouth. Well, Ryan, that's silly. But my point to say is I can change the meaning of this cable at will if I really wanted to. But we know that we all collectively agree that this is not that dentist hose thing. This is a USB-C cable. We've all agreed to this, right? This is a USB-C cable. I'm bouncing on my wrist. wrist is done. Depending on when this week, I might cut the grass. But of course, the lawnmower hasn't been turned on for a good couple months, so it'll take a little bit of time for the lawnmower to activate. We'll see. We'll see what happens throughout the week. It's supposed to rain almost every friggin' day. Okay. What's next? We got hips. Whew. This conversation started with the Orion principle, a mirror. To kind of circle back now. Everyone's a reflection of you. But remember one thing, this is discernment. Even though I just said everyone's a reflection of you, not everyone is also a reflection of you. It's a paradox. You have to discern, is this person reflecting something, an aspect of me? Or is this someone who is just showing me not to go down the same route they're going? No judgment, of course. We haven't run into anybody who's a little, out there with their mind until recently when Neil came on and I was chatting with him about something, and something of this nature popped up about, how do you deal with like people who are kind of like, out there or something like that. I'm like, well, I don't really deal with them because in my experience, everybody's whole, perfect, and complete. Because I declared that to be true. And that every time any one of you listen to me, I declare that each of you remember who you are without me having to need to explain 10 million times that you are the answer. I say it one time, you already know it. But I do repeat it so that, because there's, you never know who might just jump on and they needed to hear it, right? But that day when I was walking, we went the longer way. A guy came out of the bus. I'm like, and he started like yelling, fuck, 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 and fuck, and fuck, fuck, fuck. And the character was getting into an alert state because, you never know, because I have a camera in my hand. He'd be like, fuck you, what are you doing? And of course, character might have got into an altercation, but I'm like, remember, we're not, no judgment. Remember who you are. Remember he right now is being controlled by his mind. That is a character right now that's being influenced by the mind who has been stringed along. Because a person who knows their true self will not be adhering to what that person's doing. Doesn't mean that he was fully like that that's how he is but the character created perception. So I'm like, remember also that this could just be a moment. Maybe earlier in the morning, he had an argument with somebody that pissed him off, right? Right? He's like, fuck this and fuck that and fuck and all this other fuck, right? Because that can and does happen, Let's do knees. Not knees, hips. So, like when I saw him, no judgment at all, because you don't know what happened to him to cause him to be in that state of being. That's why we also have to have more patience for each other. I asked the universe last night before I went to bed, even though I'm the universe and you're the universe and everyone else is the universe, I still asked it. I'm like, universe, provide me with divine patience and extreme empathy so that I can be extremely patient with anything, with my wife, my kids, the animals, any other person, my clients, because I want to help them as best as I can, because I want your energy flowing through me with optimal, like being optimal, not subpar, giving them exactly what is required in that moment, trusting and knowing without any doubt whatsoever, and doubt doesn't exist anyways. And when I said that, I'm like, I declared that to be done already. Right? Now, if somebody were to come at me and start attacking me out of randomness, like, you're blah, blah, blah. I'm like, I mean, there's two things about me. One, I'm not going to be, it's not going to be passive. I'm going to dish it back to you. I'm not one to insult anybody. I'm not here for that. I don't care about that. But if you're coming at me, I don't care if it's on my live stream, if it's in the physical, you call me something, depending on the situation, I'll either just, it's whatever. But if you instigate something and I'm like, you know what? I'm going to teach this person a lesson right now. This is the character when the character does that. I'll let the character teach that other character a lesson. Because the one thing is, I won't show passivity. That doesn't mean I'm afraid of anything. That means, or I'm like powerless. Because, in the video he was talking about the tough guy, because you want to see someone tough. And if they don't fight back, then they're considered weak and powerless. That is not who any of us are. None of us are powerless or weak. We are so powerful beyond measure. Hello. It is your light, not your darkness, that most frightens you. Hello. That's who you are. It's so weird having the camera face this way. It feels like I'm on like a weird angle, It's all good. Well, we now can confirm that this app has worked over 10 hours, because it's now 10 hours and 28 minutes, I think it is. Yep, 10 hours, 28 minutes. I trust Comey is enjoying her first playthrough of Final Fantasy IX. I trust that she has an amazing time playing through that. I know she will. It's one of the best games ever made. Of course, it doesn't have the same mechanics like 7 and 8, because it went back to the classics. But I'll jump on her stream here and there to see where she's at in the game, and check in and say, how are you enjoying Final Fantasy IX? But I don't want to go on her stream and stay on her stream, because I don't want to inadvertently kind of like walk her through stuff, because I know that game inside out. Like, for example, I don't want to tell her how to level up her characters, because I want her to experience her character stats. Because in that game, getting stats for your characters is very, very, very intricate, right? And like Aiko and Amaranth, well, they technically patched it in the new version, I believe. where if you leveled Ico, or if you level Marcus up to a point, Ico's stats gets Marcus's stats. So Ico can become the most powerful character in the game. Funny enough, and she's the summoner. Alexa, what's the temperature right now?
Right now, it's 20 degrees Celsius.
It's 20 degrees Celsius, y'all. That's basically like summer weather. And yet I'm wearing my layers. And yes, this is the left leg. Look at this. After a whole year and almost a year and a half, we're now experimenting with different ways of live streaming. Can you believe that? Using different apps. Last Friday, we had to do horizontal live stream because my microphone wasn't even working on both the phone or this. Wasn't being picked up at all. I gotta do some stretches, but I'm gonna go I'm either gonna do my 55s now for my biceps, or I'm gonna do some of my stretches. You all are on an angle. Fuck. I've come to a point on this journey where I'm like, whatever. I don't care. It's whatever. I don't care. Fuck. This thing. There, I gotta smooth it out. Perfect. Perfect. All right. So, yes, the text is covering my face. If YouTube just added all these features, we wouldn't be here. We wouldn't been doing all this, but here we are. Somebody is driving a nice car. That'll be me with my Supra soon enough. Fully modded MK4 Supra. Like new bucket seats. Back camera. like engine has been completely restored and cleaned, and like it's 2JZ GTE. It's pumping like at least over 1,000 horsepower. Like it's a beast. Off the line, if I was to race a Tesla will beat me off the line, right off the line. But if we were to go a quarter mile, I'll beat the Tesla because the 2JZ doesn't kick in right away. It takes like a good, I don't know, 3 to 4 seconds for the engine to really ramp up, and of course you have to shift through all your gears. Whereas a Tesla, there's no gear shifting. You just like click, go, right? But I saw a Supra which was 1,200 horsepower, beat a 1,200 horsepower Model S Plaid. The S Plaid took off further, but then the Supra came. It was like a mild. There was like a big a gap in difference between. You can't see my two hands because we're in a weird. We're doing the weird way right now, but. The Tesla was here, the Supra was here, and then all of a sudden you see in the passenger side of the Tesla, and there goes the Supra. The Supra just came out of nowhere and just like steamrolled the Tesla. Oh, Ron, what about GTR? Don't you like a GTR? Yeah, I love GTRs. But they're not my type. But they're not my car. Supra is my car. Like Supra consciousness. That's a real thing, by the way. But of course, it's all made up. All words are made up. Even the word consciousness is made up. But we have to call it something. Even calling something nothing is still calling it something. Yeah, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to go shower. I'll put on, it's so weird how Caesar's older videos that are not better human, better dogs, like his 911 episodes, that those are copyright. The fuck? It's stupid. Makes no sense. And we now know how copyright is handled because T-Ray got to see, oh, you got suspended for like violation. But then once the video thing is done, then it removes the violation and then it allows the stream to be enabled again. It's ridiculous. I can't wait to be on the other platforms. The beautiful thing is, at least now I know that there are 2 apps that can multi-stream. So I don't need 2 phones. I just need 1 phone with setup for 2 different accounts. But I have to pay for the multi-streaming aspects, which is fine. I don't mind. It's just, is it worth the value? Hello, we are live on both. We're live on TikTok. We're live on Instagram, we're live on YouTube, we're live on Facebook, we're live on Kick, and we're live on Twitch. I'm not going to do Twitch. We are live. It's time for me to reach all of you to tell you about who you actually are. Yeah, I know, bold statement. How do you know who we are, Orion? Who are you to say that? What gives you the right to say that? Because I have my memories. What if your memories are lies, Orion? What if that's not true? What if yeah, that's your mind protecting you from, and it's okay. It's perfectly normal to question. It's all perfect. That is meant to happen. You're supposed to question stuff. If you didn't question it, it'll be like, and you just easily accepted things, then it goes to say like how easy you can be easily coerced. But of course, do your own due diligence when you listen to anybody, including me, speak. When I say me, I mean this character. The goal is to give yourself full autonomy. But Ryan, I don't know what autonomy is. My dumbbell's in the way. Let me move it out of the way. By the way, make sure to crawl every so often and do slow crawling, but not on your knees. Hover your knees off the ground. You will see how beneficial it is for you. A year ago, I wasn't doing any of this stuff. All of my movements and all that was done after the ab exercise. But now, well, now it's a different story altogether. Let's check something. Oh shit, the tablet's at 6%. It's a good thing I checked. All right, give me a moment. I have to go use the bathroom. Okay, y'all. I have to use the bathroom. So let me put on some stuff. What am I going to have y'all watch while I'm gone? Finish up the Iran stuff? Nah. The hot ones would be awesome, but the thing is that'll get copyright. WWE's going to get copyright. Your identity is your destiny in life. That's not true at all. That's not true at all. I guess we'll look for a better human, better dog. Better human, better dog. Even though we've seen all of this. We've seen every better human, better dog.
Do not attempt the training technique.
This is an old one, actually. We can't look at Caesar 911. We've seen that one. We've seen that one.
Staffy, Pitt, Connie.
All right. It shouldn't get copyright because, this is... But we attempted to watch that one, and that one got copyright. Because that's Caesar 911. So enjoy a rerun of this one.
Journey began as the dog whispered. I taught the world there is no such a thing as a bad dog. Today, my message has evolved. But it's clear the people and dogs still need help.
The problem is me.
He needs rehab like ASAP.
I just don't want you to get bit.
Do you know who I am? Together with my superhero pack, our mission is to create better humans and better dogs, one pack at a time. A pack with 2 dogs fighting is dangerous, but a pack with 3 dogs fighting is a red zone emergency. I'm on my way to Huntington Beach where 2 dogs have been in combat for years. Now the pet parent added a 3rd dog into the pack, and that dog is now becoming just as aggressive. This is an explosive situation that can potentially end up in a dog death or someone in a hospital. I need to address this immediately.
I'm Susie. It's hard being an empty nester and your kids are grown and don't really rely on you for a lot anymore. So it's great that now I've got these dogs and they're kind of my purpose. They're a little too much of my purpose. I've got Isabella, and she's an English bulldog. I've had Izzy the longest. She is about 8 years old now. She is not the smartest dog in the world, but she is very sweet. Kane showed up when he was about 4 weeks old. That was 3 years ago. He is 95-pound Staffy, Pit, Cane Corso mix. I always say he's like Shrek. He has no idea how big and terrifying he is, but he's just a big heart. And then Tricky is new to the pack. She came here about 6 months ago, and Tricky is just under a year old, and she's also a little pit bull mix. She's probably one of the most affectionate dogs that I've ever seen. I love them so much. And I don't like really talking about these things, but I went through a great deal of trauma in a very short amount of time. They were what I needed to not feel alone with all of the things that I was dealing with. But I signed up for more than I can handle. Kane and Izzy used to be best buddies when Kane was about a year old. That changed pretty significantly. I'm scared to death when they go at each other because when the fights have happened in the past, they all required stitches and surgery. One time I was walking in the kitchen, Izzy started growling, Kane started growling, and he went after her. Kane grabbed Izzy by the back of the neck and was just shaking her around like a rag doll. And I was afraid he was going to turn on me because I was trying to get him off of her. And I could hear the cry. finally got a hold of Kane's collar, and I don't have a lot of control, so I broke my finger doing this. But we let her go, and then I just had to clean up all the blood. And I don't ever want to experience that again. I was afraid he was going to kill her. And just last night, Izzy and Tricky got into it, and I had to pull them apart, separate them, and get them in the crates. So now I've got 3 dogs. They can't be left alone or together. Nobody's getting what they need. Can't walk them together. Dogs are with me 24/7. Can't have family and friends freely come over. I just don't want anybody, a dog, a human, to get hurt. I love these dogs, but this can't continue. If things don't change soon, my sanity is at stake. I've got to get this fixed so that my pack can be at peace. Because right now I live my life worried, and it's just not good for anybody. I desperately need help. Hello.
Susie.
Come on
How are
in.
you? Nice to meet
Nice
you.
to meet
Nice to meet
you.
you. Hey, ooh.
Down. I'm living in controlled chaos.
It's pretty strong. The energy in the house is really strong. I just walk in and feel a boulder, a mountain of pressure, you know? Like this aspiration of I need help. How long you been like this?
So, I'd say about 2 years ago, Izzy and Kane began fighting. And now with Tricky here, it's just getting worse.
This pack's energy, even when they're quiet, is like an explosion ready to go off with the slightest spark. My own energy has to be perfect. Tell me about the fights.
The Kane fights are just awful.
These 2 fights?
These 2, Izzy and Tricky, they got into a fight just last night, actually.
What are the triggers?
With Izzy and Tricky, if I'm giving one attention, the other one wants the attention, and they go at it. Then when they get riled up, Kane gets riled up and will bust through anything. Whenever there's excitement, if he hears something, he's got to regulate.
Okay.
Anyone, human or dog, gets agitated, Kane, he's got to get in there. He's always got to regulate the energy. Kane is the problem because he's just so big. And he will overcorrect and hurt somebody. He will grab the dogs, shake them around, pin them down, and they've gone to the hospital, they've gotten infections. I've gotten bit in the middle of it.
Okay. And do you got any help?
I have gone through 5 trainers, and I still can't stop the fights.
It's alarming to learn that Susie worked with 5 trainers and the chaos is only getting worse.
I can't live like this, so I mean, I would love to be able to make this work, but 3 dogs is in this constant chaos and it's not sustainable.
Susie is right. This is not sustainable because one of these dogs is going to get killed or Susie is going to end up in the hospital. It's a pressure cooker in there just waiting to explode. Bringing Kane into this energy will just pour fuel on the fire. So I need to keep him separate while I evaluate Tricky and Easy. And this excitement, is it normal to you?
That's normal. They're happy to see me. It's kind of
That's
like...
your interpretation?
Yeah.
Okay. She's allowing excitement, you know. Excitement does not equal happiness. Excited dogs can get into fight. Calm dogs don't.
Right. Usually when they get excited is when something happens. Tricky gets in Izzy's space, Izzy doesn't like it, and then it starts something.
That's how a lot of dog lovers get into trouble, right? They see excitement as a way of happiness, and the dogs, they see excitement as a way of challenging each other. Now, when they're excited, how do you bring that energy back down? Do you do anything about it? Like take the toy away.
Yeah.
Can I see that?
Tricky, come here, sit. No. Tricky, come here, sit. Have it. Leave it. Isabella, it's a fight waiting to happen.
Just to avoid fights. Easy twice tried to take the toy from Tricky. Tricky challenged her right back, and Easy growled in her face.
She's not going to give it up.
She's not?
No, she's not going to give it up.
Susie needs to step in and give discipline to de-escalate, but instead, she backs down. When I say discipline, I mean she needs to guide the dogs to obey rules and respect boundaries. It's showing leadership. You need to show Tricky leadership, but you give up too quickly.
Yeah.
Right? And so, but look how the pupils get dilated. This energy isn't playful. Tricky is challenging me. The more the pupils get dilated, the more they bring this energy. Dilated pupils like that are a sign Tricky thinks she's fighting over prey, not playing with a toy. When a dog hunts, his nervous system will flood with adrenaline, which increases her chance of securing her prey. But in this case, it's totally inappropriate. It tells me for Tricky, this is in play. The more you fight with them or the more you invite them to fight you back, the more the brain goes into this excited way, and it's more difficult for them to calm down. That's what excites her. Susie gives up too quickly instead of following through enforcing rules. So Tricky has learned if she waits it out, she gets to keep the toy. So your dogs don't respect you. We need to establish rules so they know what is not allowed. Right now, she can't touch any toys. It's like being referee. The referee tells LeBron James when the ball moves. Look, she ignored my correction and went and got another toy. He's killing it. Look at the eyes, film the eyes. That's pretty dangerous. They go like this. Well, that's exactly what happened when they kill an animal.
Oh.
They're somewhere else killing the thing. Again, Tricky's eyes are telling me the whole story. Right now, her mind is totally focused on killing the toy. This is extremely dangerous, especially since Susie hasn't showed Tricky to respect rules or boundaries. I'm not gonna take it away from her.
But she can't chew on it.
She can't chew it, no.
Okay. I was shocked to learn that the way Tricky was playing with the toy could be correlated to her killing an animal. I thought she was soothing herself by chewing. It is scary to think I've been encouraging a behavior that actually could have led to something dangerous happening.
Hey.
Isabella.
Hey. Tricky's excitement has made Easy tense, but we address the same way, by following through with consequences. I just want her to have some kind of consequence for the growl. Because when she growled, I opened the door, she wanted to come out. You're not coming out after that growl.
She does that a lot in the crate.
Because nobody has told her there's not a way to communicate. You're allowing a lot of primal behavior.
Yeah.
Literally, you have like Jurassic Park inside your house.
Yeah. Yeah.
So those are Jurassic Park sounds. When I say primal, I mean these are the kinds of sounds and behaviors found in wild dogs. They hunt to eat and survive on instincts. When a wild pack encounters another wild pack, sometimes it's kill or be killed. That is a super dangerous energy to have inside a house.
If there was no human here and these two dogs met themselves in the wild.
They'll kill each other. I'm really worried about what I seen with Tricky and Easy, but now it's time for me to evaluate Kane. Go get Kane.
Okay.
While Susie leashes up Kane, I step out to recenter myself. My energy has to be perfect because I can hear Kane is already in a violent state. I'm waiting and I hear that sound. It's like, oh my God. That sound says everything.
Come on.
When I started, I was in South Central. Unfortunately, there was a lot of people there. They will fight dogs, and you can hear the sound before they actually go hurt each other.
Shh, Tricky. Come on in.
So that's the sound. That's the killing sound. Somebody take care of that one.
Tricks.
Let me go around. I can tell a lot from a dog's bark based on the pitch, energy, and intent. With Kane, the combination of the high pitch, frustrated energy, and aggressive intent tell me that he could attack if he's given the chance. A hazard of Easy, who's already tense, and Tricky, the overexcited young pit bull. To prevent the fight, my handler Jaime will take Tricky to a different room. That should dial down the pressure a little. So at least we deal with one bark at a time. That's all right. It's too late. Pass me the leash. Yeah. Now you go back and breathe. There you go. So I used the leash just to remind him to go to calm surrender.
Wow, that was kind of amazing.
Right?
Kane got really calm with Caesar in the first minute or so. This gives me a glimmer of hope.
Kane went from the high-pitched, dangerous bark to lying down and calm surrender after a single correction. Susie says that he often plays the enforcer. But at heart, he seems like a gentle giant, provided he gets the right discipline from Susie and the right energy. It's really about calm energy with confidence.
Okay.
I use the right energy. That's why he surrendered so fast. That's why he gave up the control to me.
Right.
Our job is to make sure that the energy gets stabilized ASAP.
Okay.
But it's hard for you to give the calm, healthy energy in this space. Your house is heavy the energy. I feel pressure in my chest.
Me too.
You see what I mean?
It's mine. I'm sorry. I guess I've gotten so comfortable in chaos. Yeah. That's normal.
Yeah. But I'm feeling something else. So in order for me to help your pack, we need to find out where this energy is coming from. I'm not just here to see a dog. I need to see everything, because everything matters. What I have found is it's important for us humans to have someone to share where we feel safe. What's the biggest energy you're feeling? The negative one?
Isolation. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't talk about these things.
Right.
I don't have anyone to talk to. I lost my mom in 2016. And shortly after that, my daughter was in a mass shooting. Sorry. She was in the Las Vegas shooting. And she called me in the middle of the shooting. She made it out okay. I got through the mass shooting situation. And, in the middle of all of this, my husband had severe combat PTSD and was severely triggered and hurt me. And we split. That re-traumatized me all over again. And I didn't have anybody there for me. And I'm starting to realize that, all of this trauma compounds. And so I'm here already. And it's just with Izzy here. And then Kane gets here. And then Tricky comes. And it's too much.
Yeah.
I was just so completely emotionally overwhelmed and shaken. And I'm exhausted because I'm trying to survive all the time.
Because you're running on empty.
100%. Yeah. I've been on empty for a long time.
Yeah. And they sense it.
Right.
That you're running on empty. Susie has faced more trauma in the past 7 years than anyone should ever have to bear. And she admits it's left her emotionally exhausted. That leads to feelings of isolation and lack of motivation. Susie needs to address that exhaustion as soon as possible because it's led to her abandoning the leadership of her pack. And the result is total chaos. Each dog has their own issues. Tricky is overexcited. Easy is tense. And Kane aggressively corrects the other two. But if Susie gave them calm, confident leadership and provided rules, boundaries, and limitations...
I'm back. I'm just going to go grab my meal now.
And the fight will be a thing of the past. Instead, Susie has given up.
She's not going to give it up.
She's not?
No, she's not going to give it up.
She thinks bad behavior is unavoidable and backs down. And so the pack has resorted to instinct, communicating and playing in primal ways, and fighting over everything. These are big, powerful dogs without limits. The next fight could potentially end in a dog's death or send her to the hospital. I need to get the dogs and her to the DPC to begin work immediately. You need help.
Yeah.
So I want to invite you to the DPC. Come to my ranch. It's 43 acres. It's beautiful. And I will guide you and support you along with my team, right? So you're not going to be isolated. You are not alone. We will do it together. And at the same time, they're getting rehabilitated right away.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Yep. I cannot wait to get my life back, spending my energy enjoying things instead of managing chaos. Thank you.
We got you.
The following morning,
Okay. Take a deep breath.
Susie heads to the DPC with Kane, Izzy, and Tricky.
All right, guys, we're off to Caesars. You make me nervous. We need to learn how to be new dogs together.
There they are. Today is going to be an intense day, not just for Susie and this pack, but for me and my team as well. All right, guys, this is a red zone case, so I wanted you guys to be super safe. 3 dogs, there's a lot of dog. Follow my lead. I have got to make sure we all have the right energy and move slowly and deliberately. I will not allow anyone to get hurt.
I come back at 11:07.
Isabella, Tricky, Kane, we're at the DPC.
Susie arrives at the ranch with her pack. Tense bulldog Izzy, overexcited pit mix Tricky, and Kane, the aggressive enforcer. Due to emotional exhaustion after a series of life traumas,
I'm exhausted because I'm trying to survive all the time.
Susie has abandoned her role as pack leader, and the result is increasingly vicious pack fights.
How are you? You want to open it so they have some air?
Yes.
Yeah. So, how's it going?
Last night, the situation with Izzy and Tricky is escalating. And I mean 0 to 100. They're just constantly going at it. I am over my limit already with Izzy and Kane, and now Izzy and Tricky are getting in fights. It's happening multiple times. I don't know what I'm dealing with those girls.
Who starts it?
This one. Izzy starts growling and hissing and biting and scratching, and I don't understand why she's doing it.
Okay. So right now, they're doing good. Well, she was doing good. Oh, wow. Tricky wants to fight.
Okay.
That's a bark of fight.
It is. Okay.
Packs should get along like a happy family. A pack that fights like this is abnormal. And it happens because Susie is not given discipline or calm, confident leadership. But it's also because Susie doesn't recognize the signs a fight is brewing.
So when Caesar says that sound could trigger a fight, my stomach just sinks. All of the little things that I've been experiencing all actually have a really big meaning. And I've been missing it all this time.
A pack walk is usually where a pack bonds.
Okay.
What has it been like when you walk them?
I haven't even tried to take Kane and Izzy on a walk together since the last big fight. And I can't let all 3 of them walk together.
No. None of the dogs have bonded on walks recently. It's a huge part of why they fight. The ultimate goal will be turning these dogs back into a true pack. But for now, we must work with them one-on-one. Let's get him out first. Susie said that Kane plays the enforcers with the other 2 dogs when they get tense or overexcited. Now the trick is barking, he's getting Kane worked up. Susie needs to calm him back down. Before you get him out, we have to remove him from that sound. That sound? That means that he's getting excited and anxious.
Okay, back. Kane. Wait.
Let me see. Super tense. Let's all stay calm so we don't feed the aggression. Don't get him out yet, okay? He needs to be total calm surrender. If you don't have calmness, safe goes out the way. He reacts to the tension you give him.
Yeah.
And he can get aggressive.
Kane, sit. Wait.
He's patient, but he's not calm. You have to learn the difference between quiet tense versus quiet calm.
Right.
Be patient. Let him figure it out. That's the boundary. That's the rule. You wait until he comes down, and then he can move. That's calm.
There we go. Okay, come.
So here, put him over there. Stay calm. All right, this is promising. Susie was able to get Kane into calm surrender. It's the first time I've seen her follow through with discipline. Usually, her emotional exhaustion leads her to just giving up.
She's not going to give it up.
So this is progress. And because Kane is now calm, I'm going to have Susie nurture that calmness by letting him play with her in the Serengeti. Connecting with Kane 101 in a playful way will help Susie reset her tense energy as well. Yeah, you can go through this easy door right here.
Over here, come here.
That's bad. That's bad.
The overexcited pit mix Tricky begins to make the high aggressive growl that Caesar heard yesterday at Susie's house.
That's a fighting sound, that's a killing sound.
The sound tells Caesar it's not safe for Tricky to be around other dogs, especially her tense packmate, Izzy.
Jaimito, ven. I need to safely get Tricky out of her crate and burn off some of her excess energy before I work with her. Oh, really? Because Jaime will be assisting me with Tricky's rehabilitation, and he's an experienced handler, I'm going to have him take the lead with her, while I work with Izzy. He needs to move extra carefully to not provoke aggression. He's getting a little excited. This excitement is unhealthy. But right now, I want to make sure that Jaimito practice everything he knows, assessing and evaluating. Yes, calm, confident. There you go. She's calming down because Jaime's calm. Next, I like Jaime to remove the muscle. Tricky has calmed down a little, so it's safe to do this. But Jaime has to move carefully to keep Tricky from getting back into an aggressive mindset. The hand has to be done in the right place, the leash has to be done in the right place, because we can't make a mistake. Take the muzzle off. Okay, how did she feel?
No, she's a little alert.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, take it off.
Overexcited pit mix Tricky, along with her tense packmate Izzy, and playful enforcer Kane, constantly trigger fights with each other because emotionally exhausted pet mom Susie doesn't follow through with leadership.
Tricky's overexcited aggressiveness could easily trigger her packmate Izzy, just like it was getting Kane worked up a few moments ago. I need my handler Jaime to get her out of her crate slowly to keep things from escalating. So every movement that Jaimito is making, I'm right here supervising. Yeah. We have no room for error. It's good. That's beautiful. We're gonna need the bike. Jaime was fully confident, so Tricky allowed him to remove the muzzle without becoming aggressive, and her high-pitched violent growl has stopped. That's bad. Because the pack fights prevent Susie from walking them, Tricky is bursting with pent-up energy that must be burned off before she's allowed near any other dog. It's just not the right moment for her to meet dogs, and now is the right moment for her to run that energy out. And then you're just gonna let it rip.
Get on?
Yeah. Slowly. There you go. Let's get easy.
Izzy, the 7-year-old bulldog, gets tense easily.
Slow.
So Caesar must be cautious to avoid triggering aggression.
Right now, she's calm. You know? There you go. Okay. Uh-oh. She got tense. Look. When she gets tense, she gets really still. So her being tense can lead that to aggression. Yeah. You have to be very careful because they can snap on you. Susie never leads or follows through with consequences, so Izzy is not used to somebody telling her what to do. She's calm, but total confused. She has no idea where she is. She sees Susie up there with Kane. Look at that. Kane is being so happy-go-lucky. I love it.
Come on, Caners. Let's go.
This is a strange new place for Izzy, so I want to see how she reacts when she sees Kane's familiar face.
see her friend, Kane.
Look at Easy. Look how tense she gets at the fence. Look, Kane was happy-go-lucky with Susie. Now he's excited from Easy's tension. They're supposed to be happy seeing each other. That's what pack mates should do. Their family, they should be happy-go-lucky, greeting each other, or calm surrender, greeting each other. Not dominant or tense. They had a lot of fights over the years, but dogs don't usually hold on to that. Easy shouldn't be so tense around Kane, her oldest pack mate. I'm going to introduce her to a pack of my calmest dogs so I can teach her how to relax instead of tensing up. Susie.
Yes, sir.
I want Lisa to take King.
Okay.
And then we can focus on bringing my pack so I can get to see her a lot more with different dogs.
Okay.
I'm going to have Easy meet Sofia, Lucho, and Bloom, 3 of my most well-balanced dogs. It should be impossible for her to stay tense around these 3 dogs.
This will be interesting. I really don't have any idea which way it's going to go. I'm hoping that Izzy gets along with the other dogs, but I also want everybody to see what I'm seeing.
The reason why we're bringing her around my pack is because, you know, this is a new pack, so instincts have to...
It's so nice outside.
Okay.
Do my 55 curls now.
You have to assimilate. Yeah.
You'll have to cue off the other dogs, not just follow her old aggressive habits. Hold on. See that? Holy moly. Look at her. See, she went and peed on top of that. Just shows you how dominant she is. This is actually pretty serious. Dogs use pee to mark territory or even just to say hello to other dogs. But Easy, marking the spot that Lucio just marked is a direct challenge to him. She just met these playful new dogs and her instinct is to show dominance because she's used to the dog-eat-dog environment that Susie allowed at home. And it's going to potentially lead to a fight here too unless I stop it. So after she went and peed, she got really cocky about it.
Yeah.
So I went and snapped her out of it. I have to let her know she can't just do whatever she wants.
So I should correct that behavior.
At one point, you're supposed to tell the dog this is
Right.
off limits. This is the rules. This is, the boundaries. I can see now that it's not that Susie has given up teaching her dogs how to obey rules. She doesn't know when or how to do it correctly. So in addition to recharging her emotional batteries so she can move on from her trauma, she also needs to learn how to read these dogs so she can anticipate fights before they arise.
What I notice with Izzy is she's okay with other dogs until I start giving them affection.
Let me see that part, and then
Okay.
and then you move in so you can
Okay.
trigger it.
There he is.
Here's Blue coming. Give affection to Blue.
Hey, Blue. Hi, Blue. Oh, now you're jealous.
Hold on, she's getting tense. She was about to jump on him. See how I caught him in the moment?
Yes.
You saw how...
Yeah.
So she was about to do that to him.
Ah.
Then she just redirected.
She does that. She kind of air snaps.
Air snap. Like Pac-Man, remember?
Yeah.
Obviously, it's important the follow-through. So if you don't do anything about it, Easy never learns that she needs to stay calm in situations that usually makes her tense. I'm going to pet Blue, and she has to stay calm. Shh. Shh. Then she can't walk away, because then if she walks away, she doesn't learn anything. Now, Easy is trying to avoid a tense situation by walking away instead of calming down. Usually, Susie lets the dog avoid consequences to her misbehavior, but I won't allow it, or else she'll never learn how to get calm when she's stressed. She can't get calm. She doesn't know how to calm surrender. Instead of calmness, she's gonna keep pacing.
Yeah.
Know what I mean?
She's not sat down or laid down
Look.
once.
That's not normal.
She's like that at home, too.
Well, she paces.
All the time.
And she's anxious because you never gave confident discipline. So your dogs get anxious because nobody's giving them direction.
Right. I had no idea that Izzy's pacing was because of my lack of leadership. She's been doing this her whole life. I feel awful. I feel so guilty because I feel like I did this to her.
This is not for like a beginner rehabilitator. Izzy needs much more work, but now I want to work with Tricky to lower her excitement, which is like a call to aggression for her pack mates. Let's do a switch, Jaimito. I saw yesterday how overexcited and primal Tricky gets while playing. So today, I'm gonna use a game of fetch with my pack to trigger excitement so I can correct it before it turns into aggression. I have balls. That will teach her the proper level of excitement during play and teach Susie the signs to look for that Tricky is getting out of control. Look at the distance. Look at her distance.
Yeah, she's right up in you.
That's right. In the dog world, giving space is a way of giving respect. When you get too close, other dogs interpret that as a challenge and you will get a fight. But just pay attention to how she acts around the ball. Remember her eyes yesterday when she was chewing on her toy? She can go into a primal mode when she plays because she's too excited.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's how wild dogs hunt and kill their prey. It's very instinctual. And we have to snap her out of it anytime she's doing that.
See, now she doesn't put the ball down.
So we correct that. Shh. Shh. The dog is not respecting discipline. She's waiting it out like she does with you, Susie. Shh. Shh. Good. Tricky's slow to release the ball because she doesn't respect discipline. That's because Susie never showed her any. For the first time in her life, Tricky is learning there are rules. No fight, no competition. That's what I'm saying right now. As soon as somebody has, look, too excited, too fast. She needs a leash again. We have to let her calm down. See that? She's crowding again. Hey. She has no respect to intimate space.
None.
She's not backing down. Okay, I finally got her to at least sit down. I did that because she came.
Right. Right up in your face. Exactly.
So it's too much intensity, right? But the more disturbing thing, she isn't reacting to my corrections.
Yeah.
Look how long it took for her just to put one foot down.
Yeah.
Just one knee down, one knee down. She's not feeling the touch. She's ignoring it. When I was touching, she was like,
Yeah. You want to go?
yeah, to me.
Yeah.
You're saying she's not feeling your directions?
She's not feeling it.
Caesar, I've never heard you say that a dog's not taking your directions.
Well, it's always the first time. When I work with a dog, the goal is to actually touch the dog as few times as possible. Most dogs, all it takes is 1 to 2 touch corrections and they quickly learn. More difficult cases, you have to touch a few more times. But Tricky is the first dog I've seen who does not respond to corrections at all. She's so overexcited that she doesn't even feel it. It's very dangerous as she gets stronger.
It's only going to get, yeah.
That's right.
Oh, yeah. It's intense to see Tricky kind of square off with Caesar. Or like, do what you want. I'm going to do what I want. You don't faze me. 40 pounds of that in another 6 months with some bad attitude, that's an ER visit waiting to happen. My situation is far worse than I thought it was going to be.
We got to come up with a plan. I want to sit down with Susie and the dogs and explain just what an explosive situation she has and how can we start to fix it.
There's my guys.
This is a pack where each dog can incite a fight with the other two. So I have my full team of handlers on standby to keep things safe. You have 3 powerful ones. Him alone is powerful enough.
Mm-hmm.
Kane, to me, is a happy-go-lucky guy. He's powerful, yeah, he's done aggressive behavior, all of that stuff. He's always ready to jump into a fight or correct the other two, which shouldn't be his role.
Yeah.
Easy over here. That's your ticking bomb. Always tense, ready to explode, right? Tricky. She's disrespectful and intense and excited. She can trigger a fight.
Right.
So your dogs, they have different problems. but they're going to create the same outcome, fights. And that's because you don't see the signs, they're becoming aggressive. They don't have rules. That combined, and then your tension, and running on empty, you actually became the back of the pack.
Right. Yeah.
You're the person, you're a roommate, right? But you are not leading the pack. And since there is no leader, there is no discipline. And they just fight over everything. Toys, food, getting close to you. And so...
Oh my.
Be quiet. Don't stay calm. Good.
Like a flash of lightning. Izzy and Tricky are going at it again. It's awful. I'm terrified that Izzy or Tricky is going to get one or the other's neck. And I was terrified that even though he's tied down, Kane is going to break through that and he's going to do something to intervene in the fight with Izzy and Tricky. And to see the reaction of everybody around, I was frozen. And that shakes me up.
They got too close, yeah. But I felt I felt it under my butt. As I was talking with Susie on the couch, Tricky went under my legs. Izzy noticed and muscled herself in. That triggered a fight because neither knows how to back down. And then Kane came in to correct the situation. It's the same behavior I've seen over and over since yesterday. And here you saw how they combine in this explosive way when they are all together. This is what happens when the pet parent doesn't lead. Shh. Listen, it took all of us to stop the fight.
Yeah.
At your home, that would have gotten bloody. Two of your dogs, Izzy and Tricky, don't have an off switch. That's not safe for you and the pack.
I'm just completely overwhelmed with these dogs. I can handle Kane on his own, can handle Izzy on her own. I thought I could handle Tricky on her own, but even now I'm like, I can't even handle her.
Mm-hmm.
I have no idea how to make this work now. It's overwhelming.
Yeah, without a doubt.
I'm not feeling very confident that I can handle my pack. You know, you think about Caesar talking about rules, boundaries, and limitations, and I feel like I'm beyond my boundaries.
I mean, this requires a lot of me. I have to have Jaime to help you with this one.
Yeah.
Even me, I need extra help. That fight shows what a desperate situation this is. Two of the dogs, Izzy and Tricky, are simply unable to get calm despite repeated corrections, which means a fight is possible at all times. And Kane goes from calm to combat in an instant. Susie needs to learn leadership, but in this case, it's much bigger than that. These dogs require radical intervention. I would like to at least keep the bulldog easy for 2 weeks, starting right now.
Yeah, okay.
You continue with King at home. Keep working on getting him to calm surrender and get him out on walks every day so he gets more exercise.
Okay.
This is plenty for you. And then you work and then your life, and replenish that part that is, an empty. While I'm working with Izzy here at the ranch, Susie's gonna practice getting Kane to calm surrender because he's a quick learner and is calm as long as it's not provoked. And with a break from the full pack, Susie can focus on her own work, addressing her own emotional exhaustion from the traumas she has suffered.
And you think that if I continue with him while she's away, then they'll be able to come back together? Okay.
Yes, because I'm going to give you a calm surrender girl, a girl with a switch.
Okay.
You don't have that.
Okay, so you're going to keep Izzy for 2 weeks, and I'm going to work on Kane at home. What about Tricky? What's the plan?
They're doing the.
Now comes the
They're doing that.
just 10 months old. She's
They're funny.
learning every day how to be in a pack and in the world. And what she has learned from this pack is
But I remember me doing that when I was a dog at one point.
So the question is, even with a full rehab, can Tricky really be happy in this pack? After everything I seen yesterday and today, I know what the answer is. I need to ask Susie a very difficult question. I know you have 3 dogs and your heart is so big, but at the same time, I have to tell you the truth. I think you took more than what you can at this point. It's too much. It's just too much. So what I would like to do for Tricky is offer her like a fresh start. How do you feel about the idea of offering Tricky rehab and she will stay with me? So I can work with her until she is ready to go to a new home.
So I can't give her what she needs. But I feel guilty because I signed up to help her. It's really tough because I'm sitting here feeling like a failure.
You're not a failure.
I don't know what to do.
So season 3, episode 1. Oh, season 2. Oh, here we go. We get to see the continuation.
When my journey began as the dog whisperer,
That means I watched this one too.
no such a thing as a bad dog. Today, my message has evolved. But it's clear the people and dogs still need help.
The problem is me.
He needs rehab like ASAP.
I just don't want you to get bit.
Do you know who I am? Together with my superhero pack, our mission is to create better humans and better dogs, one pack at a time.
Previously on Caesar Milan, Better Human, Better Dog. Caesar rushed to a red zone case to help pet parent Susie regain control of her pack on Primal.
Wait. Living in controlled chaos.
You are allowing a lot of primal behavior. Literally, you have like Jurassic Park inside your house.
Isabella.
He learned 8-year-old bulldog Izzy is tense and dominant.
She was about to jump on him.
Which causes fights with overly excited pit bull puppy Tricky.
Very dangerous. She gets stronger and stronger.
Gonna get, yeah.
That's right.
Oh, yeah.
Just now, I'm finishing up. I'm finishing up. I have like, I finished already eating. I finished all the other stuff. I'm just doing my 55s. I'm gonna get my protein shake, make some, probably get a snack. Then I will get the laptop on though. That's a good reminder. So let me do that quickly. But yeah, we'll just watch this until I'm almost done.
The peace within the pack amp up the aggression even more.
One time Kane grabbed Izzy by the back of the neck. I was afraid he was going to kill her. He let her go, and then I just had to clean up all the blood.
Susie shared her past traumas that leave her emotionally exhausted.
My daughter was in a mass shooting and called me during the shooting so I could hear it, but we got her out of there. In the middle of all of this, my husband had severe combat PTSD and hurt me, and we split.
Okay.
And with no one to support her other than her 3 dogs.
I didn't have anybody there for me. They were what I needed to not feel alone with all of the things that I was dealing with.
She's unable to provide them with the discipline and basic guidance they require.
All of this trauma compounds.
Turning on the laptop now.
Already. And now I'm like, I can't even take care of myself.
So Caesar decides the next step in calming this dangerous dynamic is for Susie to work with Kane at home, while he gives Izzy an intensive 2-week rehab at the DPC.
Look at her. See, she went and peed on top of that. Just shows you how dominant she is.
And working with puppy Tricky leads Caesar to a surprising proposal.
How do you feel about the idea of offering Tricky rehab and she will stay with me? So I can work with her until she is ready to go to a new home.
Now, it's up to Susie to decide whether to split up her troubled pack.
It's really tough. And I feel guilty because I signed up to help her. But I'm sitting here feeling like a failure. You're right. I can't give her what she needs. And this is probably the best place for her.
And I'm glad you're open for this.
Yeah.
Because that's just gonna make this rehab and your life where you should be.
Yeah.
You should be.
Thank you.
Yeah. You need to get a break from the chaos and a clean break from Tricky so you can both heal from the past.
Yeah.
We all know it's never easy to let go of a pack member, even when that pack is as chaotic as this one. But it is important for Susie and Tricky to have a clean break from one another so that there is no confusion as they continue their healing process. So today will be the last day Susie and Tricky.
Maybe like 20 minutes, give or take, or less than that.
I'm overwhelmed with these dogs. It means a lot to me that he's taking her. She's a beautiful, sweet dog. I just adore her. So it's hard for me to know that she's not.
Look at those faces.
I know I'm doing the right thing. If I'm going to trust anybody to do what's best for Tricky and find her a forever home, it's Caesar.
So here's the plan. I'm gonna work with Tricky and then find her a new home.
Yeah,
I would like to keep the bulldog easy for 2 weeks, starting right now.
yeah.
You continue with King at home. Keep working on getting him to calm surrender and get him out on walks every day so he gets more exercise.
Okay. Well, it's bittersweet to know that I'm going home with just Kane. I'm excited because I get to focus on Kane, but I've never not had Izzy her whole life. I'm hopeful that it'll give me just some time and space to cope with my past traumas so I can move forward. Come on, Kane.
While Susie and Kane work at home, Caesar addresses Izzy's tension issues.
I'm throwing a special party for you. This is my version of Disneyland. Come on. You don't have to pay for a ticket. In the past, Susie's emotional exhaustion created tense energy that was absorbed by Izzy. As a result, Izzy gets super tense and is easily triggered by everyone around her. We're going in the other direction. We must first address the mental side of her tension by exposing her to my herd. We want her to feed off their healthy energy, which influences a relaxed mindset, so in time she learns to become one with the pack. Big day. Big day. She's exploring. She sees Lorenzo. Jaimito, stay close just in case you gotta step in. Good boy, Lorenzo. Lorenzo just picked up on her tension. He's asked for social distance, which means respect. If you're gonna be tense around us, we don't want you near us. Because in her home, she would attack Tricky, and she would go into a fighting state.
I like that llama a lot. I like that llama. Lorenzo. Lorenzo.
There you go, look. She's yawning right now, so that was a beautiful moment. When a dog starts yawning, that means it's shifting in the brain, going from being tense to I can't be tense because all these animals are forcing me to relax. Look, now Lorenzo is trusting her. So the same guy, Lorenzo, he made it upon himself to make sure that he checks up on her to let the rest of the herd know that she can be trusted. What Izzy is doing right is she's staying within outside perimeter, right, to show respect. So her instincts are kicking in. Izzy is giving the pack distance, which shows respect. That's a good sign that she's learning to overcome her tension, and it tells me she's ready for the next step, moving in closer to integrate with the pack. Everything that has happened to Susie, all of the trauma, her animals have absorbed it. And they don't know how to get it out unless they practice natural, simple, profound activities. We're gonna give her a massage, so that way she memorizes this moment with a nice massage.
Our character's in the lobby, but I'm gonna go get my protein shake and whatnot. I'll be back.
Relax. She's doing much better and is in a good mental state, but she still has a ways to go. Right, girl? That's right. That's right. I find the spot. Come on, let's go.
While Izzy continues her DPC detox,
Right now, Izzy is pretty much taking like a vacation.
her former packmate Tricky, the overly excited pit mix, is ready for an important next step in the rehabilitation process so she can eventually be rehomed.
When she lived with Susie, Tricky was locked in constant battle. So we need to rehome her. There is a huge overpopulation of dogs in this country, so the first thing I do whenever I'm preparing to rehome a dog is to get them spayed or neutered. And in Tricky's case, there is an added benefit. The lack of hormones will prevent her from having a cycle, which is typically when the big fights can occur. After this procedure, she'll have a better mindset for continuing rehab.
While Tricky recuperates, over the next few days, Caesar's attention is on Izzy's tension.
Come on, Izzy. Now that we know Izzy is able to work through her tension and get into a relaxed mental state, I found the spot. It's time to create a relaxed physical state. She's a heavy girl with a smushed face. Now you're ready. It's beautiful. So swimming is great to burn calories while keeping her cool, and I can monitor her breathing. Over here. There you go. That's my girl. Whether it's swimming in the pool or going for walks around the ranch, go. Getting her body in shape is just as important as getting her mind in shape. And as her physical energy has drained, she has become calmer around my pack. With the pack, she's perfect, you know? She's not showing any signs of dominance. I'm very proud because I've seen her progress.
Back in Huntington Beach, Susie addresses her emotional exhaustion while working one-on-one with Kane.
Hello. So today has been a pretty quiet day, but I have taken him for walks. Wait. Interacting with other dogs on our walk, or people, or animals, he just kind of stays peaceful and we just keep on going. Feeling positive. My energy feels good, and Kane's energy feels really good. We miss the girls, that's for sure, but I don't miss the chaos. That's pretty good.
Big day for us here at the DPC. I asked Susie to return with Kane to reunite with Izzy. Izzy is not dominant or tense, but the most important thing is that Susie is feeling rested, calm, and confident. Anything less could cause the dogs to regress, and that's something we can't allow.
Gosh, I didn't think I was going to be nervous, but now I'm feeling nervous. I'm going to see Izzy for the first time in a few weeks. I have no idea what to expect. I'm nervous because last time I saw her, she went after Caesar. And she tried to start a fight with Kane and Tricky. I miss her, and I love her, and I want her to be part of our pack forever. I guess I'm a little worried that she's not going to show the progress that we need. Okay. All right, mister.
Welcome back to the ranch, Susie.
All right.
I can sense you're nervous.
Yeah.
Right now, I can see Kane has good energy, but it's important that you keep your energy calm and confident, too.
Yeah.
You need to release.
Yes.
It's time to start releasing some of that nervous energy. Come on. I can see from Kane's calm energy that Susie has put in a lot of work with him, and it's going well, but she still seems a little nervous and tense. If Susie brings that nervous energy around Izzy, it can undo all the hard work we've done. So I want to help calm her nerves by taking a short walk.
But overall, I feel very calm and confident, but sometimes I still feel like I'm in this constant state of
fear,
anxiety and fear.
Yeah.
And so now I'm becoming much more aware of how that's feeding into them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I just want you to take a little break.
It's nice. I don't get one very often.
Right? I just want you to experience more just being around calm, confident, love, joy. Susie's been emotionally exhausted for so long that it's not something she's going to fix overnight. But I am feeling her nervous energy going down, and I think she's ready to reunite with Izzy. I'm gonna go and grab you, girl, Izzy. The first time Izzy and Kane were brought back together at the DPC, Izzy became tense, and Kane was too excited. Look at Izzy. Look how tense she gets at the fence. They're supposed to be happy seeing each other. The key to this meeting will be if Izzy, Kane, and Susie can maintain their calm energy. Let's do sit there, I sit here. No touch, no talk, no eye contact.
Come here. Come on. Come here. Sit. Hi, Hippo.
No. Too excited.
Wait.
Make him sit.
Sit. Wait.
Control the excitement.
Sit.
So that's your typical excitement, but we want calmness.
Yeah.
When Susie first saw Easy, she got way too excited, calling out her nickname for the dog.
Hi, Hippo.
No. Kane sensed that and became excited too, which could have led to aggression. I am not surprised that Susie is both nervous and excited today, but dogs mirror our energy. So she must learn to control her own energy if she's going to lead this pack. Easy is doing great. She's not tense at all. But any excitement can lead to aggression. And so I'm going to ask Heather to take him.
Okay.
After all of this excitement, we need to temporarily remove Kane so that Susie and Easy can reestablish their bond and the roles in the pack with a clean slate. Susie has a real opportunity to make a positive imprint on Easy, so it is important to keep her energy calm to make sure this imprint is a success. Remember, no touch, no talk, no eye contact. Her energy is great right now. She's exploring and giving you a social distance. All right, just bring the dogs. I want you to see a healthy meeting. Izzy's been living with my pack for a few weeks now, and she's super comfortable around them. But I can see that Susie is a little anxious about the dogs interacting.
That's what I've been a little nervous about when I think about the reuniting of the two dogs.
Yeah.
I can feel my energy because of what's happened.
Yeah, that's why we didn't do the meeting between Kane and her right now. Susie has suffered major traumas in her life, so it's understandable that she's still feeling nervous about Kane and Izzy reuniting. Here, use this leash. Call her.
Isabella, come. Izzy.
To build her confidence, I got a technique to assert her pack leadership by creating a direct connection with Izzy, which prevents any unwanted dominance or tension. Put a leash on.
Sit.
Put her on.
Sit.
She's not tense, but she's getting excited, so she doesn't want to listen.
This is what she usually sit.
Just making the hot chocolate now. I know you're in your game.
Out. Izzy, come. Izzy, sit.
Tell her what you want with your energy.
A few more minutes. And the live stream's almost done as well, too.
There is nothing wrong with voice commands when they're said with the right energy. When Susie asks Izzy to sit, she uses a high-pitched tone of voice, which triggers excitement and stress in her dog. This can cause Izzy to feel tense, which could lead to aggression.
Is she avoiding me?
No, she's figuring out that she can trust your guidance.
Izzy? Isabella?
You have to get her out of this excited state before you leash her out, but do it silently. So I'd rather calm her down than go into the sit thing, because sit makes her excited.
I see.
Okay, let's do the, put you on the leash again.
Okay.
Be patient. There you go. That's good. See the difference?
Yeah.
Now that Susie is learning how to properly leash up Izzy without creating any excitement or tension, I'm going to have Susie lead her over the obstacle course. The dog will have to trust Susie and rely on her guidance to be successful. That's okay. Stay calm, confident, and start again. Yes. Much better. She's following your leadership.
I've never taken Izzy through anything like an obstacle course before, but she just followed right behind me. Today, I feel like I'm the boss again, and I had lost that for a bit of time.
There you go. That's it.
It feels really good to see that kind of progress.
With Isabella, it's more about her not being tense.
Right.
And acknowledging you as her pack leader.
That was a realization I had, is that Kane forgot what it was like to be part of a pack. Izzy forgot what it was like to be part of a pack.
You separated them.
I forgot what it was like to be part of a pack. And now I definitely feel like Kane and I are a pack.
Yeah.
Now we've got to integrate again.
By taking them back to basics, Izzy is beginning to trust Susie and see her as the pack leader. So now it's time to bring in Kane. Remember, no touch, no talk, no eye contact.
Izzy and Kane are about to meet, and I don't know what to expect. I'm hoping that it goes really smoothly because I can't lose another dog.
Okay, here she comes. This is good. She's not tense. She's showing respectful social distance. She's being consistent with the behavior that she has learned to become. Bring it back. I want to bring them closer together. Yep. He's excited. Just keep your energy calm. Relax the tension. Just drop the leash. He recognized her. This is good. Easy and Kane are remaining calm.
Wow.
When Susie first came in to meet Easy, she was way too excited, which made Kane excited. After working through her nervousness and learning how to properly leash and lead Easy, her energy was much calmer, which made Kane calmer. I just wanted to see how much he was going to do, you know what I mean? But obviously I was ready to block if I thought a fight was about to break out. But he was just excited to see her.
All right, the live stream has like less than 3 minutes. So I have to do my wrap up. I'll do my wrap up quickly. And then, yeah. Oh, so I got me some croissant, some almonds, some peanuts, some walnuts, and on the side, a little bag. I haven't had this. Well, that's not true. I had one yesterday. Chips. So this is fascinating, just like seeing the angle. All right. If I remember correctly, the processing of the video processing of the video gets done very quickly. Got like 1 minute and 15 seconds. All right. Well, y'all, tomorrow we're going to be doing Prism Live. So I'm going to go outside, take a walk with Prism Live. If it's overheating, well, it's supposed to rain too, so we'll see what happens. But throughout the day, if I have to restart the stream tomorrow, I will. So I'm just giving you all a heads up what might happen. I want to test out Prism Live and then see how another app works. So the next couple of days, they'll be kind of flip-flopping between like different apps. So with that being said, y'all, thank you for coming on today. I appreciate you. I'll see you all tomorrow. It's Lower Body Tuesday. And yeah, have yourselves a good night. Peace out. Bye-bye. All right, cool. The live stream is done. All right, I'm going to end the live stream now. Bye, y'all. I'm going to call you on Discord in a moment, T-Bray.